Good morning. Okay, that's working. Doesn't need to be that close. Great, good morning. Well, let me first welcome all of you to this session on water and biodiversity here at COP16. I'm just going to quickly introduce the QR code behind our speakers here. If you require English or Spanish translation, you can just quickly scan it and then it will take you through the instructions. But great, yeah, it sounds like that is the spirit in which we're sort of approaching these topics here in Cali for COP16, the biodiversity COP, the first of a series of 3 COPs this year in 2024. And as global attention really turns to the issues like biodiversity, their connection to water, their connection to industrial transformations across food, across so many of the sectors, we have here an esteemed panel that can really help you kind of sense make on what those connections are, what the investment and policy and partnership implications can be, and how we can all sort of use a collective action approach to address those. So first, just to introduce myself, I'm Tanya Strauss with the World Economic Forum. I oversee our food and water portfolio, and I'm so pleased to introduce our panel. So starting with my left, we have Sulema Rose, the Vice President of Corporate Affairs from Latin America, PepsiCo. Welcome, Sulema. We have Antonio, sorry if I don't say this correctly, but Doblado, Vice President of Sustainability at Holcim. Welcome. We have Dr. Rian Marie Thomas, the CEO of Green Finance Institute. And on my far left, we have Senor Domingo from the Amazon, the President and Board of Director of the Amazon Sacred Headwater Alliance. And as we think about even just the diversity of leaders on this stage, it just starts to demonstrate the scale of the challenges that we are facing in this biodiversity and water crisis duo, and also the kinds of sectors and leaders that need to get involved to address those. So here in my hand, I have a report that was launched by the Global Commission on the Economics of Water last week. And it's a landmark understanding of the water cycle. And why I refer to it right at the beginning is because it allows us to further have knowledge and further understand the fact that the water cycle for the first time is actually off kilter. We have done enough through the activities of climate and our nature loss to actually change the way we are understanding freshwater use. So normally we think of blue water, maybe gray water, which is more around the usable, reused wastewater, but it's the green water that's in vegetation, that's in our soils, and that moisture loss has been exacerbated by some of the climate-related activities, but it's also central to driving progress on restoring and achieving 30 by 30 if we think about the global biodiversity framework. So just kind of setting the stage for a new understanding and a much more holistic approach to say, well, deforestation hotspots and land use change aren't only creating the emissions calculator to continue to go up, but they're also disturbing our water cycle, which is fundamental for storing that carbon across so many aspects of the different carbon sinks we understand. So as we think about that, Sulema, maybe I will come to you, because agriculture and food is such a central, we know, driver, but also important driver of the challenges, but also a huge driver of the solutions. And as PepsiCo, you've been engaging in some of these cross-sector partnerships for many years. Can you give us an example of why regenerative agriculture is a part of that solution and how those cross-sectoral partnerships are addressing these sort of interlinkages?
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to join you here today. Well, maybe I could approach this by saying for a long time we have been separating things and doesn't really make sense, right? So when we get an integrated approach to nature, you understand how much everything gets interconnected. When we think about the food system and the role that PepsiCo plays into it, we consider that regenerative agriculture, it's an effective approach to the entire value chain. Not only produce food in a more sustainable way, but it actually addresses all the challenges together, right? From the soil nutrition perspective to biodiversity protection and the integration between agriculture and forest. For instance, I'm Brazilian, and I'm very connected to that land use reapproach to regenerative agriculture. But when we think about water, I would say we have learned in the past from all the projects we had on payment of environmental services. Back in the time, we were partnering with the Nature Conservancy on working on water replenishment for watershed. Now we know better. Now we know that regenerative agriculture not only is the best approach to integrate it all, but all the efforts we make with the IDB and then WACA Fund, the water funds we support all across the globe are not enough. We do have replenishment commitments on 100% level, but considering that agriculture is the basis, it's this, our value chain goes from the seed to the table, right? So if we are not careful enough to address water replenishment and water impact on the agricultural side, nothing we do on watershed protection or water replenishment in the other side, it's not going to be enough.
No, thanks so much, Solomon. And I think this idea of working in silos and starting to bring some of those partnerships together. I mean, we spent a little time yesterday together talking about some pretty innovative cross-sectoral partnerships that Pepsi, together with Bavaria, Microsoft, Bayer, and so many of the value chain players, and some unusual alliances. I mean, having someone like Microsoft at the table to say, what will it take to both work alongside farmers to understand better how to restore that soil health, but as you're saying, take a much wider view to look at the watersheds around the farm. It's not only about the volume and the better management, we know better. What has been the experience of such partnerships? I mean, what are the sticky points? Because I think what we're hearing across the COP16 already in week one are how difficult some of the operationalizing of those partnerships can be. So what have been your reflections on what it takes? And I'm just teeing up because I know we have expertise from the financing sector on this panel, and those are some of the ways in which we need to unlock that scale.
Well, for a long time, we have been developing partnership, competitive partnership among the food and industry, food and beverage industry. And what we realized that for complex problems, we need innovative solutions, as we discussed it yesterday. I myself am a very strong advocate for radical collaboration. Unexpected partnership, it's probably the way that we're going to bring solutions to it. My friend Domingo here, he is also part of the solution. So a integrated approach needs to consider the entire value chain and all the stakeholders and bring everyone to the table with their best approach to create innovative solutions. I have no background in finance, but I do understand how much this, the finance side of all this is required to bring solutions. Domingo and I were discussing just before the panel how much his job in watershed protection requires income generation for their people so they can keep providing the environmental service we all need for the planet. So there's it's a completely different approach to it. Having Microsoft at the innovative hub on regenerative agriculture, it's just a part of it. We need to bring in more. We need to bring in startups, the academia. We have the CIAT in that. But there are so many people doing so much, and we could actually scale. And for PepsiCo, the challenge is to scale. Our pilots are good. We are doing an amazing job, but it's not enough. We need to scale up fast.
Oh, thanks so much. And Senor Domingo, maybe I can come to you next. As we think about the role of stewardship and the role you've been playing to bring not only the awareness around the role of Indigenous communities and what is required in this transition, but to co-design those solutions. What's top of mind for you? What are the challenges that we face today?
Buenos días, gracias a la invitación. Saludos a todos los presentes. Sé que no están mucho, pero sé que son personas importantes para este punto que vamos a hablar. Para comenzar, quiero decirles que todos los que estamos aquí, los seres humanos vivos en este continente, todos dependemos de la Amazonía. Porque la Amazonía es pulmón y corazón del mundo. Y para nosotros todo ecosistema es un ser vivo. Los ríos, el aire, todo tiene espíritu. De ello hemos aprendido nosotros hasta ahora. Ese concepto de ser vivo para el mundo moderno no empata con nuestro conocimiento. Solo enfocamos en lo material, no hay una conexión espiritual. Por eso no hay reversión para el cuidado a la madre tierra. Ayer decía yo, si queremos hacer cambio verdadero, cada presidente del país debería decir, pondría orden. Si yo fuera presidente, diría ya no más extracción petrolera, minera, cero ya. Nada de fábrica de plástico ya. Decreto oficial de cada país. Y ya no más producciones en escalas grandes, porque esos son que no podemos cambiar cada individuo. Depende de individuo si queremos el cambio. Eso es el primer punto que hay que hablar. ¿Sí? Si no es eso, por lo más que los indígenas sigamos protegiendo, cuidando, cada momento grandes bioregiones están en grandes crisis. No es por nada. Todos los ríos se están contaminando por extraer oro, por extraer petróleo. Todos los ríos cada día se están contaminando. Hace 2 días pregunté, ¿quién de ustedes consume cada día pedazo de oro? ¿Quién come o quién toma? Nadie. Pero el más pobre consume todos los días del agua, porque agua es vida. Entonces desde ahí quiero compartir. La pregunta en sí, yo creo que es hora de hacer gran alianza. Una alianza verdadera, con mucha fe, con cambio de pensamiento y el trabajo, la acción. El accionar en territorio hay que hacer con mucho amor, con corazón. Si yo soy empresario, hablemos, por ejemplo, más vulgar en Amazonia. Los grandes empresarios que hicieron pensando en el buen vivir de la humanidad. Combustibles todos usamos para avión, para otra cosa. Pero no pensaron cómo dejar saneando el lugar donde están extrayendo. O sea, eso es el error más grande que todo ser humano ha cometido. Todos hemos cometido, yo también he cometido por usar combustible. Sigo cometiendo error. Entonces, pero somos como persona, nuestra madre nos da vida desde nacimiento hasta que seamos grande provisional, pero cuando somos profesional, nadie se acuerda el primer honorario a su mamá. A mamá acordamos cuando está enferma. Todos nosotros hemos hecho esa práctica. Es lo que siempre toco. La Madre Tierra nos ha dado todo, toda la vida, nos ha dado toda la riqueza hasta hoy. Pero no estamos remediando, no estamos limpiando, no estamos curando. Entonces allá hay que apuntar todos. Eso es llamado que yo hago porque lo que está hecho. De aquí en adelante, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Es ahí la alianza que necesitamos. El dinero va a servir como instrumento para hacer estrategias, programas en los territorios. Hoy hay que definir ya el bosque en pie, ya no hay que tocar más. Eso hay que dejar ahí. Entre todos, no solo indígenas, todos tenemos que cuidar esa bioamazonía, porque eso nos da vida hasta ahora. El segundo, tenemos que articular programas. O sea, todo basado con el cuidado, con aprovechamiento regenerativo. Todo trabajo debe ser pensando en la próxima generación de buen vivir. Eso hay que apuntar todos. Y ahí necesitamos acciones conjuntas, indígenas, gobiernos, empresas, personas naturales, jóvenes en especial. Jóvenes son los próximos gobernantes de cada país. A ellos tenemos que entrenar nosotros, los viejos que ya vamos a hacer transición a otra vida. Tenemos que hacer esta alianza verdadera, con mucha fe, con amor. Eso es lo que necesita el ser humano. Si no hay eso, pues yo decía a la hermana, último COP30 voy a participar en Brasil. De ella no quiero hablar. He hablado mucho, he dicho mucho, pero no hay cambio verdadero de responsabilidad. Entonces, estimadas y estimados amigos, hermanos, porque espiritualmente somos hermanos, respiramos el mismo aire, estemos donde estemos, el mismo aire estamos respirando. Entonces, yo digo, hermanos, tenemos que hacer esta alianza para que todos hagamos nuevo camino para dejar una historia linda. Muchas gracias.
No, thank you so much, Señor Domingo. I think really powerful, and there was a lot there. Maybe I'm going to come back to you on a couple of those strategies as well, but maybe just teasing out a few things. I mean, I think you've said the profound interconnectedness across these regions and across especially those vulnerable to those crises, but also at the same time empowering and giving agency and support so that they're able to steward those transitions is essential. And this isn't only about the land use change and the sort of food and agriculture sector. This is also about all sectors and the industries that you've sort of laid out. So I know maybe Antonio, coming to you, thinking about not only the sort of much smaller, let's say 9% or less role in sort of industrial water use that the sort of concrete sector is looking at, but actually the fact that 75% of demand for concrete is going to come from these geographies that will be water scarce by 2030. How are you as a company sort of planning for that, and whether it's through sectoral partnerships or strategies that start to value water and your sort of business model differently? Maybe over to you.
Thank you, thank you. Really inspired by the words of Domingo, and yeah, tough ball to catch now. But it's look, at Holcim we believe that the things are a bit more simple, and I genuinely echo Domingo's point on the fact that industry is probably not always made a respectful use of resources. And I remember when we were trying to plan the panel with the team, you guys wanted to hear about fancy innovations on water treatment from the construction industry, and I tried to bring to the table the fact that before going into fancy innovations, we just need to manage the resources better. And that's what we're doing at Holcim. I mean, any of these events, you will always need building materials to bring prosperity, to develop infrastructure, to develop housing, adequate housing. It is really a tough cookie to get rid of. Society needs building materials, and we need to build better. And when it comes to water consumption of those manufacturing places, sometimes you get a lot of efficiencies just by managing properly. You will be surprised just by actually flowing or monitoring where the water flows actually come to your operations, working on basic leakages, water efficiency. You were talking about partnerships. We do collaborate with your company, with other industry, food industry and beverage, to reuse their wastewater into our operations, because we don't really need the fresh water that are actually in those streams to run it. There's a number of efficiencies that you can actually accommodate. I guess the question is, how do you change the mind of business to make it happen? In the absence of incentives, in this world of looking at the short term, what's the goal? What we've done at Holcim is we have started to do to clean the house first. All our management has water-related targets associated to the bonuses, to the compensation. I think it's probably a little bit progressive, but it's the only way. When you have to make decisions, when you are running a business, you need to basically take into consideration a balanced scorecard, and water has to be part of it. So you mentioned about the stress areas, water stress areas. We have a very clear commitment of minimizing, reducing to zero destruction of freshwater withdrawal in those areas. Regulation, you were talking about politicians, it's key. I mean, those areas have to basically bring these incentives, bring these bans of those water streams to be considered in this, and Holcim is fully committed. And one last remark of what we're trying to also do is bringing solutions that help better water management. And now I kind of connect with the innovation. We have developed, I mean, there are plenty of innovations today. You can find concrete that is permeable. So imagine a road that basically can filter and manage rainwater, channel it to a different stream. There are plenty of new building materials that would actually be nature-friendly, but it's tough to get them develop in the cities. Building norms, urban plans are kind of old-fashioned, very old-fashioned, especially in those countries where you were looking. So what we're also doing at Holcim is not only developing those innovations, but trying to advocate actively, engaging with designers, with architects, with cities, with major cities on how we can actually deploy those and build better. I couldn't agree more on the fact that without collaboration, working silo by silo, this is going nowhere. It's just going nowhere. And I think this is a good representation of that collective action. Huh? We need to work within the value chain with the policymakers fundamentally in order to really have an impact. Otherwise, these incremental changes will not get us there.
No, thanks so much. And I mean, I think I want to come back to you on this point on innovation, because we do start to see the role that it can play on so many fronts. But Dr. Urian, as I come to you, I mean, you've got first movers, I would argue, in their industry that are starting to really look at not just the sort of vertical, but the horizontal nature of partnerships and how they need to think proactively. Because as Senor Domingo said, it's not a Band-Aid solution. We can't always come to the table once the problems are there. How do we get more proactive? But as we started the session by talking about different languages and interpretation in the language of finance, I mean, risk and return, right? This is where we start. So maybe over to you on how does industry and the wider ecosystem look at the risk landscape when we think about water and biodiversity?
Thanks so much. And thank you to Tanya and the World Economic Forum for the invitation this morning. And congratulations on your report. I had a look at it beforehand, and it's excellent. A really good read. I wanted to give two examples, maybe slightly counterintuitive examples of where water stress is already posing a risk to certain industry sectors that we as financiers need to be aware of, and then two conclusions that I draw from a financial perspective. And the first one is around the European automotive industry, and I'm very pleased to see Owen Griffiths here from Volvo. The European automotive industry is reliant on rivers for freight shipments. So the Rhine River that runs down from the Alps through France and Germany and into the Netherlands carries something like 200 million tons of freight cargo every year. And the German automotive industry is heavily reliant not only on its own vehicles being shipped on the Rhine, but also on its supply chain. In 2022, because there had been a paucity of snowfall in the Alps, there wasn't enough melt into the river, so it was at historically low levels. And as a result, the Rhine had to be closed to cargo shipping for a fair period during that summer. So some of the automotive manufacturers, such as Ford, that has one of its plants in Cologne, had to reduce its shipments, impacting directly its profitability. And similarly, organizations like ThyssenKrupp, which is a tier one supplier to some of these car manufacturing organizations, were impacted. So as a car manufacturer, you were impacted both on your ability to ship your finished goods and also your supply chain. Another example would be data centers. We're hearing a lot of talk about how energy hungry data centers are. They're also very heavily reliant on water in order to cool them. And so going back to 2022, again, a report that came out from Berkeley, I think, an academic report, saying that 20% of US data in the States are in areas that are either moderately to heavily water stressed. And I looked at this and I was like, how come no more attention is being given to this point? This is a critical business resilience issue. And Sustainalytics, an ESG reporting organization, had looked at 122 data center companies, of which only 16% were disclosing anything at all about their water reliance. So the two conclusions I draw from, and I've deliberately picked topics, Tanya, that aren't to do with the food and beverage sector, they're not to do with agriculture, they're not to do with fast-moving consumer goods, because that's where, as financiers, I think we immediately associate water stress. And I deliberately wanted to pick some heavy industrial sectors and the professional services, just to show how systemic this risk is. And there has undoubtedly been, in the last year or so, a bit of a chilling impact and a bit of complacency amongst financial institutions when it comes to looking at climate risk. We've obviously seen a huge backlash with the ESG backlash in the States, for example. But speaking to a number of banks, they say, look, we've run the stress tests on how climate will impact our positions, and we're well enough capitalized, or we can pivot out of our positions quickly enough that we don't have to take urgent and imminent action. Climate stress is not going to impact our positions in the next quarter or the next year. But water, actually, an excess of water or a shortage of water can have very imminent, to your point, Antonio, and short-term impacts. And therefore, I think there is an opportunity for us to frame water very much as a business resilience issue and get financiers to a position where, when you're thinking of extending credit to a company and you're looking the management team in the eye and you say, are you across the water stresses in your business, across your value chain, across your supply chain? If they're not, if they cannot answer that question, it should be as much of a red flag as if someone were to say, I'm not across the foreign exchange risks in my business, or I have no understanding of how interest rates will impact my profitability. It should become a norm. And the second point, which is bringing this back to biodiversity, given this is a nature pavilion after all, is by actually elevating this conversation about how water is genuinely a business resilience risk. There are great examples of how corporates are now using nature-based solutions in order to actually either improve quality of water or ensure availability of water. And we have some examples that my colleague Lorraine has been launching here at COP, looking at examples around the world of how we are using nature-based solutions, different types of credits, different types of mechanisms, so that you actually have that collaboration between businesses, NGOs, and governments. I'll give one example in Japan, very quickly, semiconductor business that has actually paid local farmers to flood their unused rice fields to actually improve the watershed, which then improves water availability both for the semiconductor plants and for the farmers themselves. Fantastic, and that was pulled together by a local NGO. Fantastic example. There are other examples, obviously, of some of the land bank work that Pepsi has been doing and Nestle has been doing in Europe as well, where we're seeing unusual groups of stakeholders, in your words, radically collaborating to actually come up with solutions that is for the benefit of everybody.
No, it's incredibly powerful. I think that this is systemic. In fact, and I won't say who, but you can ask me after the panel. I was sitting in a room with a partner of ours from the IT industry, and we were having a pretty heavy conversation on water. And he was like, "Well, every company is a water company." And at first, I thought it was a dodge, and I was super frustrated. And then I realized it's actually what you're saying. It's the sort of water resilience risk. And that narrative, not only from a financial perspective, but from a business perspective, resonates in the short term, which is still the cycle we're in terms of planning. So I think that's incredibly powerful. But the examples you're giving in Japan, and Solma also touched on it, I'm going to come back to now, are still sort of not getting to the level of scale. So we have good partnership models forming. We have radical collaboration mindsets that are bringing teams together to test and learn, and that's really important. And some of them are doing it in the ways that Senor Domingo also is calling to action, which is through the lens of the localized needs, the local stakeholders, their knowledge, not only in terms of what they need, but the way in that they can co-design those solutions, and that is essential. But we still have a problem for scale. So maybe just using a little bit more of the rest of our time here to talk about what you're seeing around unlocking that scale. What really stands in our way? Because ultimately, if we have to get to 30 by 30, and water resilience risk is the new currency for how we demonstrate business action on it, what does it take to unlock scale? And I'll maybe come to all of you with that question, but Solma, over to you first.
Thank you for that. I would say for us, scale, it's being able to have 100% of responsible, sustainable sourcing. And that absolutely means financial support to the transition. There's no way, and we work from very small farm holders to big producers in different commodities. I see nacho chips. It's a brand we have here in Colombia. We produce plátano, banana. And we do have, for that brand, regenerative agriculture, and we work here with small farm holders, and they are incorporating bio inputs solution to their production. Actually, it has reduced 30% of their production cost. That's quite a lot in 2 years. But it's too small. It's too small. I think we need two things. One is a financial ecosystem that can support the transition, and the other part, it's for sure innovation. I mean, what else should we be doing?
And maybe just to sort of link that as well with Dr. Jan's points on the financial ecosystem, it's about the payment for ecosystem services, but it's also about the risk portfolios of the capital markets actually coming back to their clients and saying, you have to do this differently or we will not lend to you. I mean, that's the simple financial ecosystem. It's actually at all those levels. And I know we don't have government on the panel, so I won't go into all of the fiscal sort of part of that financial ecosystem, but we know as countries start to, let's say now really look at their national plans for both biodiversity and the NCDs and the NAPs, is water resilient risk really coming into that sort of decision-making from a financial perspective? Antonio, over to you on, Solma talked about innovation and technology, you talked about it. How do we see that both as a positive disruptor as well as a way to actually build trust? Because often the other thing beyond risk and return that finance is looking for is data. They can verify what they're seeing, what they're doing. How do you see the role of technology and innovation to unlock scale?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting discussion because now we are kind of mixing the. I mean, from New York Climate Week, it was clear that climate cannot be separate from nature anymore, right? So the risks you were referring to, Holcim also faced them in the Rhine, but also in Mississippi. So water flows are now evolving at a different pattern, and these were some distribution routes for companies that are now being affected, disruption in logistics. That's impacting not only a particular couple of sectors, but everyone that is using those routes. And that is more associated to probably climate change and disruption. So you have the TCFD, the TNFD, all these frameworks will eventually come together to make sure that companies disclose and understand the resilience of their businesses being affected by this kind of risk. So the financial community can be comfortable in to continue to put money on those or not. I think that is a long-term vision, but technology is going to play a key role. Without technology, there's going to be no change. I was referring to water efficiencies, water basic treatment. How do you do that? You do it with recycled water systems, recycle water plants. This is technology. It's not an expensive technology, by the way. We have this target of having 100% of our sites equipped with these kind of recycled systems by 2030, and we're actually in a very good trend on that. This is, I would not call it innovation because, to be honest, water treatment plants have been there for a decade at least, right? So it's a matter of implementing basic technology levers to make this change. And for that, policy has to basically step up and make this as a mandatory requirement and not only rely on companies that can be on the forefront. But now there are really more exciting innovations that we're exploring. And in the context of construction, we see these, I mean, yesterday I was in a panel with IUCN and they were showing these green roofs, you know, like these kind of green landscapes. That is actually working. We have new solutions to build that should be part of any new building regulatory framework as of now, as you were saying. We need to change now, and this can happen. This helps to better manage rainwater, to prevent floodings. I mean, that's the one thing is to basically the roads, but the other thing is the change of patterns in rains. You know, those floodings is actually disrupting. So there's plenty of innovation in the space of construction that we are ready to deploy, and I would imagine that should also happen in parallel with basic technology that has to be in place probably already by now in many of these plants. Eventually, I do understand, Domingo, you were saying water is a scarce resource, is limited, fresh water especially. So that's a fact. The second fact is that we will need to continue to use water. It's also a very simple fact. So the only solution to do that is to recycle, and these water treatment sites should be expanded as of now, and should be a mass in society moving forward.
Thanks so much, Antonio. Senator Domingo, maybe coming back to you. We've been discussing few levers for how to unlock scale. We're not seeing enough progress fast enough towards restoring the nature loss. You talked a little bit about the role of government, but can we come back also to the role of communities? Because this is where the rubber will hit the road. This is where the scale comes. It's not somewhere over there, it's here at home. How do you see the role of communities and how they can be actually a lever themselves for unlocking that scale?
Bueno, gracias. Creo que el análisis económico, el sistema actual, todo está conectado al dinero, ¿sí? Todo lo que hacemos es en busca de dinero. Toda empresa, el ser humano ahora mueve con dinero. Entonces, yo voy a hablar más del ecosistema amazónico. En nuestra Amazonía está ya llegando o sea, estamos en punto de no retorno. Muy de acuerdo que ya hay que hacer aguas tratadas, hay que hacer todo para tener vida todavía. En nuestro territorio también ya toca hacer urgentemente la reforestación, restauración que ya están destruidas. En toda Amazonía cada día más se está destruyendo. Las empresas deben pensar también cómo aportar para que los indígenas hagamos programas conjuntamente para que se restaure toda esta destrucción que tenemos. Lo otro, es urgente trabajar en programas alternativas. Caso Amazonía, y hay que generar motores eléctricos, ya no con combustible. Las canoas solares ya tenemos nosotros, estamos ya haciendo una alianza para que ya no se use combustible en los ríos, porque también estamos extinguiendo animales acuáticos, o sea, ya están perdiendo, por muchas razones. Toca crear producciones en 3 escalas. En bosques deforestadas. Nosotros ya Cuenca Sagrada está comprometiendo a hacer 3 enfoques. Primer enfoque, soberanía alimentaria, comida para la familia. Segundo, el mismo producto basado ya crear fuente de trabajo, como cacao, productos que ya están en mercado nacional e internacional. Café, vainilla y otros productos que pueden servir a la humanidad. Medicinas naturales, que nosotros en COVID hemos salvado con medicinas naturales. Esto toca dar servicio a la humanidad. Lo otro, es urgente crear, nosotros ya tenemos, Cuenca Sagrada tiene una escuela viva amazónica. Toca entrenar jóvenes de todo nivel para que puedan amar, conectarse con el mundo natural. No es solo para indígenas, para toda la humanidad. Tenemos que educar a la juventud desde cero, amar a la naturaleza, sabiduría indígena. Todo esto tenemos que compartir, tenemos que aprender juntos. Los jóvenes indígenas del mundo moderno, los del mundo moderno a la sabiduría indígena. Para hacer la verdadera alianza, próximos pasos, eso es urgente. Para terminar, creo que las empresas, todas las empresas tienen que poner sus porcentajes de economía para instrumento de trabajo en los territorios indígenas. ¿Ya? Eso sería un gran apoyo para poder escalar, frenar para mí sería ya no más tala, sino más bien restaurar, reforestar, limpiar los ríos contaminados para que podamos garantizar el punto de no retorno que nadie quiere. Entonces, sería eso mi llamado. Una vez más, gracias. Creo que nos toca sentar más con empresas privadas antes que con los políticos. Soy sincero yo, porque los gobiernos hablan mucho pero no hacen nada. Hay fondos que reciben pero nunca canalizan a los territorios. Hay muchos fondos a nivel mundial pero nunca llega a los territorios. Los indígenas toda la vida hemos cuidado gratis, porque es nuestra vida. Pero ahora sí, para educación, para otras necesidades básicas, tiene que tener indígenas rentas básicas para que sigan protegiendo el ecosistema que aún está en vivo y en vida. Entonces, eso es creando confianza, creando amistades, conversando, sentando juntos. Eso es lo que hay que hacer, porque así nomás, si no nos conocemos, nunca va a haber confianza y tampoco no van a ser acciones. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. I'm so inspired because I think there's 2 really powerful things in what you said, Senator Domingo. One, there's a pipeline of well-crafted, holistic projects right now. The Amazon Learning shouldn't just be for the youth. I invite the full ecosystem to come learn from Amazon Learning. First. The second is, I think your hope around fostering trust to sit down together is really, I think, echoed in the panelists today and an invitation. And maybe you'll rethink the role of COP30, although it's not my job to convince you, to see that timeline towards building that trust, because we probably, Isabel, you can help with that. We probably don't have the luxury of decades, but years to get this right. So maybe just on that, Rihanna, I might come back to you just on the risk landscape, because how do you see the opportunity for actually investing in unusual or non-classic pipelines? So not just the sort of larger players in industry, but actually these community-led investment portfolios as well.
Sure. If I could maybe weave a few points together, and thank you so much, Senator Domingo, for a really powerful call to action. I too want to talk about how we scale finance into some of these solutions. And I think the secret is, or the key to it is not only to be working with Indigenous people, but for the private companies to be working more closely with governments as well. And I wanted to give 3 particular examples, and then I will come back to your point about more unusual financing models. I wanted to give 3 examples of where we've seen public-private collaboration working effectively. The first one is where we've seen policy enforcing offsetting. The second is where we've seen governments imposing tariffs. And the third is a more classical structural finance, people like to call it blended finance investment. So the first one is in England, specifically in England, as opposed to some of the other countries in the United Kingdom, the government has adopted a nutrient neutrality policy, which is requiring new housing developers to demonstrate that new housing projects do not increase nutrient pollution. In practice, that means phosphorus and nitrogen in protected areas. And so that policy offers a framework for compensatory offsetting by requiring those projects to achieve nutrient neutrality, mitigating their environmental impact. In practice, that's led to developers investing in creating wetlands to remove nutrients from the water or creating buffer zones on local rivers. It's really interesting to see how that is going to interplay with a recent biodiversity net gain legislation that's been brought out in the UK, again impacting housing developers, making sure that any new developments, they need to invest either on site or in another site to make sure that there is a nature positive, biodiversity positive outcome. It's a very early stage, but we've done a fair bit of analysis at the Green Finance Institute. It's available on our website, how that particular policy can be replicated. The second one is an example from Peru, where we saw water tariff reform significantly boosting investments in nature-based solutions regarding water management. And we saw funding increasing 13-fold between 2014 and 2019. And the way that was done, the way the government managed to achieve that result was by progressively increasing the percentage of the revenue that water companies and water utilities were required to earmark for investment in nature-based solutions over that time period to support water. And the third is an example actually from Kenya, from Nairobi, where in addition to adopting some new regulations, the government provided to the Upper Tana Nairobi Water Fund an initial investment from Jeff. So it was $6 million in grant funding that was then complemented by an additional $25 million from the private sector to set up the fund that provided drinking water to Nairobi, provided half of Kenya's hydropower, and supported over 300,000 smallholder farmers. So again, a classic example of leveraging the public capital to crowd in private monies. So three quite different examples, but all quite powerful of how policy makers can work with private companies to get more financing towards water outcomes. But you specifically asked, and that I think is one of the answers to how we scale some of this stuff. You specifically asked about more unusual financing mechanisms, and obviously one of the big conversations at this COP is about biodiversity credits. I sit on the International Advisory Panel for Biodiversity Credits. We will be launching our framework tomorrow. One of the key lessons, key messages that we will be announcing that has come from a very broad consultation with many indigenous peoples, as well as with corporates around the world, is that the biodiversity credits market should not try and emulate the carbon market. It should be looked, if an analogy in finance terms would be more akin to the real estate market, that actually putting money in towards biodiversity or water project needs to be entirely location specific. And the good thing about doing it that way is that it's far easier to monitor the flow of capital, it's far easier to monitor its impact, and importantly, it's far easier to monitor how the monies are actually benefiting the stewards, the indigenous people, the local communities, and making sure that money is actually going to those people that have actually been stewarding that land and that water for decades, if not centuries. So I think that is hopefully a message that will land well both with the finance sector as we start putting a framework around how we actually deploy capital towards local projects, but also enable us to scale that market, but also with those that are concerned about making sure indigenous people are sharing in the benefits of a nascent market as it grows.
No, I mean, I'm quite hopeful to learn of that myself. To be honest, you don't see or hear a lot about financial instrument design with farmers and indigenous communities as the center sort of that design. So that's quite encouraging. And maybe on a closing note, that is how we should sort of wrap up our conversation, which is to say, what do you hope you can accomplish or you can see coming out of these next 2 weeks at COP16, and as we go through all 3 COPs? What's the short-term hope from each of you? So, Senor Domingo, maybe to you first. What gives you hope?
Yo, perdón. Pienso que los gobiernos ya deberían, amazónicos, estos días deberían declarar urgentemente canje de deuda externa. Eso es lo que mata a los países latinoamericanos. Eso deberían plantear todos los presidentes amazónicos. Y segundo, mi esperanza sería que hoy, en este día tan especial, también se declare moratoria de los petroleros en la extracción petrolera. Es urgente para los indígenas amazónicos. No hay tiempo, no hay más espacio. Entonces, eso sería para mí, si hacemos eso, incluso creo que ya es primer paso donde todos vamos a pensar qué va a pasar después. Ahora sin petróleo, después sin agua, ¿qué va a pasar? Eso es lo que tenemos que pensar ya para que podamos alinear conjuntamente para próximos pasos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Ms. Olema, maybe over to you. What do you hope for and what's giving you hope?
Well, what gives me hope is that we are here together, that we have different perspectives, but everyone look towards the same future. What gives me hope is that PepsiCo and Domingo are on the same panel, you know. So, yeah, I'm sure we're going to do this.
Wonderful. On the same panel and on the same road. Antonio.
Yeah, I think for me, just to highlight, we need to stop talking about it and move it into execution. I think we had a fantastic goals already achieved in the previous COP. You see, I mean, here in the panel, but also in many other panels now in Cali, in Colombia, there are many progressive businesses that are trying to do things right. We need a more collective approach. We need clear incentives, clear policies. You gave few examples. Why are they not replicated all over the place? We really need to go full steam now. There's no time, and you know, some companies are ready, and some others need to get ready, and we need to all get going there.
Excellent. Rian, over to you.
Q. Sorry about that. What gives me hope and what I hope for? So 2 questions. What gives me hope is that we're starting to see some examples of capital being deployed, mechanisms that are working, regulations that are working, and we have the right fora and the right technology to share them. And increasingly, we have the right audience who want to listen. 502 companies have signed up, as announced yesterday, to TNFD. So that's the beginning of their journey to start disclosing how nature is impacting their business and how they are impacting nature. And once you start on that journey of disclosure, as we heard from Antonio, you then move on to what you're going to do about it. So that gives me a fair bit of hope. What I hope for, particularly for this COP, is, and it's going back to this point about examples, which I think is absolutely critical. I think we all need to work towards a consensus that we need to replicate and scale mechanisms for private sector financing of nature. If we're going to get to the 700 billion a year that we need in order to achieve the GBF targets, I know there are different conversations happening at this COP around the role of the private sector. And I've heard some very impassioned pleas from people saying that biodiversity is a public good and therefore should be financed from the public purse. Unfortunately, the public purse is not that deep. And so we do need to find a way of speaking, of building the bridges so that actually private sector can be part of this, so that we have regulation, we have local-based financing, we have blended finance structures, and we have plenty of examples that we can now share and try and replicate and scale.
Outstanding. No, actually, I think you did my job for me, but that was a great summary of exactly the direction. So Please join me in thanking an incredible discussion and set of leaders that are working on these issues. Round of applause. And thank you for your ideas on scale, right? From partnerships to innovation to fit for purpose finance and to heart. And I think we have at least one new alliance here, and we hope to continue to build and grow on that. So thank you again.
Checking the mics. All right, great. This one definitely works. You can sit here, it's okay, yeah. But you wanna, no, second half. Bienvenidas, bienvenidos a todos y gracias por ser una parte activa de la discusión hoy. La sesión será principalmente en inglés, pero la traducción al español está disponible en su teléfono y auriculares sobre el código QR ahí. Si puedes verlo aquí. And I'll do the rest in English. Antonio Guterres wrote a letter to his great-great-granddaughter outlining his concerns. He wrote, "My mind is flooded with curiosity about your life, your hopes and dreams, and what kind of world is outside your window. But I must confess, I'm fixated on one question. Will you open this letter in a spirit of happiness and gratitude, or with disappointment and anger at my generation?" So every decision made today has the potential to create a thriving world for generations to come. The reverse is also true. The world today has been shaped by decisions already made, and the society and world our children will inherit is being decided today. However, the impacts on each individual and community will vary by age, gender, affluence, and lots of other variables. I'm the Director of Engagement and Education at the Capitals Coalition, and it's my absolute pleasure and honor to introduce and moderate our session today. And we're interactive as possible. And so the discussion really comes to life when we all contribute thoughts, questions. So please get ready with your ideas and what you'd like to learn today as well, and anything you'd like to contribute. Maybe we can get a bit of an idea of who we've got in the audience today. How many people have we got representing business? A few business representatives. How many government? We have government, policy. Any academia? Academia here? We've got some academia. Fantastic. And from Colombia? Any from Colombia here today? Yeah, we got Colombia. Yes. South America. Brilliant. Good stuff. Africa? Do we have any Africa representatives here? Africa? Where have you come from, sir?
I'm from Ghana, but I live in Canada.
Live in Canada. Okay. We have our Canada Hub representative here today as well, Luke, who lives here in Cali. Has everyone had enough coffee? Yeah? Does anybody want to stretch? Can we all get up? Just for 1 second. If you want to, if you're feeling mobile, you can do this sitting down as well if you prefer. Let's get up. There's one thing I love to do, which is just stretch your arms and your hands as far into the sky as you can and leave it there for 10 seconds. Right, that gets a little bit of blood flowing, a little bit of energy flowing. And that's the best thing we can do for the session today, definitely. Right, undoubtedly, like many of you, I'm really curious as to the interrelations between business activities, nature actions, and local communities. And I'd love the opportunity to ask experts in the space what's going on and where we're making progress. Now, I've got an absolute treat for you. Not only have we got a red-hot lineup of wonderful individuals ready to share their experiences across business, I can also share with you a brand new tool that you can all go away with and use after this session, because we can account for what really matters to people: family, jobs, securities, communities and connections, economic prosperity, belonging, the natural world, ecosystems. It is possible. And the Capitals Coalition, the organization I work for, has in September released a new beta framework for integrated decision-making. Now, using the framework, businesses can reveal, understand and integrate the value of natural, social and human capital alongside financial capital. And these documents help information preparers and information users to understand that complex landscape and make better decisions ultimately. And it's really breaking new ground on what better decision-making is in a world where we grapple not only with nature loss, but climate change and increasing inequity too. Can we have a little round of applause that is in the world today, that is born and that is going on? Lots of people who work very hard on that. And it's out for consultation now, but wouldn't it be amazing if we can build a base of evidence how systems thinking across nature, people, society, and economy can grow better business as well. So if you're interested in piloting, and if you see yourself as a forward-thinking organization really ready to grapple with next-generation questions, then talk to me afterwards or get in touch by email. We would love to hear from you. Now, today we'll be talking with people who are shaping the future by deciding differently today already, and those who are creating the conditions for better decisions to be made, and those who are experiencing these changes on the ground through our hub network. And the first half, we're exploring innovations in business that highlight social and human capital through global biodiversity framework implementation. And we'll be in discussion with Shah Love here, the Global Director of Advocacy at Natura & Co., where she's focused on supporting the business to take a stand on key issues, deepening relationships with partners who share a commitment to engaging in system-level change. She teaches at Said Business School at the University of Oxford and is a serial entrepreneur, having been the co-founder of Volans Heliotropy and B-Lab UK, where she held the role of chair and activist in residence, which is a great title. Also a member of the working group bringing the Task Force for Inequality and Social-Related Financial Disclosures into life. Yes, let's have a round of applause. Sitting next to her is Rennie Meyers. As Ørsted's Global Ocean Policy Lead, Rennie Meyers leads global advocacy on the implementation and impacts of renewable energy infrastructure on communities and the environment. She's worked for the National Science Foundation, in Congress, for the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, in architecture firms, in science communication nonprofits, and in bakeries. Most important. Trained as an environmental historian, she studies coastal infrastructure planning, policy and investment, a Thomas J. Watson Fellow, Climate and Security Fellow, and Sea Grant Marine Policy Fellow with the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration. Can we have a round of applause for Rennie, please? And sitting next to me here is Delilah Rothenberg, founder and executive director of the Pre-Distribution Initiative and member of the TISFD working group as well. The Pre-Distribution Initiative is a multi-stakeholder, non-profit organization designed to support investors in aligning their investment governance, financial analysis, and asset allocation practices with the principles of system-level investing and systemic stewardship. And Delilah brings nearly 2 decades of experience in finance across asset classes. And a round of applause for Delilah as well, please. In the second half, we'll be delving into local and stakeholder-specific implications of GBF implementation, how this is experienced through the eyes of small business, local communities, and citizens. And we have the pleasure to welcome 4 of our fantastic Capitals Coalition Hub network organizations, and I'll introduce them later. But it's Luc Lapointe from Capitals Hub Canada, Keisha Garcia from the Caribbean Natural Capital Hub, Lucio Brotto from our Italian Capitals Hub, and Juliana Lopez from our Brazilian Capitals Hub. Now, remember to be ready with questions and thoughts, but I'll kick us off with a few, and I'll start with Delilah, really around what is your experience in building innovations that implement social and human aspects alongside trying to implement these biodiversity initiatives?
Can everybody hear me okay? All right, well, thank you all for being here, and thank you, Tim, for that warm welcome. I'm really honored to be here with all of you and these really amazing, powerful women who you're going to hear from after me. As Tim mentioned, my name is Delilah Rothenberg, and I'm a co-founder and the executive director of the Pre-Distribution Initiative. As Tim mentioned, we're a nonprofit, and we work with institutional investors and their stakeholders to co-create improvements to investment structures and investment governance practices with a real focus on sharing more wealth and influence with workers and communities. We really believe that in order to address systemic issues like climate change and biodiversity loss and inequality, you have to work with people who are affected by those issues and co-create solutions with them. And in that sense, we really embrace the motto in our work, "Nothing about us without us," that came from the disability rights movement. Prior to starting the Pre-Distribution Initiative, I spent 15 years in finance with 4 years in public equities and about 11 years in private equity, infrastructure, and project finance, and really saw over time how investors' perceptions of sustainability issues and inclusion and equity in the social sense, have changed over time. And what you're seeing, I think, that's happened very recently is a lot of large investors who sit at the top of the capital markets value chain, and they invest into asset managers and or through asset managers and into companies and invest into sovereign debt and so forth, asset owners and allocators like pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, endowments. These investors have become very large and very diversified, and they're long-term investors. And so they're starting to realize that they're exposed to systemic and systematic risks, including inequality and climate change and biodiversity loss. And so that means that they're starting to not focus so squarely on, for instance, a company's individual risk and risk-adjusted return performance, but they're starting to look at how their portfolios are affected by the negative externalities of their investees and of their own investment activities as well. And so we've seen growing investor interest in climate change, and then biodiversity loss and nature, and increasingly inequality as well. And that's a huge focus for us at the Pre-Distribution Initiative. We have 3 work streams where we work with investors on measurement tools to evaluate practices that contribute to these systemic issues and try to change them. We have another work stream on management to work with investors on changing their practices. And then we have another work stream on improving investment structures and market structure, because if you think about the tension between financial return and sustainability and inclusive investment, it really comes down to the terms of an investment and looking at those structures. So in the first work stream on measurement, as Tim mentioned, we are a founding member of the Task Force on Inequality and Social-Related Financial Disclosures. And we really worked with a number of amazing partners, including my fellow panelists, on bringing this to life, because inequality is a systemic and systematic risk that a lot of people aren't really understanding. And so how do we think about inequality as a systemic and systematic risk? Well, number one, it's leading to social tensions. And those social tensions are leading to scapegoating, domestic conflict, and protectionism that can lead to trade wars and exacerbate geopolitical conflict. So this is a real problem for large institutional investors who are very diversified and exposed to every industry, geography, and asset class, and can't diversify away these risks. It's also a problem, for instance, for central banks if they're thinking about financial stability. Which brings me to the second point, which is that inequality has been shown through growing bodies of research to have a relationship with price stability, with interest rates, with financial stability. It can contribute to credit crises and asset bubbles. And then lastly, of course, I think something that's probably top of mind for all of us who focus on climate and biodiversity and nature as well, is that we can't have these transitions to a better economy without bringing people along. And so addressing inequality is really critical for just transitions. Now, I don't want to talk for too much longer, but I do want to acknowledge a few barriers that we focus on at the Pre-Distribution Initiative that are preventing institutional investors from really acting on this realization that they have the incentives to address these systemic issues and reduce contributions to them. So first, and this is an issue that I think the Task Force on Inequality and Social-Related Financial Disclosures, as well as the other task forces, are really working on, helping investors understand their impacts, dependencies, risks, and opportunities. And that's language that I think the Capitals Coalition does an amazing job of really educating people about. So what are your impacts as an investor or a company on people and nature? How are you dependent on people and nature? And then how do those dependencies show up as risks and opportunities in your financial performance, whether you're a company or in your diversified portfolio? So there are great efforts to help investors understand these dynamics, also to understand when, for instance, does inequality hit your portfolio and by how much. There's a group called the Externality Investment Research Network that's launching to help investors with that as well. Secondly, investment professionals, unlike stewardship professionals in an investment institution, they're really evaluated based on financial benchmarks that do not necessarily account for externalities, right? And so the investment professionals are incentivized to meet or exceed a financial benchmark that reflects extractive financial performance. So that's a constraint. They're also evaluated often on a 1 to 3 or maybe at best 5-year time horizon. So how do we think about valuing, if they're evaluated on that financial performance, how do we think about evaluating them in a way where the future is valued just as much, for instance, as the present? Think about adjusting discount rates. We really need to come up with new accounting if we're going to invest sustainably moving forward to value all of the capitals, not just financial capital. Financial capital has become very divorced from the value of the real world. And so we have what many call financialization in the economy. And I think that the Capitals Coalition's work and the beta framework is really important for people to pay attention to as a key lever for change. And then lastly, if we're really going to develop targets for ourselves that help us avoid negative tipping points and perhaps pursue positive tipping points, then how do we think about thresholds and allocations in our work? And those thresholds and allocations need to be co-created inclusively with people, as I've mentioned before, and they need to be created not just for climate in the form of science-based targets, but also for nature and for inequality issues. And so that's going to be a real challenge and real call to action for us all to work on together.
Yeah, thanks very much, Delilah. I think it's super interesting to hear about how those challenges are affecting investors and how we can bring along some of the necessary changes in the social side to make sure that the environmental side can be implemented as well at the same time, because there are some things that, if businesses become more aware of their dependencies on nature and we don't have the right standards on the social side, that's not going to lead to necessarily to really beneficial outcomes either. Maybe I can move on to Shah. It's great to hear from the investor perspective. I'd love to hear from you as well from the business perspective at Natura & Co. How have you been grappling with this question, and what are some of the things that you've been doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Need to turn it on first. Okay, great. Okay. Can I just say, I wish now, after hearing Delilah, I wish I'd worn my "Accountants Will Save the World" t-shirt, because I actually really do believe, accountants will save the world. I mean, let's be clear, lawyers and policymakers and negotiators are also going to save the world. We're all going to save the world. But accountants, I feel like, sometimes don't get the credit they need as really sort of some superheroes for the new economy. Hi, everyone. Bom dia to some of my Brazilian friends who are here. I'm Shar, and I am from Natura & Co. And I'm going to share a little bit, actually, about Natura as a story, because I thought with all sorts of content that we're getting, sometimes, especially when we're talking about through people's eyes and thinking about the role of how we connect with people, the power of storytelling is something we can learn a lot from. So, and I will have a few points to the exact question, but let me just start by sharing the story of a tree. And it's a tree that's in the Amazon. And I think it's probably similar to if you're a parent and have kids, you're not supposed to have a favorite. But I do have a favorite tree that I had the privilege of meeting when I went to go visit the Amazon a couple of months ago. And that tree is called the Yacuba tree. And the reason why the Yacuba tree is my favorite tree is because it represents a beautiful connection about what regeneration can look like in practice. So the Yacuba tree, unfortunately, had been cut down in the Amazon for many, many years to make timber and for uses things like broomstick candles. So you can imagine, I mean, I appreciate broomstick candles, but I really appreciate the trees more. So you were seeing a deforestation happening of these beautiful trees. Now, at Natura, we have clearly scientists that are focused on building the formulas and making sure we know our ingredients and putting together the products that we offer. But we also have cultural anthropologists and agroforestry experts that are also on our team. And they have these amazing, trusted relationships with communities in the Amazon. And it was through this relationship that they learned actually that the Yacuba tree has seeds. And the seeds, the sort of pulp from the seeds of the Yacuba tree, have this amazing nourishing property that you can put on your skin, and it makes your skin sort of fuller of moisture and more nourishing. And so our team at Natura thought this was a really interesting insight and spent some time then working with the communities, helping them establish cooperatives in order to transition from cutting down the Yacuba trees to instead regeneratively harvesting those seeds and in some case processing them themselves in order to be able to build an alternative revenue stream for their community. So the reason why I like to start with this story, and actually I'm going to pass this to you if you want to try some akuba. So I've got some with me. I always carry it with me. It's really nice on the skin and smells really nice too. But the reason why I wanted to start with that story was because that is for us as Natura one of the examples of where it is possible. And it's possible to see an opportunity where you can actually, protect climate by keeping these trees standing. And we all know what happens when you have your forest standing in terms of the carbon and how that helps address the climate crisis we're facing. But you're also having those trees continue to add to the biodiversity and in nourishing the soils in the regions. And then to the topic we're talking about here today, you also have a way for those communities to be able to have an income that allows them to then have the choice of what they're going to do in their communities, whether it's investing in youth programs for their young people in those communities. Or I visited a community where they had actually brought solar panels in to where they were processing some of the materials. And again, this is not an exclusive relationship that we have as Natura with those communities. We sort of establish them as being cooperative so they have the choice as well of who they want to sell those products to. But the last sort of win for us is as a business, because we end up with a beautiful product that allows us, yes, it is, you like it, it's nice, yeah, you want to try some too, there you go. But it allows us to also have a product that enables us to tell that story and help the people who use our products understand and appreciate the importance of the Amazon. So that was the story I just wanted to show so that people really understand that it is possible. We need to find ways to scale these up. This is just one ingredient. We have many, but we do want to find ways to do more. Do you like it? Oh, I did. If you here, I'll pass it. You can pass it around. There's not a whole lot left, but there you go. If you want to pass it around, enjoy. It's now the whole space going to start having this beautiful uva smell to it. It's going to be great. Oh, everyone's rubbing it. Okay, so. With that story in mind, I will just sort of share three sort of quite quick examples of where, addition to the products that we have, where we are actively building and trying to understand and learn and share how these interconnections are happening. One of them is our recently published biodiversity policy, which you can download on our website if those of you are interested. And the reason why I wanted to flag that is because it is a document that we have that provides guidance on how to make decisions within our business and has a range of sort of the key areas where we need to be considering biodiversity and impacts on nature. And I would just sort of flag that some of the chapters of those considerations include, thinking about the impact on traditional communities and some of the peoples that we engage with through our work in our supply chain and our value chain. And it also has how we are, our commitments to access and benefit sharing. So again, these are sort of some of the themes that are showing that we are actively bringing together the biodiversity, the nature, and the people part of the equation. We also have a sort of a statement and a sort of reflection on climate justice, which shows actually how all of these pieces are integrated. The other innovation I wanted to share, with a massive amount of thanks to the Capitals Coalition and to many of the other partners we worked with, was the development of integrated profit and loss, so an IP&L. And essentially this picks up so much, Delilah, on what you were sharing. It is our way of valuing the externalities that we know are part of our business, both positive and negative, and finding a way to communicate them. So we worked with the Capitals Coalition using the social, the human, and the natural capital protocols to develop this IP&L, which again, for any of you who'd like to learn more, it's all available on our website. But what I would sort of say has been really important for us is we've been able to see, through this IP&L, where we have areas where we're creating positive impact for communities, positive impact in society, and positive impact when it comes to climate and nature, but we're also able to see the negative areas. And so we use that as a way for us to be able to really have clarity on where those areas are, a focus for the innovation, so it really drives sort of what we want to be then investing our time on in terms of how to mitigate the negative and strengthen the positive. And we use it as a way to decide what sort of investments or projects we're going to take forward within our company. So that's another way in which we are trying to understand the dynamics of these different forms of capitals, integrate them into our decision making. And then the last example I'll give is if wherever the Ukuba is, you'll see on the package that there is a certification called UEBT, which stands for the Union of Ethical Biotrade. And that's a really important certification for us as a business. It is sort of our ECOS line that has now had that certification for the 6th time, from what I understand. And it's a certification that does look at water purity. It looks at how we're nurturing promoting biodiversity, our soil quality, and also the sustainable living livelihoods for those that are within our community. So again, I would encourage people who are interested in, again, how these things fit together. UEBT is a great organization to take a look at. I think I've probably gone over time, Tim, with my stories and my ideas, but I have some other thoughts on advice, but I will suggest we get to that later.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Sharp. Really appreciate it. And the cream as well, although it's now harder to hold the microphone and the phone. But it'd be great to hear from the audience as well if anybody is involved in trying to account for some of these positive and negative impacts in social and human capital, or in some of the environmental impacts and dependencies that you have as well. So if you have any thoughts on that, please do chime in as well. And maybe I'll come back to all three of you at the end, as you said, for some like takeaways for the audience as well, some final thoughts as well. But first, let's go to Rennie, please. I'd love to hear from you as well, from Ørsted, which has obviously come a long way over the years, and with a huge focus on renewable energy, but also key impacts and dependencies on local communities as well. So how are you grappling with that challenge? What are the initiatives that you're working on at the moment?
Absolutely, and just let me know how I am on time as we go. But hi, everybody. My name is Rennie Myers. I work for Ørsted, which is the world's largest offshore wind developer. And so that means that we spend a lot of time on the water in a shared space, a space that has been, in many cases, traditionally stewarded by indigenous and local communities, where we interact with fishing communities, we interact with the shipping sector, and ultimately then are delivering a good, green electrons, to market, homes, to be able to decarbonize our society. And in the process, we get to tell the story of the just transition, right? We get to tell the story of creating new jobs, a new sustainable blue economy, but we have to, and in the process, go through our standard bread and butter process of understanding, absolutely, our carbon mitigation, but also what are our impacts on the local ecosystems where we work, how do we mitigate those impacts, create innovations to be able to reduce those impacts further, and then since the last COP, and at the last COP, established our net positive ambition for biodiversity for projects commissioned after 2030. And part of why we established that ambition was to be able to holistically capture the promise of the renewable energy industry, that we understand that we can create infrastructure systems where we live sustainably, in harmony with nature, in harmony with local communities. But that doesn't mean much unless you can show your homework. So for us, it was easiest to start with nature. It's part of, we established a series of pilot projects back in 2022 in each of the regions where we work to be able to better understand how to integrate biodiversity, not just into our environmental impact statement, but in every stage of the project operating model for our process. So that now, as of last June, we've released our biodiversity measurement framework. And that's not just helping us standardize across very diverse global ecosystems where we work, how do we identify priority biodiversity features? How do we understand and create standards around how we measure quality hectares and habitats where we work? But that we also embed in the stage gate process for every project a checkpoint for biodiversity. Those have meaningful impacts also for the communities where we work. And so as part of the biodiversity measurement framework, we have a stakeholder engagement process, which is actually open now. You can find it on Ørsted's webpage for feedback. And integrated into that, a stakeholder engagement standard for identifying those priority biodiversity features. So yes, we're taking into account IUCN Red List. Yes, we're taking into account local regulatory standards for protected species. But there's an open door for communities to say, these are the species and habitats that are meaningful and special to us. And so my hope is that we can get even more specific about best practices for how to integrate indigenous communities and their preferences into the way that we develop that biodiversity program. So that's all great. And we do that work by on-the-ground measurements. So that's really everything from eDNA to LiDAR surveys. We use the experience we have building projects to be able to get that understanding of local ecosystems done. But that doesn't help tell the broader story or help us understand our broader impacts in the just transition for people. So one of the frameworks that we've been trying to integrate more holistically is the 4 Capitals framework that CAPCO has been so great in promoting. So understanding and being able to translate those on-the-ground impacts through natural capital with our biodiversity program into the broader value add of what a renewable energy project might bring. So we can we can create a relationship between biodiversity action as natural capital, our apprenticeship program as social capital, our emissions reduction, and our human capital programs with scaling up our employees. And this can help us with a lot of things. It can certainly help with decision-making internally. And ultimately, for us, what we think we need to see greater standardization across the industry for how we engage with those different types of metrics. So we're working with the World Economic Forum and the Responsible Renewables Infrastructure Coalition to not just move forward with those with biodiversity measurement frameworks, but at the same time ensure that we're all also better understanding our impacts on local communities and opportunities so that we can holistically demonstrate the value of a given project. And governments want this. When we tender for an offshore wind farm, they want to know the economic benefit. They want to know the local content value add. They want to know the number of jobs. But that doesn't help us tell the broader story. What's the quality of those jobs? Which is part of why we have the first agreement with the North American Building Trades Union for a standard of unionization for our projects and using union labor for all of our projects, for example, in the Northeast US. It enables us to actually be able to make those connections a lot more effectively and rigorously and show the progress that we're making outside of just what maybe local state governments want to know, but what communities want to know. Wellness, connection to place. If we make a community investment, how much more likely are people willing to stay in their communities and continue to invest? And all of that can help us build better community benefits programs and better engage in the communities that host our projects.
So is that demand coming mostly from those local communities then, or are the governments asking for it as well?
I think if you look at the UK, they're starting to look at social value more holistically. So there is a couple examples of local government engagement. It's local communities, sure, but really it's internally. I think it's about wanting to design these programs to make a greater impact, to be able to help people understand the true value of a just transition. And that needs to be done in a way that's translatable to capital and translatable to our investors, but it also needs to be done in a way that's legible to the communities where we work.
All right, lovely. Thank you very much. Before we quickly go to some last takeaways for you, I want to hear from the audience if there's any thoughts or questions. Do people see similar challenges at the moment in implementing biodiversity initiatives and the issue of engaging local communities or partners on the ground? Any thoughts from some of these comments that we've had today? Dan, I can see you waving. Is anybody experiencing these same sorts of challenges on the ground? Yeah, people nodding. They are. See some similarities between some of the work on the ground. Well, maybe I can go for some key takeaways then before I can invite our other panelists on as well. Delilah, 30 seconds.
I think that investors need to start learning more about the work that's happening in the Capitals Coalition community and learning about these new forms of accounting for value that companies like Natura and Ørsted are working with. A lot of investors just aren't aware of what's happening, and I think that disconnect is creating a huge barrier to progress.
Yeah, there's some work we can do together, I think, on this, for sure. Yeah, I think, my like reflections and takeaways, and I guess the things that I've learned, or we've learned, and sort of the things I'd put out there is how important it is to work with partners. And so again, another shout out to the Capitalist Coalition. You're seeing UEBT, our certification partner on some of our products. The TISFD is a super important partner and an organization we're happy to be engaged with. So this idea of the movement of movements and how do you work collectively. I mean, we got to tell stories. We were just talking before coming on about this quote from the high-level champion from COP16 who said, we yes, absolutely need to be guided by the science, and we need to be moved by the poetry. So we have to find ways of like really hitting our hearts and understand this in ways. So I would encourage people to read some poetry. The last thing is to bring it together. And I'm a member of the TNFD task force and very happy to be working with Delilah and so many others on the TISFD. So I think this idea of how we can cross-pollinate and learn is going to be very, very important going forward.
And final point is just to start now. I think we're very much in the early days of our journey. There are evolving frameworks. There's we're in an evolving industry, right? Things are moving very quickly. But if we don't start to, especially for projects that take 10 years potentially to develop and then operate for 30, if we don't start today, then those have long-lasting impacts for the communities where we work. So it's a call to action. It's to become a TISFD or a supporter, which we're happy to join because we know that we won't create progress in a vacuum. So the more inputs we can provide today, the better.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. Can I get a big round of applause for our great panelists this morning? Right, let me bring up 4 of our other panelists from our local hub network as well that I'm really excited to have here as well. Please come up and grab a seat. Thank you, Delilah. Oh, the chair's broken. All right, do you mind grabbing the mic and then I can swap it out for this chair? Oh, there's... Maybe grab that last one. We're going to be focusing on how these types of global initiatives and programs are affecting people on the ground. Yeah. Take whichever seat you like. You can go for that one. I'll be over here. We've got Luc, is it Lapointe, founder and board member of our Capitals Hub Canada and Finance Alliance for Sustainable Trade. And as a professional lobbyist, Luc has led many sectoral reforms, including Canada's banking law, and establishment of the Canadian Financial Products Consumer Protection Agency. In addition to teaching at 2 universities here in Columbia, Luc also leads a global initiative scaling up investments in green infrastructure in emerging economies through an alternative digital and regulated marketplace. We have Keisha Garcia here as well, joining us from Trinidad and Tobago, ESG and Natural Capital Lead, Answer Merchant Bank. She leads the design and implementation of the ESG strategy for the bank and spearheads the regional program on natural capital as well. Keisha has over 20 years of experience in the field of sustainable development, undertaking research and informing sustainability policy, governance, and decision-making at national, regional, and global levels, having had leading roles at the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, Global Environment Outlook of UNEP, and the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. We have Lucio Brotto here, CEO and founder of Etifor. Lucio is Etifor's co-founder and a forester specializing in forest economics and sustainable investments. Lucio is an expert in designing forest investment and compensation projects for biodiversity, water, and climate impacts. He supports the team in developing innovative business ventures, including the e-commerce program Wow Nature, the FSC Ecosystem Services Procedure, and certification aligned with the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. Field experience in over 30 countries across Europe, Africa, Latin America, and Asia. Juliana Lopez, Technical Director of Nature and Society at Conselho Empresarial Brasileiro para o Desenvolvimento Sustentável, which I prefer to call CEBEDS, in Brazil. And Juliana has 18 years of experience working in ESG strategies, climate change, and stakeholder engagement. A specialist in social marketing and communication with a master's degree in business administration, Juliana focuses on water, Amazonia, biodiversity, social impact, and food systems. Right. I'm going to ask you all to provide your own perspectives on how you're seeing the implementation of some of these initiatives on the ground as well. Some are more related to local communities and citizens. Some are more related to SMEs. But please, maybe let me start with Keisha and let the audience know a little bit about your great work with SMEs and how they're tackling some of the aspects of the Global Biodiversity Framework locally.
So thanks, Tim, and lovely to be here. I know most of you probably don't know what's happening in the Caribbean. We're way behind, let me start there, in terms of nature-related reporting and everything around that. So I am from the Answer Merchant Bank group, and we have footprints in Trinidad and Tobago and in Barbados. We have 2 merchant banks, and we have a retail and commercial bank. And at the moment, we are the only banks working on nature in the Caribbean as our front runner on ESG, unfortunately. So a little bit about the Caribbean and why the SME perspective is important to us. So across the Caribbean, as you know, most of our sectors are around agriculture, fishing, tourism, very nature-based. But I don't probably need to go through with you what's happening in the Caribbean on account of climate change from every direction. SMEs within our region are the key to the economies. So at least 70% of our GDP depends on SME intervention, as well as 50% of our employment across the region. And even in Trinidad and Tobago, which is where I'm from, we are the most southern island in the Caribbean, where we have had since the 1970s, an oil and gas-based economy and downstream petrochemicals. Even within that context, high GDP, very high growth rate. At least 50% of our GDP still depends on small and medium enterprises. So we know that that's the future. And unfortunately, our financial system does not cater to SMEs. And what we find happening more and more is that they are becoming marginalized within the economy to, of course, the detriment of economies. So the role that we see ourselves playing is looking at how our banks can now respond to the needs of SMEs, the financial needs of SMEs, but coming in from a nature perspective. And I want to emphasize that within the Caribbean, we have this heavy focus on climate, as I had mentioned. Not surprising, of course, but it is to the complete, sometimes, exclusion of biodiversity and nature and the links between climate and nature. So most of the financing, most of the overseas interventions, the financial interventions, are towards climate mitigation. And you almost scratch your head and go, well, what sense does that make, for our small island states? So we want to try to raise the interest. We want to try to raise capital flows towards nature, and especially where nature meets our climate resiliency and building that. So what we have done, we are working around reporting under the Capitals Coalition, a lot of intervention there. Thank you very much, Tim. But what we have done is we have started to actively engage the SMEs. We've been doing that since last year. And we put out a call for, under a challenge that we financed, we put out a call just to taste the market and see what's happening in the SME space. And we were just giving grants to some SMEs who were showing that they were incorporating natural capital within, and social capital to some extent, within their business models. And we were surprised. We were overwhelmed with the applications that came in. And then the hardest part was shortlisting to figure out who should win this grand challenge. And in the end, and I should say that these applications came in not just from agriculture, which is where we thought we would get the most. We got people in entertainment. We got people working in all sorts of different sectors. And so what we have done, realizing how interested these SMEs are and how much they are actually doing, what we've started to do is to build out a program with them that is completely based, I want to emphasize this, on co-learning. So we are not going into this believing that we know everything. It's about understanding what they need, understanding what their perspectives are, bringing our own expertise in areas in financial management and helping them to make their ideas a little bit more bankable so that we are able to put ourselves into that position that we desire to be able to meet their financial needs. And through that, of course, helping them to do more of what they're doing to meet some of these goals nationally, and then, of course, contribute towards some of our regional initiatives, such as something called 25 by 25, which is trying to reduce our food import bill in the Caribbean. I don't even want to tell you what that looks like, by 25% at least by next year. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. Keisha, really great to hear how you're engaging the local SMEs on those topics as well. And really proud to have Answer Bank working together with the Cropper Foundation as our Caribbean hub as well. That partnership is really important to create that buy-in locally as well. Juliana, maybe I can go on to you. Did we manage to get the video on or not? Okay, great. What's been your experience at CEBED in Brazil in engaging local communities on these topics?
Thank you so much, Tim. Hi, everyone. It's a very big pleasure to be here with you. So to start, I'd like to mention the 3 main factors that encourage companies to go through this social engagement journey. So I talk on behalf of the Brazilian Business Voice, and this is based on our empiric experience. So there are three drivers for action. So first, regulation. Second, incentives, economic incentives. And third, conviction. So I will bring some examples in these three dimensions that we are working. So on regulation, we are preparing our companies and building capacity within the companies and the communities to embed social aspects into the corporate strategies. And we, in the Global South, we are perceiving, for example, in some regulations like CS-DDD in terms of corporate sustainability due diligence process, UGR from European Union to tackle deforestation. These are some regulations that are pushing companies to move faster, to adapt their business to incorporate the systemic risks of inequality, for example. And in the case of Global South, particularly, the social and environment degradation are two sides of the same coin. So it's important to build these integrated solutions because, as we heard from the previous panel, we have three simultaneous crises: the climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and inequality. And inequality is eroding our capacity to build collective solutions to the previous two crises. So this is a crucial element for business. So we are engaging and building capacity with our companies on establishing, implementing human rights due diligence process, for example. So we have currently an ongoing discussion in Brazil to build human rights and business policy, and we actively engaged our companies to build recommendations for this policy. And in the field of GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, we actively engaged our companies to build recommendations for the NBSABs, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plans. And this was very successful because this participatory process, listening to the business sector and also civil society, indigenous peoples, and traditional communities was crucial. We believe that it's crucial to ensure effectiveness of these public policies. And to finish this third driver that I mentioned, the conviction, there is also a huge opportunity for developing countries and mega biodiversity countries such as Brazil. So we are very engaged in a discussion around the bioeconomy potential. So Brazil published this year a decree establishing a national policy, a national strategy on bioeconomy, and we are technically assisting the environment ministry to build the main instrument of this strategy, that is a national plan for social bioeconomy that recognizes the crucial role that indigenous peoples and traditional communities play. And we also are working based on the assumption that the biodiversity asset is in strong connection to the valuing of this traditional knowledge. So I'd like to share with you a video of this, a part of this work. We, in a consortium comprised by CEBEDES, but also TNC, the Brazilian Coalition on Climate, Forests and Agriculture, and Instituto Arapiaú, we organized 6 regional workshops. We travel all over the Brazil, and Brazil is a big country, listening to representatives of indigenous peoples and traditional communities to gather contributions to build this social bioeconomy plan. And I would like to, if you could play the video, you will see the main findings of this participatory process.
As oficinas regionais são uma etapa muito importante da gente trazer a participação da sociedade civil, principalmente dos representantes de povos e comunidades tradicionais, para discutir as ações do Plano Nacional de Sociobioeconomia.
Para mim é muito importante quando o governo chama os povos e comunidades tradicionais para um diálogo, porque só assim a gente vai entender o que é a proposta do governo e a gente também poder colocar os nossos anseios, né?
Thanks for playing the video. So our companies participated in a sectorial workshop after this conversation with indigenous and traditional peoples, and it was a very in-depth experience to build together through this multi-stakeholder approach solutions, and we have a common understanding among our companies, that this social bioeconomy is the biggest opportunity that mega biodiversity countries as Brazil has to decouple the growth from the social and environment degradation. So this is the findings that I would like to share with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Juliana, and what a pleasure to see such a beautiful video from the outcomes as well, and really important role that CEBEDS plays in being able to facilitate that conversation with the local communities as well. In the interest of time, I'd like to move on to make sure we have enough time to listen to our other two panelists here as well. Lucio, maybe I'll move to you. I'd love to hear from you how you get local citizens and communities involved in the biodiversity projects that you do. What are some of the tricks and tips of the trade?
Yeah, I will stand, if you don't mind, if for the camera is not bad. So I take advantage from how you start by stretching. Right? Okay, so yes, we are an Italian-based company working in more than 40 countries across the globe, and we value nature. You can't have sustainable financial project just with biodiversity, as you can't have just for timber, as you can't have for carbon. That's why we have specialists, economic and financial specialists, that create the perfect mix of ecosystem services so that the projects are very reliable. How? With different tools. One is an e-commerce, a web platform. It's called Wow Nature, where companies and citizens can take part to the restoration project. And when it comes to biodiversity, and this I'm asking to you, and also to you, in your daily life, when you heard about biodiversity, when you listen to communication, whatever, social, TV, who is speaking to you? Government? NGOs? Or most likely private companies? So let's put your hands up of who is listening to governments on a daily basis in the media and everywhere. Put your hands up. Yeah, we got 1, 2. NGOs on a daily basis getting communication. We got 3. Private companies. The majority. Think about when you watch a TV series. Huh? Yeah, academia, but I mean, we are very high instructional and educated people, but in a normal situation, people watch social media, TV, and there are companies speaking to them. Okay? Maybe because they want to sell services and products. Okay? Right. So I'm going to focus on company today. How companies are bringing biodiversity to people. And based in our experience, there are 3 types of communication that companies are doing in a different way. First, you have the organization which are dependent on nature, like food companies, energy companies for the dams, okay, water bottling companies. They are not always communicating because sometimes they have problem with natural areas. Being in a direct relation with a natural area, if everything is good, they're happy to communicate. But if something is not working well, like the water quality is not good after a huge disaster, okay, or the dam is full with sediments, they are not really maybe communicating that much. Then there are companies that sell final products, like the one that sell you the telephone, right? They communicate a lot because they need to communicate to the people. So they are very happy to speak whether they are supporting biodiversity projects with every kind of means. Social media, newspaper. Like in Italy, we just launched on the national television a TV series of companies explaining how they are restoring biodiversity in Italy across the globe. And that's massive. You got 500,000 people, 500,000 people watching this on the national television, right? And then finally, you have business-to-business organization, which are not strictly dependent maybe on nature, but they have suppliers. They need to engage suppliers in doing something together with them, or they need their clients are asking, please fulfill this ESG form, sustainability form. Tell me what you have done, something, right? So these are the organization, the 3 types of organization. And so we created the Wow Nature platform e-commerce for the purpose of allowing with this organization to engage with people. And now when it comes to biodiversity, don't think about birds. The percentage of the citizens that are aware of the importance of birds is just about ornithologists, that in a marketing terminology, we can define nerd. It's not your target, I'm sorry. Your target might be, let's see, this is an exercise for you. So when you heard about biodiversity, what are you thinking about? Oh yeah, sorry.
Same thing, pollinators.
Yes, pollinators, because honey, because the products, because the function is something. Then we had someone else here.
That was bees, so I guess pollination.
Bees, great. That's it? We have only pollinators? Come on, what is Colombia famous for in the Pacific? Sorry, you go?
Birds.
How many of you are going to watch birds after this meeting? Whales. So flag species. Jaguar for the Brazil Amazonia, no? So flag species, tiger for India. Those are the biodiversity that matter to the people. What else? When you heard about biodiversity? Another idea? That's it? What? Oh, medicine, exactly. Medicine. Medicinal herbs, natural products, right? What else? Food. Many organizations are telling you this is the best available grains, seeds, rice, fruits, okay? So food is another one. And then we have water. When you speak about water, so you start to go into fisheries. Fishers are the best protectors of rivers, stewards of biodiversity, right? So, taken from this, we decided to create thematic projects. It's impossible to sell biodiversity projects if you just speak about super beautiful insects. No, let's give to the people and to the companies thematic restoration projects. So we create food forest, we create therapy forest, medicine forest, water forest, and they are all based on high-level scientific knowledge or more than 200 species, because to make a food forest, you need 30 specific species, okay? And so we ask companies to support the creation of food forest, helped by the local citizens, and people go crazy. Example, Brazil. In Brazil, we are working in Amapá, in the north, creating with Amazon Bahia, is a cooperative, a food forest, which is based on a major food products of Brazil, which is açaí, cremoso, because it has to be cremoso, creamy, yeah? And that is an example. In Vietnam, we work with medicines, so creating tung oil. But as much as you have Burkina Faso, where we work with cosmetics, everybody is using shea butter. So let's create the shea butter forest, and that people get excited, they want to know more about biodiversity, right? And then, I'm going to stop.
I love hearing about the energetic way that we're engaging local communities on these biodiversity projects and really like focusing on what are those key elements to get people involved. Thank you so much, Lucia. And please do ask questions to our panelists afterwards or when the session's finished. But I'd love to move to Luke from our Capitals Hub Canada as well, who has a slightly more focus on the financial aspect on bringing local communities together. So I'd love to hear your thoughts as well and your experience here in Cali and through the Capitals Hub Canada.
All right, thank you, Tim. I get to be the last speaker, so I'll try to do as fast as possible. And I'm going to take maybe a different perspective, looking more at the mechanics, right? So is this transition a reporting transition? We're focusing more on, there's about 600 ESG frameworks that exist today. So a corporation has to find what ESG framework will I use today to report on, and eventually ask these questions to their value chain. So is this a reporting transition we're doing or financing a transition? So I'm going to focus on the mechanics. What would be the mechanics of actually doing a transition? So data, can we find the data, right? And is the data the same from in Canada, the same data that I can find in Colombia or in Brazil or in the island? Most likely different, right? And do you get that data? Do you pull the data or do you push the data? So I'll give you an example in Quebec, for example. Companies, SMEs now are being asked on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, report, 12-page report. They got to report on their data and their impact on biodiversity and climate change. But this information is coming from different corporations in a different format, so they got to spend every day trying to, how do I use the data? How do I report to all these corporations instead of pulling that information, making it simple, right? So now it's becoming a burden for SMEs on a weekly basis. They don't have the capacity to do this. And being asked by different corporations to report on different frameworks. That's not the same one that they have. So this is a big issue, right, that we're facing. Now, I'll give you a little bit of an horror stories. I know we all like regulations, but we have to be careful with regulations, what's happening. I'll give you a little bit of an horror story in Canada. A company, SMEs, was worth about $600,000. The owner was getting about my age. Is like, I want to retire. I'm going to sell my business. This is my retirement plan. Went to the bank, found a buyer, right? So the bank from the buyer says, I want to do an environmental studies, right? Before I put money or I put a mortgage on this property. But they looked around and finally found out that the owner was actually throwing a little bit of oil, right? They're doing the oil change for the machine, was throwing oil outside on the ground. So I eventually looked at it, and the cost to bring from brownfield to greenfield, actually fix this, and I'm talking SMEs, right, was $560,000. So at the end of the day, the poor guy was hoping to get $600,000 for his business, actually will end up with $40,000 because now he has to pay for this change. So again, regulations might come right now, but are SMEs ready, right? Will they get access to finance? And that's the problem that we're finding in Quebec, for example. We did a survey, so now we know by regions and by sectors, how ready are SMEs, right? Are we ready? And now they say 60-70% of the SMEs understand climate change and biodiversity. And now do you apply this in your purchasing? 1% or 2% actually purchase green or products that are better for the environment. Why? Because it costs more money. And then you turn around and you ask your bank, listen, I need this. I'm going to be a better SMEs. I'm going to take care of the environment and biodiversity. And the bank says, is this going to generate new revenues? And say, well, maybe not for the first few years, right? So the bank says, well, great idea, but I can't lend you, right? Because how are you going to pay for this at the end of the day? So this is some of the things that we're working in Quebec, and we're also in the rest of Canada as well. We're doing a national survey now to get that pulse. Where are SMEs? Where's the financial sectors? And we need better instrument. Cambridge University actually released a couple weeks ago, maybe 1 week ago, that there's not enough financial products on the market, right? I mean, the lack of products that come from a corporation. I'll use one just for the sake of using one. Walmart, 6 years ago, was actually went public, says, I'm not going to wait for regulation. I understand biodiversity. I understand climate change. I want to do something. Went to market with HSBC, borrowed $500 million at dirt cheap rate, right? Because you can borrow $500 million in capital markets. Turn around and tell their SMEs, look back at their SMEs, says, listen, whoever wants to green their operation, I'll lend you the money at dirt cheap, 1% or 2% interest, which is quite a gift at this time of the year. Right? And 6,000 SMEs actually lifted their hand, actually received a loan, actually greened their operation, removed 1 gigaton of CO2 from climate 7 years before the date that they were as an objective, right? So I think it's important. We can look SMEs by SMEs, which will take more than a lifetime. It'll take several lifetimes to actually do this, or more of a value chain approach. How do we work with some of the big corporations that we're presenting this morning? How do we issue new products on the market? Sustainable bond. I mean, markets are hungry for these type of things. Blue bonds, orange bonds, thematic bonds are fashionable. The rates are dirt cheap. But I think it's a better approach. If we want to get to SMEs as a one by one regulations, we welcome them. But again, we did the green taxonomy here in Colombia. And same thing, we incorporated the green taxonomy in our financing platform and turn around, ask public development banks, those that are lending to SMEs, and says, look, very interesting, I get it, but I can't find the data. I mean, I can't report on this, right? I mean, this is a law, the green taxonomy that exists in Colombia, and SMEs, financial institution can't report because SMEs don't have the data. Right? So we have to be careful about not putting the horse in front of a cart or the cart in front of a horse, or whichever comes first. But anyway, the importance of regulations will play a crucial role, but I think we have to focus on mechanics. How do we finance this transition? We need to move capital. I mean, there's just so little capital that has moved to climate change. I mean, in the region, the Americas, from Iqaluit to Patagonia, has received about 4%. This is where we would have most impact in the world, and receive about 4% of sustainable finance. So there are opportunities, and I think Capital's Coalition, the framework, the partners that we have, we need to look at a regional approach as well to this. A corporation in Canada has a footprint in the region, right? I mean, the buyers are here. So how do you get that information from a jurisdiction that is not yours, right? So you're based in Montreal, Canada, and he says, I need data from the farmers that I'm buying coffee in Armenia. And I use this in my class. I mean, you look at the distribution complexity of only coffee. and if somebody can actually make sense out of it and actually report on it, I'll give him a Nobel Prize. I mean, it's so complex, right? How do you find this information? So I think it's important to talk about regulation, but it's important to talk about the mechanics and start focusing, how do we get the money down to these SMEs? Again, that's my message. Reporting is important, but the mechanics and the finance, we need to come together and bring bold and solution to the market. Again, thank you, Tim.
Thank you very much, Luke. And it's been absolutely wonderful to hear about some of the international initiatives that are going on, working on that systems level, cross industry change as well, and a lot of the local initiatives that are going on to bring local communities and citizens and smaller businesses into this transition as well. And definitely sign up and keep your eye out for more info on the Task Force for Inequality and Social Related Financial Disclosures. And I want to just give a big round of applause for our panelists as well. Keisha, Lucio, Juliana, Luke today. Thank you very much for being here. Very proud to work with you through our hub network as well. And an example of how courageous leadership is really needed now on all parts of the economy, both on the ground and through that systems level change. Thank you very much. I'll let you go.
Welcome, everyone. Wow, that's loud. Sorry. Everyone's awake now, I hope. I know that there's a bit of noise from behind the barrier, so I'm going to be very North American about this and project. And hopefully all of the speakers and panelists that come after me will do the same. My name is Sherry Madeira. I am the CEO of CDP and have the great honor today for being your host for this incredible gathering, the implementing Target 15 and taking stock and building on data disclosure and the real economy progress. That's a bunch of words. The real point here is to start driving action. So I want to start today with a fact that we're going to hear time and again in Cali, but it's no less startling because we've heard it before. We are losing biodiversity faster than at any point in human history. So it's fitting that at COP16 we are doing it here in this region, because the fall in biodiversity across Latin America and the Caribbean is even more pronounced than other regions in the world. It's at an astonishing 95% of loss. And that's quite a sobering number to start this with. I'm hoping we'll end on a hopeful note as to what it is we're going to do about that. There's no single person in this room that's not affected by those numbers, and we need to act now. It's not just an environmental issue. It is an economic issue. And I'm a Canadian. I live in the UK. And in the UK alone, nature loss can reduce the GDP by 12% by the end of the decade. Now, we all have lived through the impact of a banking crisis and COVID-19. That is nothing in comparison to the impact of biodiversity on our GDP. So that impact and that economic rationale is the reason that biodiversity loss is consistently ranked among the top 5 risks by the WEF's research. This is real. This is not just something nice to have. And that's also why Target 15 and the Global Biodiversity Framework is so critical to our discussions here in Cali. Target 15 requires businesses and financial institutions to assess, to monitor, and disclose their impacts on biodiversity. In order to do that, we need to surface information. In order to do that, we need to know what the data is. And that's why I'm so proud to be here today representing CDP and our partners, because the data is going to be able to drive that action I spoke of earlier. This data, people start thinking, well, this is a burden. I have to actually produce more data. I'm a CEO, I'm a C-suite, I'm a board director, I'm a leader. I have to find more data. That is not the case. This is not a bureaucracy exercise. It signals a new era on how it is we need to be thinking about the economy and thinking about our economic impact, not only as people, but also as corporations, industries, and sectors. It speaks to a whole of economy transition. And what we're trying to do, I think all of us in our way, and certainly CDP, who is the platform for disclosure of over 23,000 companies worldwide, representing over 2/3 of the world's market cap, what we believe is that we need to bring business into the nature discussion. And conversely, we need to bring nature into the boardroom. So it's timely to see what CDP is known for a very long time, which is data from industry is critical to driving change. What you can measure, you can manage. It's a nice little soundbite that we use often, but it's real. If you don't know what it is you're measuring, you cannot make changes. It's already helped to turn the tide. So for over 24 years, CDP's been doing this, and let's talk about nature. We've actually been gathering, requesting data on nature-related topics for over 15 years. Deforestation, water, biodiversity, and in the last 2 years, we've also included plastics. So this isn't just about climate. Climate and nature, it may be climate came first, but it is definitely nature now, and it has been nature for some time with CDP. So we have companies in over 130 companies reporting to us. The vast data set empowers governments, businesses, investors. They all are using it to take action, and that's what's exciting. It's never data for data's sake, and we have seen progress on that action since COP15. So here we sit at COP16, and I'm here to tell you some good news. So companies worth a third of the global stock markets now report nature data to CDP. And our data shows that a 20% increase in companies assessing the impact of their value chains that they have on biodiversity. So those value chains are a big impact on the natural world, on the biodiversity that we all are trying to protect. And 20% increasing year on year is an incredible statistic at a rapid pace. But we know we need to do more. We know that disclosure leads to action, and we need to make that action even quicker. So if we think about water as a key component of when we talk about biodiversity and nature, CDP's disclosing companies reduced their water withdrawals by nearly a quarter between 2022 and 2023. That's a fact. It's like creating a mirror for companies to be able to look in, to think, is this how I'm going to continue to do business, or do I need to make some changes? How can I measure that, and how can I be transparent about that? That's incredibly powerful. 120 companies have been reporting to CDP since 2015. And of those companies, only 120 have cut their volume of water usage by 70 billion cubic meters. That is equivalent to the entire global textile industry. Now, being able to measure it means you can manage it, and it means that we can also be able to see what more we can do in order to encourage that further. That's why our partnership with the TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Based Financial Disclosures, is so important to CDP. CDP is the key global nature disclosure partner for TNFD. It's something we're really proud of, because through our platform, companies can start to align their disclosure with TNFD recommendations. This enables them to disclose data that is consistent, that is comparable, and increasingly critical. Not only to themselves to be able to make those improvements I talked about, but also because it's being demanded by investors. It is being demanded by the customers in their value chains. It's being demanded by their employees, their talent, and increasingly regulators. So all of those demand factors really are asking for the same data sets. So what CDP's role is to be a partner of the ecosystem, to drive down the burden of reporting, and create the balance so the benefit of that reporting becomes really efficient. So we look forward to not only being TNFD's partner, but all of your partner as we move forward on that. Increasingly, biodiversity water data and forest data and plastics data is disclosed to CDP and used by all of the actors that I mentioned. But it's not just about them ticking boxes. It's about genuine partnership and thinking about how, again, we can influence policy in order to accelerate what we want our future to look like. As we know, it's not enough to have a moment. And I think that we can all agree that biodiversity and nature is having a bit of a moment. But it's not enough to have a moment. It is more important to have momentum. And what is required is a concerted effort by governments, businesses, financial institutions, and a pace to scale up what we already know is slowly happening to be able to make sure that what we're doing is we are moving quicker. We have less than 6 years to reach the 2030 targets. That may sometimes feel like a really long time. I've been the CEO of CDP for a year. That sometimes feels like 10 years. However, 6 years is not enough time to be able to achieve what we want to unless we start acting right now. So we're here today to discuss the unique opportunity to transform how businesses interact with nature, and we have a great program ahead of you. So I thank you all for being here, but more importantly, for being part of the solution. So now let me walk you through today's agenda. My job is as a host, not just as a talking head. First, we are going to hear from Gillian Campbell. Gillian is going to be second on the agenda. Everyone has walked around COP16, knows it's a little longer to get places than you would expect. So first, we're going to be hearing from Dr. Sue Armstrong-Brown, CDP's very own Director of Thought Leadership, who will share some critical data on corporate biodiversity disclosure and how we're really going to handle Target 15. Then we are going to welcome Gillian Campbell, Head of Monitoring, Review and Reporting at the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. And finally, we're going to close with an excellent panel discussion moderated by Eva Zabi, There she is, CEO of Business for Nature, with contributions from the UNEP, WCMC, Suzano, and Japan's Ministry of Environment, together with our friends at TNFD. So I encourage you all to get ready with questions. It's much more fun when it's interactive. So let's think about what else we can challenge our experts on. And I encourage you all to make sure that this is an interactive session. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Sue, but I am not going to let you just come up here. I'm going to make sure that people know how excellent you are and your background is. Obviously, I'm delighted. Sue's part of my team. She is the Director of Thought Leadership at CDP. Sue leads CDP's work on standards and thought leadership to ensure that CDP's disclosure question bank is developed to drive transparency, insight, and action. Before joining CDP, Sue was CEO of Adoption UK, Policy Director for Green Alliance, Head of Conservation for the RSPB, and Scientific Advisor for the UK government. My favorite Sue fact is she was one of the scientists recognized for contributing to the IPCC's Nobel Peace Prize. We're really privileged to have Sue as part of our CDP team and privileged to have her here today. Sue.
I want to say thank you, Sherry, but now I feel like I might let you all down. Unfortunately, I won't, because I've got CDP's database standing behind me. So let me just get this set up and hope that the aircon doesn't blow my notes away. Thank you all very much. As Sherry said, I'm Director of Thought Leadership at CDP, and that gives me the immense privilege of being able to look through our database and see all the disclosures from companies right across the world. So I have an absolutely wonderful job. What I want to talk to you a little bit about today is a 10-minute snapshot of our nature data. So starting from the top, we are the global nonprofit that runs the world's environmental disclosure system. And we work with over 700 financial institutions and 340 plus multinationals to request environmental data from their suppliers and the people they invest in, which they then use to support their sustainable investment and procurement decisions. And that data then travels out across the world to governments, regulators, all of us, to support environmental decision making. Last year, as Sherry said, we had 23,000 companies worth 2/3 of global market capitalization disclosing data, plus over 1,000 city, states, and regions. And you can see that that density of data gives us an unparalleled insight into corporate action, and that's the insight that our data needs to be shared across the world to drive the insights that drive the delivery of the Global Biodiversity Framework. We saw the power of this 2 years ago at COP15. For those of who was there at COP15? So you all remember when COP15, the target 15 landed, and we were all so relieved. And that was largely because companies had come forward, disclosing their data and demonstrating that the market was ready to take this, to step up and to be transparent about the way they were going to drive change. So corporate environmental data is massive, massive in the world of saving biodiversity. I haven't got enough hands for the zapper and the mic. Okay, I just wanted to look at the way that CDP data can enable the implementation of Target 15, just with a few selected data points. So companies will increasingly require or encourage businesses and financial institutions to identify and disclose their dependencies and impacts on biodiversity. And we hope this will be mainstreamed and picked up by countries rapidly, and they'll be able to build on all the track record of environmental disclosure that's gone up till now. We started, of course, with voluntary disclosure, and sometimes I hear this described as a switch from voluntary to mandatory disclosure. At CDP, we really don't see it like that. It's much more integrated than that. We've got a 15-year track record of nature disclosure, as Sherry said, and that will inform policymakers and encourage their ability to understand where the market is, where the barriers to change are, and how they can then wield the regulatory instruments that will enable delivery and change, so that the ongoing relationship between voluntary and mandatory disclosure will continue and deepen. Corporates are already disclosing and disseminating their data through CDP, and that can continue. We're really proud to be working with some governments already to provide them with environmental data to inform their development of their instruments, such as Brazil, Indonesia, and our hosts here in Colombia. So this is a rich interface that we will keep developing, and it will also save companies time and effort if they can disclose once to CDP and that data be disseminated to all the data users. That prevents the need for repeated disclosure over and over again, and it can mean that everybody's effort and time can go into using and deploying the data. So that's one key aspect of how CDP's data can help drive Target 15. I want to also look at what the data actually is. So Sherry's given you some tidbits, but let's have a look in a little bit more detail. So in terms of the trends, what we're seeing is we started 15 years ago with water and forest disclosure, and then we added biodiversity and plastics disclosure. And for those of you taking pictures of the slide, we've got a lovely infographic that I hope we can share with you perhaps some way with some more depth behind this. But we can see now where we've reached down here in the pie chart, 1/3 of disclosures are now disclosing to us on climate and nature. It's actually only a very small proportion, if you can see on the screen up here, that are disclosing on nature only. So disclosures are coming through climate to nature and then broadening their environmental relationship and the way they understand it to include the nature topics too. That's the pattern that we're seeing. Interestingly, that 1/3 of the pie chart that's disclosing on nature is actually worth 1/3 of global market capitalization. So it's the really big, important companies that are moving first to disclose on nature. That's really important. So and it's very encouraging. If we look a little underneath, you can see the graph. You can see a rapid increase. That's just over 4 years, not the full 15. But you can see how disclosures, the appetite for nature disclosure is really demonstrated and growing. And a few snapshots. So since COP15, we've seen a 23% increase in water disclosures and a 10% increase in the numbers of companies disclosing on forests, and a massive 25% increase in the numbers of FIs, financial institutions, disclosing on both forest and water. So that appetite is there. There's a hunger for nature data. There's a hunger to be part of the transparency machine. We've seen a 20% increase in the number of companies assessing the impact of their value chains on biodiversity, which is new information. It's new stuff that people are being asked, and that's very important. And the reason I'm emphasizing this growth is that it really matters. It matters not just because of our readiness, the world's readiness to implement Target 15, but it's also because we know that disclosure leads to insight, and insight leads to action. So between 2022 and 2023, just that 1 year, we saw a 24% increase in companies assessing their water dependencies, and that corresponded with a 22% reduction in water use. This is all driven by awareness. As Sherry said, what you measure, then you can manage. So that growth is critical. But unfortunately, it's not all good news. We don't have all of the major high-impact companies disclosing yet, and that's something that I'm really hopeful that Target 15 will help to drive. We can see the failure to assess impacts and dependencies well. So we are seeing last year only less than 10% of companies and financial institutions assess their dependency on biodiversity. That's only under 10%. We need much more than that. A third do plan to do so in the next 2 years, so hopefully we'll see that figure increase, but that is currently too low. It's a massive blind spot in our corporate understanding and action, and given that biodiversity loss is estimated to cost the global economy up to $20 trillion a year, this is a blind spot that we urgently need to fill. Half of disclosing companies with high potential to cause water pollution are not monitoring their emissions to water. That's another example. We need to ramp those numbers up. And that ability to accurately assess impacts and dependencies will really pay off if we can get those figures to move. A majority of disclosures are concluding that direct or indirect use, this is this graph here, of fresh water is crucial to their business. I don't know if you can read it, but these are the direct uses, direct and indirect in their value chain over 2 years. And you can see the numbers increase. So the more companies tend to look, the more they tend to understand the value and assess them as important. But we are seeing still, when we look further into the data set, that roughly a third of companies in sectors with high water needs are reporting that water use is neutral or not important to the success of their business. So we need to surface some of this information, understand the factors that lie behind it, and then enable action to be taken. So we've got more to do. It's a key importance because Target 15 will help with revealing the risks and opportunities for financial institutions and corporates and governments to act. So I'm hopeful, again, on this slide, it's not painting a particularly rosy picture right now, but I'm really hopeful that as we get that mainstreaming of disclosure expectations, we'll start seeing those figures moving too. A final point that I just wanted to raise is the crucial importance of alignment. CDP is mapping our alignment with more than 10 key standards and frameworks and ensuring that we can create alignment in the questionnaire so that when disclosures come to us to report their data, they're able to track their alignment against key standards, voluntary ones, international ones, regulatory requirements that are important to them. That's really important to us that we can continue to do that. And so there's some new standards that we are, and frameworks that we are prioritising for further alignment. And of course, TNFD and our partnership with TNFD, as Sherry has mentioned, is the way we really see our contribution to Target 15 being driven forward. So we're very, very delighted about that. We'll be progressively aligning as we go forward. So any disclosure to CDP will generate data that is TNFD aligned and suitable to be used as governments increasingly integrate Target TNFD framework into their mandatory disclosure requirements. So hopefully we'll get that beautiful synergy that will be more efficient for business, generate higher quality data, and support far better Earth positive decision making. That's all I wanted to say. So I will hand back to Sherry, I think, to introduce the next speaker.
Great, thank you very much, Sue, appreciated. Do we have Jillian in the house yet? Yes? Jillian, yes. Perfect. Or should we move to the panel? We're moving to the panel. Nothing if not flexible. That's what we're working on. I'm really delighted to invite Eva Zabi up to the platform to be able to moderate our panel. Eva leads Business for Nature, a global coalition aiming to unify the business voice to call for action to reverse nature loss. Eva needs no introduction. She has been doing nature work for many years with WBCSD, as well as the Natural Capital Coalition. So, Eva, the floor is yours to invite your panelists.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sherry. And thanks to CDP and TNFD. What a pleasure to be here. One of my favorite topics. We're going to have a quick fire panel, and I'd love to invite the 4 panelists, please. We've got, and I'll introduce them all, and then you can clap afterwards, really loudly, to do a bit of jealousy for that room over there, please. Number 1, Matt Jones from Unit WCMC. Have we got the slide maybe with the, please come up, Matt. Aya Nagata from the Ministry of Environment of Japan, very welcome. Marina Negrisoli from Susano, and Emily McKenzie from TNFD. Round of applause. Hooray. Great, so this panel is, we're going to dig into some of the tricky questions, right? We need to, it's not easy necessarily to say we're going to start assessing and disclosing nature-related risks, impacts, dependencies, and then start to completely shift the economic system so that performance rewards that, right? So let's dig in a little bit. I'm going to start with you, Matt. How can corporate assessment and disclosure actually drive action, which is what Sherry and Sue were saying, the whole point is to drive action. So how can assessment and disclosure actually drive action towards achieving the Global Biodiversity Framework's goals and targets? Over to you.
Is this, yeah. I'm on a chair that is very, very unstable, a bit like the current biodiversity crisis. So if I fall part of the way through talking...
No, stand up, stand up, stand up. You're also very low, so stand up, stand up.
I'm going to stay here. But this is, okay. Yeah. If I lose my thread at any point, it's because I think I'm about to fall off the stage. Okay. To answer your question, and to perhaps bring a bit of controversy into it, it won't.
What, assessment and disclosure is not going to help drive action?
No, it won't. Not on its own. Look, this is what Tim's for. Tim is brilliant.
Ah, very good. Will your answer change if you're still on a stable chair? Or?
No, don't worry. My answer's going to stay the same. I promise I'm not going to go too far off piece with it. But by themselves, they absolutely won't. And we all know that. I tend to find that there are sort of really 2 sort of drivers. People think about 1 or 2 of them, sometimes both of them, when they talk about this theory of change. We often, part of it is around, well, if we have assessment and disclosure, it will deal with the sort of the lack of knowledge that business has. And we saw some brilliant facts and figures just then that really helped to point at the scale of the challenge that we have here. And that knowledge and confidence, disclosure, the assessment process, it builds understanding and it builds that confidence and addresses it. And I completely agree. but also accountability. By accountability, we have this theory of change that if we introduce accountability, it will lead to action. And for sure, assessment leads to awareness. And I actually, and again, some brilliant things here that I hadn't seen before that I think are reinforcing my point. So many companies, I'm convinced, in fact, all companies, I'm convinced, are exposed to nature-related risks that they still have as a blind spot, even the leaders. And that's particularly true in the value chain. So brilliant to hear this 20% increase of companies looking in their value chain from what Sherry said. But even that, I think, is showing it's not just an 80% blind spot, because even in that 20% increase, there will also still be blind spots. So we do desperately need that continued push and understanding. And then on the accountability, voluntary, mandatory, whether it's integrated, whatever, yes, of course, it will encourage or compel or shame companies into action. But the reason I say it on its own won't support the delivery of the Global Biodiversity Framework is that the problem for me is really the scale of that action. And at the moment, that isn't where it needs to be. So the TNFD launch was absolutely brilliant. I don't know about my LinkedIn was absolutely action-packed, with professional services firms talking about how they can help companies with TNFD-compliant reporting. What I want to see is professional service companies talking about how they can help companies act in a way that is worth disclosing. And that is a key part of the problem. We need action that is actually what we want to see disclosed that will help to support that. Because for me, the framework itself, it requires transformative change. It's not about the little incremental changes that we can make with better understanding, or the accountability that forces people or encourages people to take the right step. But it's actually the bigger fundamental underpinning system change that's required. And only as part of that will really assessment and disclosure.
But as it wasn't even, so really, very compelling argument. And what's the next thing? So what do we need for that transformation in terms of the enabling conditions, the role of governments? What challenges might governments face now when they're trying to implement Target 15? And I want your voice, and then afterwards I'd love to come to you, Aya.
So I think it's actually easiest to think about this if you think about Target 15 as a meta-target. Because actually the enabling conditions, the spoiler of what I'm going to say is that the enabling conditions for Target 15 are actually the enabling conditions for the entire Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework.
Okay.
Because it's relatively easy to get companies to disclose stuff and to say you've done it. And that's what's really required in the headline indicator for Target 15. But the point of Target 15 that some people miss is the last bit of it, the bit that's about in order to reduce pressure, in order to reduce risk.
Reduce negative impact, increase positive impact. Yeah.
And that's all then about the whole framework. It's about all the targets. Companies can contribute to all of them. I don't think there's a business target. I think there's a business reporting target. All of them are business targets. All the goals are relevant to business. And for me, that there's a really kind of key thing here around working through the alignment that goes on there. And so alignment of reporting frameworks is an absolutely vital one. Companies taking the goals and targets into their strategies is absolutely essential.
Yep.
And thinking about how they transpose the monitoring framework into what they want to do.
Brilliant.
So,
thanks, Matt. Thanks. And so coming to you then, Aya, such a pleasure and honor to have you with us as well. Thank you. Japan, for those who don't know, has really done some fantastic work with the Japanese Nature Positive Economy Transition Strategy. Who here has heard of that Japan has a Nature Positive Economy Transition Strategy? Put your hands up. Okay, great. So some more people want to hear more. So do the challenges that Matt was raising, do they resonate with you? What are some of the challenges and measures then you've been putting in place in the government to start implementing Target 15?
Yes, thank you for a kind introduction. My name is Aya Nagata from the Japanese Ministry of the Environment. And my team is responsible for promoting the business transition to nature-positive economy. And regarding your questions, so I recognize that there are three main challenges. The one that is the lack of nature-related data, and the transparency of the value chain, and the immaturity of the market in terms of environmental value. First, regarding the nature-related data, as foundation of companies to deepen their awareness of nature-related risks and opportunities, it is necessary to have consistent and reliable data and to develop tools that can convince people as a result of the analysis. Therefore, Japan will support the LDPF, so which will be developed by the TNFD, and contribute to the establishment of common data platform that companies can use globally. So, and there is also a need for evaluation tools that allows companies to see the results of their own action efforts throughout the life cycle. Hence, we are developing a nature footprint through a public-private partnership. Additionally, we are supporting corporate capacity building on how to use evaluation tools for integrated climate change disclosure. Second, it is essential to ensure traceability of environmental impacts throughout the natural capital value chain and to improve transparency. So Japan is surrounded by the sea and has developed a general trading company, so location data has been black boxed. It is unclear how products and service impacts biodiversity in their manufacturing and material procurement processes. Instead of a well-developed global supply chain network, we have become fragmented with our natural capital. So we need to rebuild our relationship with nature throughout the value chain once again. Partnership is the key to this. In Japan, JBGBF platform has been set up in collaboration with business sector, governments, and academia, and the private sector. In addition, new platform to facilitate business matching of corporate needs to solution is also planned. Third, we must create a new market where nature-positive actions can become business opportunities. We must build a new society in which the environmental value of products and services is evaluated. Japan has already established public procurement standards for green products, but how to change the behavior of private procurement and consumers is a future challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, that's super helpful. Really made amazing progress. And just a quick follow-up on the information that you get from CDP, or the fact that so many companies are now adopting, over 500 now, committing to adopt the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures recommendations. How does that then support you and everything that you've been doing to encourage future nature-related requirements in Japan? That was a long question. How does CDP and TNFD help?
I will try.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Great. So good to have that. So thank you. I'm now going to hand over to Marina Negrisoli from Suzano. So as a company that's been involved for many, many years, what's your experience been implementing the TNFD recommendations? How has your involvement with CDP helped? So same sort of question, but for you, Marina, then.
Yeah. Well, what a pleasure to be the voice of private sector on such an amazing panel here. And I'm glad to say that we have started reporting CDP for more than a decade in all the various waves that had. We joined TNFD since the very beginning, early adoption. And for those who are not familiar, our business is totally dependent on nature, as many others, but we have learned this 100 years ago when we started our business. We are one of the biggest bio raw material producers in the world, and we manage a huge land. And we do that interspersed with mosaics of nature. And we have been gathering data according to many of the frameworks we have seen in the last 20 years. We were just discussing before the panel here how it is important to harmonize how we report, how we do the calculation. And for us, it was a major help when we started having this alignment of CDP change the year, TNFD, because we believe that we have to talk more and more frameworks with the business language. And business language is numbers. Business language is dependence, is risk, is opportunities, is impact. And whenever we are able to quantify that, I can go back to my board and say, look, either we do this better here, or the risk in 10 years is this amount of $1 billion. It's so easy to get money from the board to do environment and social projects when you have that. So I think that's just emphasizing that harmonizing and being able to bring numbers, we have been working also a lot in the past few years in environmental risks and loss, which talk very much with all this agenda. So this helps us to continue striving and even raising the practices and going beyond.
Fantastic. And what do businesses like Susanna then need from governments to make your Target 15 implementation a success? What do you need from governments?
Yeah, I think the nature agenda, it's a pretty complex agenda to start with. We cannot discuss private sector, NGO. This is a multi-stakeholder agenda because we have to take the perspective of the landscape. And when we have landscape, we have to have dialogue. And for everyone to be willing to sit and talk in the same directions, government can play a major role. Through regulations, through supporting, and to driving these multi-stakeholders to the same direction. And we have been discussing a lot in Brazil, where I come from and I'm more familiar, that we are gonna really reach the aim of Target 15 and all this when we not only talk about how business has all their relationships with nature, but how can we start from nature and see the opportunities to create businesses. I think we have to look at these two ways. Mainly here in South America, we live in an environment of high levels of social vulnerability. We are not going to solve any environment topics, biodiversity, water, if we don't help to evolve our people, our society. People who are starving, they are not going to protect the Amazon, that I can bet you. So these agendas, they are intertwined. And we have to bring these discussions to the next level, and the role of government on helping to develop businesses out of nature that for these people in vulnerability, a standing tree worth more than deforestation, which is not the case today. So I think the role of government is fundamental.
Thank you. Super compelling, really helpful, thanks. And then last but definitely not least, Emily McKenzie from TNFD. You must be busy, like we all are. But how can TNFD support companies then on their disclosure journey?
Thanks for the question, because it enables us to lay out all the things we offer, which is great. But I wanted to start just by thanking Sherry and Sue and the CDP team. CDP has been one of a group of knowledge partners.
Is it loud enough?
Am I too soft? Tip it. Okay. Yeah, CDP has been a knowledge partner of the TNFD for the last, must be 3 years, helping us to develop the framework in the first place. And that's now really matured into quite practical focus in our relationship, and we're absolutely delighted to support CDP to help build it into the CDP disclosure platform. We're partially there, excited to help get fully there, and also completely aligned with the things you really mentioned in your talking points also about increasing the efficiency of reporting. TNFD is not here to add reporting burden, it's to create that alignment and simplicity. So we add that in the framework because it's being used, and I see Elodie here from GRI to help update the GRI standards, and we're working with ISSB to support them as they think through nature in the context of the ISSB standards. So we're a voluntary framework, but just like TCFD, creating that consistency in the market, and then of course CDP then providing that integrated platform. So we see the relationship really important. And then to come to the question, increasingly, what don't we offer in a way? we have scope creep. But I guess the centerpiece of what we offer is our disclosure recommendations, which are built from the TCFDs. And we were delighted yesterday to announce over 500 adopters who are committing to adopt those recommendations. Reports are already coming out. And we are so excited by the momentum in Japan. Japan is by far leading the way in the world with TNFD application. But beyond that, we've also created what came through actually in some sessions I ran yesterday with those applying it is, and it sounds a bit nebulous, but it's the terms thrown out like dictionary, definitions, terminology. It's like a common language system to exist for nature, for the private sector with governments, which I think has proved very helpful. And then a whole set of guidance. And I apologize for those who think there's too much guidance, but we do it because you ask for it in the market. So whenever we see a need, we're trying to create guidance on how you identify and assess issues, and then for particular topics like by sector or particular technical topics. So you can go to our bank of guidance. And then I think really powerfully, we're now really a community. And actually, TNFD is running 4 days of events over in the Green Zone, and you can feel that community of peer learning coming through from the TNFD Forum, which now has over 1,600 organizations. We have regional consultation groups around the world. We're now about to roll out a capacity building program with partners, including CDP, to train trainers and roll this out to help increase understanding. And then last but not least, given your comments from Susano, we're also working really closely with partners like GRI and others to help on the alignment, both to make the alignment real, but also to help you all understand it, because I know it feels overwhelming. So we've been prioritizing doing correspondence mappings between the TNFD framework and what are already emerging as international standards. So we did this with Elodie's team for the GRI standards, but also with regulators who are quick out of the gate. So in Europe, we already have TNFD baked into mandatory. People say, when will TNFD be mandatory? I say, well, it already is for tens of thousands of organizations, because it's part of the European sustainability reporting standards. So again, we've done correspondence mappings with them. So that's what we currently offer. And this weekend, we are starting to offer 2 more things because we have scope creep. So tonight, we'll be launching with partners a roadmap for enabling access to the data that you need to apply this. We know there's data out there. It doesn't stop people getting started, but we know it can be improved. So I've been working with partners like WCMC and others to think about how to improve that system. That's tonight. And then tomorrow, we're launching draft guidance on nature transition plannings, because to come back to Matt's points about not disclosure for disclosure's sake, we think transition plans integrated, or looking at nature in the context of net zero, but also more generally, building from a TNFD assessment will be critical, because it creates that nub of what will you do as a company or a financial institution to contribute and respond to the transition applied by the GBF. So it's going to put that down on paper. So that will be the next fun guidance people can apply.
Amazing. Thanks, Emily. And you touched upon some of these points already, but anything else you think, if we want to make Target 15 implementation a success, so obviously more and more support and frameworks and material, but what's needed from government, business and finance, would you say, and also from civil society, if we wanted to really make Target 15 implementation a success? Anything else you want to add?
I didn't really speak too much about the ecosystem around it, but I think the roles of governments, as you touched on, and civil society is absolutely critical. One of the things that's coming through in the TNFD's work is the importance of place and the importance of collaborative engagements in landscapes and river basins and seascapes, and that's why we work very closely with SBTN, who are helping to develop that target setting method. So ultimately, we need governments working with stakeholders in landscapes to be setting the policies, setting the targets, building from the global goals and targets down to national and local, because increasingly, especially again with this transition planning work, companies and financial institutions will be going to government and civil society to say, right, we want to help. What do you want us to do? We have principles-based transition planning guidance, but we're not setting the sector transition pathways. It's not for a market-led initiative like ours to say what that should be. So that's absolutely fundamental for progress in the next few years.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Emily. I think we need to wrap up, right? Because, or do we have time for questions? Wrap up. I thought you had a question. All right. Well, listen, I just want to thank you so much. And this was a very, very rich conversation. And some of the things that just come popping out so much is this need for confidence in the information in the system to drive the action, the need for moving in away from collaboration that we all love to building the community. And I just feel like actually we need to move from the alignment to the convergence, so that it's not just, yes, these things are aligned, but then it all continues to stack up and there's still as much stuff, but we need to be converging and simplifying so that then it does ultimately lead to the action, and we can build all the capacity that's necessary to drive the action. So thank you so much. Big round of applause, and back to you, Sherry.
A huge thank you to the panel, and I think that people will hopefully be around a little bit afterwards for questions and whatnot. We're moving at pace, which is what we're all trying to do, if we remember my first comments. We have Jillian Campbell with us now. I'm delighted to invite you to the stage, Head of Monitoring, Review and Reporting at the Secretariat of the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. I will cede the dais to you, and I think that there are some slides? Yes. Perfect.
Thanks. I think this is working. Good afternoon, everyone. And I will start by saying I apologize for being late. I was going to set the stage, but I actually think maybe this is better anyway, because now you've heard about all of the work that is being done in terms of what's happening in the private sector side. And I actually think that the gap is really, how do we translate this into what national governments are doing towards the framework? And so I'm going to talk just a little bit about that. So as everyone knows, COP15, we adopted the Global Biodiversity Framework. This included Decision 15.4, where Target 15 sits, of course, which everyone is familiar with. And it also includes a monitoring framework for monitoring the goals and targets, and a decision on how do you implement these through setting national targets in your NBSAPs. Is it too far away? Is that better? Okay. And so what I want to start with is saying that this target is, of course, for national governments. The target is not for companies. The target is for national governments. And so when you're looking at what it's asking governments to do, it's asking them to put in place some sort of a system so that they can work with the private sector in order to implement this target and also be able to monitor it at the national level. And so I think people are familiar with it. I put the whole thing on the screen. It's quite long, it's quite complicated. And so I think that what we're seeing then, which is what I'm going to show in a minute, is where are we now? Right now we have 35 countries with NBSAPs, many are under development. But what we have really is 115 countries that have set national targets. And so if you look at the national target database, this is where each country is outlining what they're going to do against the global targets. And so in there you can see the contribution that each country is planning to make towards protected areas. They outline their targets related to restoration. And so each country then develops a national target, and they say which global target it is related to and how related it is. And of course that's subjective, but this is how the system is currently working. So as I mentioned, 115 countries have submitted targets, and most of them are covering all of the goals and targets of the framework or close. However, Target 15 actually has the lowest number of national targets set. So it still is 80%, but this is the target with the fewest number of corresponding national targets from those countries. And then I said there was this question in the template when you submit your national targets of how aligned it is. It's like high, medium, or low, and countries subjectively say how aligned they are with the framework. And only 61 of that total said that they're highly aligned. So to me, what this means is that probably parties are struggling with this. They're struggling to figure out exactly what they're going to do with Target 15, and they're also struggling to figure out how they're going to monitor it. And so here are the indicators on this target. And so again, remember, these are indicators for national governments. And so how then are national governments going to take all of the work that's going on and to collate it and to report at the national level? And so these are the indicators that they've ended up with. One is on the number of companies reporting on disclosures of risk, dependencies, and impacts on biodiversity. It's blue because it's a hyperlink, so this one does have a methodology that's being proposed to countries for use at this COP. And that outlines how these different reporting frameworks could feed into some sort of a national compilation of the number of companies. And in that methodology, it's currently focused on large companies, which again, I think is for simplicity and trying to capture as much as they can. However, there was an intention to eventually focus on smaller, on SMEs in the future, if possible. And it's very aligned with the guidelines that TNFD has been providing. So it's how many companies in your country are actually doing this. In order to calculate this, you'll need an underlying database where you can figure out which companies that are within your national jurisdiction have these reports. You also have to decide if a company is a multinational company, are we counting them in multiple places, or are you going to go really just with where their headquarters are, which is what's being proposed now. And then it outlines sort of what kind of sources you might have in order to find this information. And so CDP is one of these that has been working to try to compile information that could feed into this. But then, of course, countries might want to further develop this sort of database themselves. They might want to have different information feeding in so that they actually have a better picture of what companies are doing. And so I think this is certainly an area of work if we're going to close this gap between all of the work that's happening in the private sector and with financial institutions, and then what is happening in terms of the policymaking in the national government side. So there's also what we called a binary indicator for this target. And so there's a series of questions that countries are being asked related to their administrative, policy, and legal frameworks for this particular target. And so this will be something that countries will be asked to report on during the next national report. So this is February 2026. So all countries will be asked a series of questions on what actions they're really taking. And so certainly by COP17, we will have a lot more information on this. And then the other indicators, as you can see, there's not a lot of indicators that were proposed. So if you look at the monitoring framework and you see goal A, which is the goal that has to do with maintaining and restoring biodiversity and natural ecosystems, you have 100 indicators. When you come to target 15, you have 2, which again means that we really don't have a strong information base for this yet, and I think this is something that will happen over time. And actually, all of the indicators are related to each other, so it's almost like there's one indicator if you actually read them, because one is on reporting of disclosure, and the other is just have you kind of signed up for TNFD, and the other is on the GRI reporting mostly, which is what we already mentioned. So just again, so the process will be, just so you know what's happening next, is that now countries are developing these MBSAPs, they're developing these national targets, they're trying to say what they're going to do in order to implement the framework, and then in February of 2026, countries will be reporting. We will also have an option for voluntary reporting of non-state actors, and so it could be that companies also feed in through that, but those kind of contributions would really be actions that you're taking, for instance, if you're investing in a protected area or something like this. And these headline indicators will be part of this reporting template. So as I said, in just about a year, we're expecting for countries to be able to say something about what's happening with this target and to actually ideally provide some data. There's a template for collecting data that's part of this national reporting template. And so then this is what we're going to be working towards. And then when we come to COP17, we'll have a review and we'll see where we stand. And so hopefully we'll have positive messaging, but I do think, as I mentioned, that if we can't sort of close this gap between what's happening with TNFD, what's happening with CDP, what's happening with GRI, and national level governments, then it's going to be hard to have this really feed into the policy making and into the global review. And so we're very much looking forward to having you work with us, because at COP17, this is, as I mentioned, where this global review happens. There will be a decision with a view to improving actions and efforts. And so that's the opportunity to say what's going well, where are we seeing progress, where do we go from here? And as you know, if you don't have a strong evidence base for decision making, then it's very difficult to make good decisions. And so this is where we're going. And then the idea after COP17 is that this would be taken into account as relevant, so that we would have this feedback loop and be really trying to move in a positive direction. And I want to conclude by saying, if you look at the previous strategic framework, the ACHI framework, a few things. One is that you didn't have as many targets on different topics that weren't strictly biodiversity related. So you didn't have as much targets related to engaging with the private sector, or even related to pollution so much, or related to many of the things that we are seeing. So obviously, there's going to be some need to fill the knowledge gap and to improve policies in those areas. But the other thing that we're seeing is that at COP15, we adopted this review mechanism, and this is really new. So the idea that countries are going to report indicators is new. This is the first time. This report that's happening in February of 2026 is the first time that countries are being asked to report data in a standardized way. So it's a big step. And then having this idea of having a feedback loop where we review and we kind of constantly evaluate is also a new thing that was adopted at COP15 as part of the decision 15.6 on the review mechanism. And this was in recognition of the fact that we've failed to meet the previous targets. So in order to do things differently, one, you need a few things in place. You need to have really strong targets, but you also need a review mechanism that allows you to say what's going well, what's not going well, what do we need to do to improve progress, so that you have this circle, so that you're constantly trying to improve and constantly boosting the system for implementing the framework. And so that's what parties have put in place, and we're just at this early phase, but hopefully this will then take us towards a path of a more sustainable future. So now I'm going to hand back to Sherry to close the session. Thanks.
A huge thank you, Jillian. That was really, really actually timely. You're right. Actually, wrapping up with that seemed to make a lot of sense. So that all worked very well. So a couple of reflections from me. This whole of economy approach seems to be a nice theme that's happening throughout today, and perhaps we can all keep our ears open for how it is that might be approached practically going forward. Because if we don't actually figure out how it is we include all of the actors in an economy, we may be missing out how it is that we make change at pace. So I'm going to take away some of that. I am enjoying the fact that all day we were talking about data. Perhaps that is natural for me to say, but really without some of that data, and what I mean by data is information, being able to use that, share it, be transparent, learning from each other, I think is going to be absolutely critical moving forward. So I'm sure that the panelists and all those in the room would be happy to continue the discussion, to be able to take questions, to find a quiet corner if there is such a thing at COP16. And I'm only left to give a great big thank you to Eva for being a great moderator, Jillian for sharing those thoughts, Sue for outlining all the power of data, and our esteemed panel. So I'm sure you'll join me in thanking all of them. Thank you.
Hello? Hi. Well, hello. Welcome, everybody. We're going to have a whistle-stop tour of nature-positive universities because we only have half an hour. And we've got a lot to say. So, to introduce who we are. So, Nature-Positive Universities is an inclusive global network of people from over 600 countries. Sorry, 600 people from over 100 countries. And we look at all aspects of universities' work. So we look at research and teaching, operations, and we are a partnership with United Nations Environment Programme, part of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and also a proud partner of the Nature Positive Initiative. So we have two main parts to our programme, and I'll just click to the next one. So we have a student ambassador programme, and this is really about green skilling, about engaging students in citizen science, and exploring the agency of students on campus. And this is students of all disciplines. It's not just biologists or environmentalists, but what we want to bring biodiversity literacy to students across the world. So if anybody wants to join or has students in their networks, please scan the code or look on our website. The next cohort is open until the 3rd of November. We'd love to welcome you. The other part of our programme, sort of core part, is the Nature Positive Pledge. So this is a commitment by universities to take action on their campus, addressing their supply chains, and looking at the influence and impact of their research and teaching. So we have a flexible framework with 4 steps. There's a baseline, targets, actions, and reporting annually. So I'm just going to share a short film that we made to explore the concept of biodiversity baselines. So could we play the movie, the film, please? Very short. It's not that.
Baseline or thought about how to measure one? It might be simpler than you think. Biodiversity refers to the variety of living organisms and their interactions. A baseline is a documented snapshot in time, providing a starting point for comparison later. A biodiversity baseline allows you to measure change and impact by recording the state of nature and activities which could affect it right now. Think of how marking a child's height against a wall at different ages can allow you to see how much they have grown. Or comparing photographs of a glacier across different decades can reveal changes in size and position. By helping us to understand and remember the current situation clearly, setting a baseline can inform action now and in the future. Universities all over the world are setting biodiversity baselines by recording information about nature and activities on their campuses. There are lots of different ways to go about it, depending on your resources and goals. You could pick one area to record wildlife and plants in, engage students or local residents, identify rare or culturally important species in need of special help, or analyze other processes affecting nature on campus. If you have access to ecologists, they could help design your survey and identify species. But don't worry, you can still set a baseline without them. Here are some inspiring examples.
At the University of Melbourne in Australia, we have mapped all our trees and plants on campus. This allows us to protect what we have, track what has been removed, and know what to plant to maintain diversity. We visualize these changes in online dashboards for our community to see.
At Government Dunga College in Rajasthan, India, we photographed the condition of different areas on campus before undertaking habitat restoration projects. These before and after photos will be crucial in demonstrating the impact of our interventions.
In Finland, at the University of Turku, we gathered staff, students and members of the public to record as many species as they could find on campus within 24 hours in an event known as a BioBlitz. we use the iNaturalist app to help identify species and to keep a record which can be accessed by others in the future.
At the University of Oxford in the UK, we conducted research to calculate our global biodiversity footprint. We catalogued food eaten or wasted on campus, use of goods such as IT and lab equipment, and activities including travel. Through this process, we identified our largest negative impacts on nature to help prioritise action.
Whatever scale and focus you choose, setting a biodiversity baseline is a first and crucial step in helping your university have a positive impact on nature. It can help you identify which actions could be most impactful in the future and measure progress toward your goals. Get started today.
Thank you. I hope you found that interesting. Yeah, we're really excited by the format. I think it's a kind of novel, fresh way to communicate. It's what can be quite technical and kind of complex, but just to encourage that measurable progress towards biodiversity outcomes. So I'm going to move straight on. We're really excited to have 10 Colombian universities from the region of Cali and Southwest Colombia committing to a Nature Positive pledge this week. And they'll have a big event on Monday at the Universidad de San Buenaventura in the south of the city. And so I'm now going to play a presentation from the coordinator of that group of universities. So that's Emilio Latorre. So if we can play his presentation now. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Emilio Latorre. I am a member of the Cali Network of Sustainable Universities called RUCAS, and I also coordinate the Latin American chapter of the International Sustainable Campus Network, that is an organization that gathers 120 universities of the world. We have been working as a network in RUCAS since 2011, when we started in a meeting here in Cali that we call Sustainable Campus, with the help of MIT, with Yale Universities, Pontificia Católica del Perú, and of course with ISCN. And we have been meeting since that time every month, each month in a different universities. We rotate. We have the purpose of exchanging experiences and practices and knowledge about sustainability. That is our main idea and our main task. But when COP16 was announced here in Cali, we said we have to do something to increase the idea of and the knowledge about the university and biodiversity. And we got in touch with the NPU and with Oxford universities, and we decided to organize a seminar, online seminar that we call University and Biodiversity, which took place every Thursday from 10 a.m. to 12 midday from September to October of this year. But afterwards we decided to organize an event in Universidad San Buenaventura here in Cali, talking about universities and biodiversity. In this seminar that is going to take place the 28th of October, we will have a main conference about universities and biodiversities and the NPU program. We will launch the Cali Chart for universities, which is a proposition from RUCAS to the world on principles and actions that university can take to work with biodiversity. We will sign the NPU pledge by the rectors of the local universities. We will organize a group of students that are going to work with NPU here in Cali in this idea of biodiversity in universities. And lastly, we will have a discussion on this idea of building corridors in the area where the comunas are placed, with the universities as placed, because it happens that in this area we have a lot of university campus, a lot of school campus, a lot of condominiums, And if we can unite them together, forming corridors, we can preserve the area from the expansion of urbanization in the area. So we hope to continue working with NPU and with ACN and with RUCAS in these ideas for the benefit of our universities and of our regions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah, it's so good to hear from Emilio, and we're really excited to have Colombian universities here on the ground getting started with us this week. So I'm going to hand on now to Nurit Katz, UCLA Chief Sustainability Officer.
Oh, it is live. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Nurit Katz. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for UCLA, or the University of California, Los Angeles, which is a large public university. It's the top public university in the United States. Daily population of about 80,000 people, so it's kind of like a small city. So as was kind of touched on already by Emily, universities have a huge role that they can play in biodiversity conservation, not only through all of the research that we do and teaching and education, but also through the physical campuses, as he was just talking about for the Cali universities. Within the city of Los Angeles, we have a biodiversity program, and Doug Walters is here representing that program here at COP16. We've developed an index with some key metrics for the city, habitat quality and indicator species, looking at threats and education, governance, management, et cetera. And so for UCLA, we're an urban campus, but we're nestled against the Santa Monica Mountains. California is a biodiversity hotspot. So we're looking at, we developed a landscape plan that basically aligns with LA City's biodiversity planning and looks at the different ecotopes. We developed plant palettes for the campus of native plants that will support native biodiversity and also climate resilient as well. We made our commitment to nature positive universities. And now we're working on developing a baseline in different ways. So we have an iNaturalist project with over 2,000 species already, many people participating. We have some student projects where students are going to conduct research to do assessments of biodiversity on campus. And so all of these efforts will help us establish a baseline. And then I serve on the expert council for the City of LA for biodiversity, as does Leela Higgins in the back and Dan Cooper here. And we'll look to align UCLA's planning with the city's plan. So just in terms of what we're doing on campus, to give you a little bit of a visual, a lot of the focus is on turf replacement or grass replacement. In California, we do not have the kind of rain that we have here in Cali. It's a very dry climate. Water is very scarce and very precious. So a lot of the focus is on taking out grass areas and creating parklets and native restoration areas. So these are just a couple examples, but we're doing this work all over campus. This was another recent one that was grass that is now kind of rewilded with native plants. They're beautiful, and we also find that they really do attract native biodiversity. I'm also looking at, in my own research, how we might apply the LA Index to a university and which aspects of the index apply and don't, and kind of how universities around the world are aligning with city planning. So as cities plan for biodiversity management, they can manage the areas that they own, but in order to be successful, I believe they really need cooperation and collaboration from private landowners and public landowners throughout the city to really implement rewilding and restoration and biodiversity management on those properties. And campuses, because they're single entities that own a large space, I think are a really prime target. So I'm also working on some research related to that. We looked at the indicator species for LA and which ones we found on campus, which were many. And this is just an example of one of our native species in Los Angeles. I know you have some beautiful owls here in Colombia, like the spectacled owl. This is great horned owl. They've been nesting on campus for many years, and we track them as part of a raptor study, which Dan and I lead, and many of our students are engaged in as well. So just kind of a quick whirlwind overview of some of the efforts related to biodiversity. This was one of the young ones. And then this was the view that one of our professors had working in his office of the three owls peeking in. So that's kind of what it is like to live in an urban biodiverse area, and we want to make sure that all of these creatures that live at UCLA will survive and thrive just as our students. And then we will also look at supply chain, Emily mentioned. So we have a team of MBA students that are going to be looking at our Scope 3 emissions throughout our supply chain, and we'll have them look at biodiversity in the supply chain as well. And I think that is all of my slides, and I made it under 5 minutes as promised.
Amazing, thank you.
Probably don't have questions yet, so I can, but if you want, contact info.
Thank you so much, Nurit. It's really inspiring to see UCLA showing such leadership for biodiversity on their campus. I'm going to hand straight over to Hannah Nicholas, who coordinates another university's network, but I'll let her introduce herself.
Can we have the next slides, please? Perfect. Amazing. Okay, hi everyone. So thank you for coming. I'm Hannah Nicholas and I run Cascade, which is the Conservation and Sustainability Consortium of academic institutions. So we work a little with nature-positive universities and see ourselves kind of as two sides of the same coin. So whilst nature-positive universities works a lot on the on-the-ground operations of a university, we focus more on the research side and how that can contribute to the GBF and nature-positive goals. So just a very quick whistle-stop tour of what we do with Cascade. So based on Decision 15.8 on capacity building, it calls for the needs of university engagement and with academic institutions to support the implementation of the GBF. So we were kind of created in direct response to this. And so Cascade at the moment is a network of higher education institutions in the UK. You can see some of our members here. We are not only universities, but other institutions such as Kew Gardens, Natural History Museum, and others. And basically, our goals are to create a network that can be used to support the GBF through partnerships both within our universities in the UK and partnerships internationally with other academics and researchers working in this space. So we want to be making sure that we're kind of helping with that capacity building, north-south cooperation internationally to help researchers and academics engage with their own policymakers and parties to help kind of get the research into the places that it needs to go. Yes. So we have kind of 3 objectives for these first 2 years of our phase, and that is to move Cascade from kind of 31 institutions that we are right now to 1. So we want to be, whilst it's an overused term, a sort of one-stop shop, whereby if there's research needs, evidence gaps that can be filled, people don't have to go to 31 different institutions individually, but we can kind of work to convene this network of academics both in the UK and working with partners internationally to see what we can do together to support. The next is to understand those global partnerships that we have, how we can be working together internationally as academics. And then the third is to work with key partners. So we work a lot with the CBD Secretariat on the international level to support their work on capacity building and scientific support for the convention, as well as then on a UK level working with our own government, DEFRA and JNCC to help implement the targets nationally. So one quick example of ways that we are doing this is through what we're calling our knowledge exchange projects, which very much aim to respond to the needs and the evidence gaps. So there's a lot of guidance out there that often people feel like guidance is being done to them. So the policymakers often feel like the guidance is just kind of handed at them and then they don't necessarily know what they can do with it. So we're trying to really respond to the needs of parties to work with them on those evidence gaps to help to fill them. So far we've done 2 of these. One is on behavior change for achieving the GBF, and the other was a proposal for a binary indicator. So just 2 quick examples of the kind of things that we're using our network of academics to support the GBF. Yes, we'll be doing another one soon. If you do have ideas, I can send this link to you about evidence gaps that we may want to fill. And that's that. So please do engage with us. We'd love to have more people in our network. And I will hand back over to Emily now.
Thank you, Hannah. It's great to have you on board, and I really hope we can join the gap so that we really are two sides of the same coin working together. Last but not least, I want to introduce Josh Shaw, who's a student from Nottingham Trent University and also a representative of Global Youth Biodiversity Network.
Yep, hi there. So yeah, as said, I'm Josh Shaw. I'm from Nottingham Trent University in the UK. I'm a Masters of Research student on endangered species recovery. And I've been at NTU for about 4 or 5 years now, as I did my undergrad there too. So NTU is a nature-positive university, which means we've taken part in all 4 of the actions that Emily said earlier, and I'll just cover a few of the ways that we've been doing that. So with the baseline surveys across our campuses, there's a really high student involvement in that. So we've been using iNaturalist, and students from all 3 of our campuses, we have an inner city campus, outer city campus, and a farmland campus as well, can go around the campuses with iNaturalist documenting all of the plant, animal, fungi species that they see, and it's all collated into one big database for students and staff to look through. I think we've got over 540 species been recorded across our campuses. And as you can see, we've got a great crested newt over there, so we've got a really big population, one of the biggest populations in our county. They're a European protected species, and the university is really keen to get student involvement in that. So we've had to do a lot of mitigation, so building more ponds on campus, and ecological surveys as well. So the university hires ecologists to come in every year, and they also hire students to go alongside them. So this year I took over 6 weeks. We'll go out at the evening and in the morning to do population counts of the great crested newts, which is a fantastic experience for students as well as for the baseline survey. And in the centre there, you can see that's students doing a hedgerow survey as part of our conservation society on campus. So each year, about 5 or 6 students run the Conservation Society with up to 180 members. And we do all sorts of events across the country, wildlife watching trips, and also baseline surveys on campus. So this is a new one that we've been doing for hedgerows. And on the right, we've got the tree planting that was organised by our society as well. And also, number 3 is taking action. That's been a really big one for our Conservation Society. So we created our own wildflower meadow. So it was a student-led project. We came up with the idea, suggested it to the dean of our school. She was really on board, thankfully. And through funding from the university, our sustainability department, we managed to replace all of the lawns around our accommodation with a thriving wildflower meadow. That's been going about 4 years now, so it's been really successful. And we've got students doing surveys every year. So again, fantastic experience for students to get involved with. And NTU this year have just released their net zero and carbon supplier tool. So this is a free to access tool for businesses and universities to use to calculate the carbon in their supply chain, not just the things that they're primarily using themselves. So that is hot off the press apparently. That is a brand new tool. So definitely check that out. And I think that is all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And amazing speakers, keeping to time. So we've just got a couple of minutes, I guess, to sum up, and maybe a couple of questions if we have any. I would just like to say, I think there's a huge role for students, and what we find from our Student Ambassador Programme is students are really looking for green skills and looking to have careers for nature in the future. So I think this is just a really important space, and we'd really welcome you to join us if you're from a university, support us. There's many ways you can do that, and also partner with us to give sort of internship opportunities, or to come and speak to our Student Ambassador Programme, or to find other ways to collaborate within our cities, especially this Cali group of universities here in Colombia. If we have some local links, we would love to help them make more partnerships, and especially they're looking at ecological monitoring across the city and sort of wildlife corridors. So thank you so much. If we have a couple of questions from any of the speakers, I think we've got 3 minutes left.
Thank you. I'm Diana Alzate from National Standardization Body of Colombia, ICONTEC, and I'm part of the ISO delegation. And I want to ask you if you are involved in the standardization international process that is doing in the ISO TC 331 biodiversity. And if you are not involved, I want to invite you
because the academy opinion and view and indicators are key for these international standards. As you know, many people, many local organizations believe in the ISO system and take decisions thanks to these standards. But we need to improve the quality of information that those standards give to the citizens, and academy is really, really important for that standards. Then if you need more information, I want to share the contact of ISO person that is coming today to COP. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you.
Moving forward, and congratulations for your job.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think we are currently involved, so I'd love to follow up with you on that.
Hello, my name is Zhao Liang. I'm from WWF China. First of all, massive kudos and congratulations for the excellent work that you're already doing. So my question is, as you were showing that map of the world with all the dots in those countries, I was wondering, what is the typical way for you to actually promote? Do you actually promote this wonderful initiative in those countries? Do you typically go to these countries and do promotional events, or do you not? Because as I was noticing, there's obviously a lack of universities joining from China. So.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I think there's lots of ways that universities join us, and I think we haven't done any promotion so far. It's just kind of grown organically. And I think we will do promotion because we've got 140 or now 150 universities that have made concrete nature positive pledges, and people from about 600 universities in our wider network, but there are 20,000 universities in the world. So we've got a lot of work to do, and I think we need to start that promotion. I think we've wanted to get ourselves set up with our frameworks and sort of systems and resources first. But I think really the way is to tap into networks that exist. We don't want to kind of replicate networks. So where you have something like the ISCN that Emilio mentioned, this network of sustainable campuses, there's also a lot of regional university networks. It seems like universities love a network. So wherever we can, tap into those. We've got a network in Africa, Aguyen, and I think Ariusa in South America is a really good one for us to tap into. So yeah, we're really keen to hear from networks and existing groups of universities. I guess that's how we do it.
Are you offering to host an event in China for her to come and promote to universities?
Yeah, we have actually had a. Yeah, we've actually had a chat earlier. I'm really excited about following things up. I think Nankai University in China, we're hoping is going to be a hub to really spread the word in China. So yeah, thank you. I think in terms of the first part of your question about how we get sort of buy-in, it does come by many ways. Sometimes it's students that hear about it and kind of advocate for their universities to join. Other times it's an academic with a particular interest that says, we should be doing this. I want our university to show leadership. Other times it is the university management themselves that come and say, we want to stand up and take this first step. And it can be unclear. Nature positive as a global goal is something quite new, sort of hard to commit to something so big for an institution. But we are finding management of universities sort of stepping up and saying they want to do that. So yeah, we want to tackle all avenues. But yeah, thank you for your question. We'd love to follow up in China. I think we're out of time. Thank you so much for coming, everybody, and do follow up with us. We'd love to work with you. Thank you.
this one working? Excellent. So we are in the right place, which is good. I was panicking a little bit there. So thank you very much for coming along to our session this afternoon. And a big thank you to the Nature Positive Initiative for hosting us here today and providing us with air conditioning. I, for one, am very grateful for that. So I hope you all are. Sit back and relax. But what's going to be a really interesting discussion on the synergies really between nature and climate and what needs to happen between now at COP16 and Belém to really help deliver on those synergies. And before I introduce my fellow panelists, just so you know, my name's Lucy Armand, and I chair the Nature for Climate Coalition, which is a large coalition of 28 of the big global environmental NGOs, UN agencies, and some private sector coalitions. And really, we've been campaigning around the role of nature as a climate solution for the last 7 or 8 years. And I think this conversation is really important. And the clue is in the name for Nature for Climate. We've been really looking at the synergies between nature and climate for a very long time. But it looks like that conversation is going pretty mainstream, particularly here at COP16. I've been in many conversations over the last few days where I've heard people talk about the need for synergies between climate and nature, which is a very easy thing to say, but I think a much more difficult thing to do, given the complexities involved in nature. So we are delighted here today to have a panel of experts who can maybe help understand not just what needs to happen in terms of the synergies between nature and climate, but also the financial flows towards those solutions to make them a reality in the run-up to COP16. So I'm delighted to welcome our panelists. We have Nathan Mesnildri, who is the Senior Country Engagement Specialist at the NDC Partnership. So he's very much looking at it from a climate point of view to begin with. And then we have Monique and Atugia, who is the Nature Market Program Manager for Nature Finance. So Monique's going to be talking to us a little bit about the finance flows to this area, particularly also around the bioeconomy and what that looks like. And then we are delighted to have Diego Ochoa, who is the Program Management Advisor for the MBSAP Accelerator at UNDP. We are also waiting for Maria Neto, who is the Executive Director for the Institute for Climate and Society in Brazil. But she is currently suffering from a problem that many of us might have done this week, which is she's stuck in a taxi somewhere on her way here. So we're hoping to see her in 10 to 15 minutes, and we'd be delighted to hear Maria talk a little bit more about the Brazilian context. So just to kick off the discussion, Nathan and Diego, I'm going to start with you, because you guys are working kind of on two sides of the same coin, I think. So Nathan, to get us going, we're interested in the sorts of requests that you see come up most often for countries as they are beginning to prepare their NDCs, and also to maybe give us some insight into how non-state actors might be able to support those types of requests that you're getting.
All right. Thanks a lot, Lucy, for the invitation. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm a senior specialist at the NDC Partnership, but I also lead our work on nature and our engagement with nature platforms, including the NBSAP Accelerator Partnership, with whom we work really closely. Just to recap really quickly, we're now a coalition of 220 countries and international institutions set up right after the Paris Agreement was agreed upon in 2016. And we work with 110 developing member countries to support the implementation of the NDCs. What this means concretely at our level is that we provide technical support for countries to engage in national consultation, dialogues, planning efforts, including revising their NDCs, really, which are the main communication they do on ambition, on what they intend to do in terms of mitigation efforts and adaptation efforts. And the second part of our role really is the leveraging this membership really through the bilateral donors, through the international organizations, whether they be UN agencies, MDBs, international NGOs that are, many are member of N4C as well. We also have a contingency fund, which is a reserve fund that we use to support priority requests that are not picked up by our members. So that's really a new thing for a couple of years now, and it really providing some guarantee and safeguards to countries as they advance their NDC efforts or their environmental action. Just to mention really about the overlap between nature and biodiversity, and maybe overlapping is not a good word, but really the opportunity that it represents. As you can imagine, a lot of the requests we receive, whether they be technical assistance requests or programmatic support, whether it be developing a program or a project, framing it, finding investors, which are services that we provide. The big overlap with biodiversity here is on two different groups of sectors. The first one is land use questions, really. This is the how are you going to implement your NDC, reduce emissions, but at the same time provide services like feeding people, really, and supporting different sectors. We also have many requests that are relevant for nature action and the NBSAPs in terms of adaptation questions, and especially with coastal adaptation questions, oceans, for instance. In terms of the actual solutions and approaches that our countries are taking, well, one big one is nature-based solutions. So we have many countries requesting assessments of how to implement their NDCs through nature-based solutions, ecosystem services, which is, happily, is growing in interest and numbers. Initially, we didn't have so many countries request support that can be answered through maybe a biodiversity lens or a different set of partners, but it is really improving. I just want to mention that we are supporting countries revise their NDCs, and this is really a key timing question, right? Because many countries are still preparing their NBSAPs. I mean, they've submitted targets, but it's often an incomplete job. The next step will be to identify policy actions to implement those targets. And at the same time, in the climate sphere, their countries are expected to submit new NDCs by the 10th of February, but more realistically by COP30 next year, which will take place in Brazil. So concretely, there are quite a couple of things we can do. From our side, we've launched together with UNFCCC a navigator, really to help countries think about how to improve their NDCs. And there's a whole section on adaptation, on co-benefits for biodiversity. We are also have developed support packages for countries, and we encourage them to submit requests that pertain to biodiversity, for example. And this is really a strong message I want to send to international organizations. It's a joint effort. We can, of course, drive it, but we're a neutral platform, right? We cannot impose anything. Our main role here is to provide options and opportunities for countries if they are interested in working on this nexus. So we're also working with Nature for Climate as part of a follow-up of the COP28 joint statement on climate and nature, really to build up this narrative with the partners and with the countries so that they are aware and interested in the topic, and then we can surface those needs and support them. And I'm happy to take any other questions or meet anyone afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nathan. And we'll definitely come back and follow up maybe on some specifics around climate and biodiversity alignment and what that looks like. So Diego, from your perspective, in the world of NBSAPs, you're having a busy week, no doubt, and there's a lot of pressure on governments to come forward with their NBSAPs. What sort of requests are you seeing coming up at the moment for countries who are preparing their NBSAPs, and how do you approach the whole issue around sort of biodiversity and climate alignment within those plans?
Well, as you can see, the NBSAP Accelerator Partnership is an initiative, a country-led initiative, and request driven for the implementation of ambitious NBSAPs. And I think this is the key word here. It's implementation. We have been struggling a little bit with the updating, with the reviewing, and with the alignment, but now we have just 6 years to implement this instrument. Unfortunately, as was we talking about earlier, less than 35 countries sent the MBSAP updated, aligned with the GBF. So 150 just sent the national targets. So we have a lot of work to do in terms of aligning the efforts of the countries in terms of having an MBSAP aligned to the GBF. So saying that, it is important to highlight 3 or 4 key points for countries to advance that. The first one is that countries' lack of finance. This is everybody knows about that. So this is a critical step for the implementation of the MBSAPs at the country level. The second, and is very aligned with the climate agenda as well, is the lack of capacity of countries to deliver the MBSAPs. So we can see, for instance, several of the topics that are really important for the MBSAPs, and this is alignment, for instance, restoration plans. So we just need to be very smart, and this is part of the equation where the civil society, the whole of society's approach, play a key role in proposing innovative approaches to implement restoration efforts, for instance. I think this is one of the main topics for the MBSAPs in the upcoming months. The other is the lack of political will, especially at subnational level. So this is important to see that although we are discussing a global level and we have a lot of commitments, you can see the special characteristics of the countries at subnational level. So political will is something that MBSAPs are not taking yet into account. So we just also need to work very hard in putting these public policy instruments at subnational and local levels. And finally, that this is one of the discussions that is really interesting, is how we can incorporate other visions, other ways of governance, just like indigenous people and local communities, into the development and implementation of MBSAPs. Many of the nature-based solutions came from these vulnerable people, but they are not taken too much into account, not because the countries don't want it, but because the lack of capacity of promoting this kind of dialogue to include these other visions in the way that we are going to protect nature. So I think these elements are key in order to have more ambitious MBSAPs, more MBSAPs aligned with the NDC agenda, and of course, more political will on advancing on that.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And you raised, obviously, the elephant in the room subject of finance. So there is a huge finance gap, as we know. And so, Monique, in your work at Nature Finance, what do you see as the key barriers to closing that finance gap for the nature and climate nexus?
Thanks, Lucy. So I think the biggest gap is really the fact that financial flows to nature and climate remain voluntary and inconsistent. And following the pandemic and economic shocks, countries are more fiscally constrained than ever. Wildlife-human conflict is increasing and encroaching is happening on global commons. So there's an existential urgency, but we're not seeing meaningful pathways to really scale and drive the demand. So we need to be seeing more policy-led demand, and we also need to see a pipeline developing for financial institutions to have real business cases to invest in nature. Because what is happening is that nearly $7 trillion is going every year into nature-destructive and climate-exacerbating activities. So not only do we need to shift that radically, we need to create real business case for the opposite. And some interesting things are happening. There are innovative solutions appearing. There are interesting nature-based solutions on the horizon. But there is a nervousness from the financial sector. There's a lack of integration. And so we need to see political will. We also need to see a level of political will and bravery from financial institutions to help shape this pipeline and meet conservation actors halfway. For the first time, we're seeing the nature-climate nexus move into the center of the G20, which is a key deliberation about the real economy. And we're seeing this through the initiative on the bioeconomy, which Brazil launched this year. They recently launched their high-level principles, which speak to all of these issues and integrating and the real opportunity with the bioeconomy is that it presents a cross-cutting economic framework, a way of thinking about integrating nature and climate. So the bioeconomy presents from waste management to pharma and nutraceuticals to alternative biopackaging, bioresources, bioconstruction, from biotech. So there's a whole range of activities here that we can scale in a sustainable and nature-positive way that can really drive sustainable development, create jobs and livelihoods, and think about this in not just a national lens, but also an international lens. So the question of improving trade regulations around this, reversing perversive incentives and creating positive nature-positive incentives. So there are a range of investment opportunities, not just risk frameworks, but also investment opportunities, and that's something that needs to be strengthened.
Great, thank you. I've just got a follow-up question on that, which is obviously a lot of the work can get done in different ministries, and so how, and maybe you can draw on some specific examples or not, but what kind of things can you see happening that is making sure that the financial flows being directed to climate and biodiversity is not being done in silos?
So the one thing that we know for sure, and I'm sure my colleagues can speak to this very clearly, is that nature-based solutions are climate solutions. We know that investing in nature improves the way we mitigate and adapt to climate shocks and climate disasters. From health, social, and infrastructure perspectives, we also need to see investing in nature as investing in infrastructure. And where financial institutions, the better financial institutions understand their dependencies on nature and the fact that nature is our fundamental foundation of life, it's basic infrastructure, and investing in nature is investing in economic and business operations and infrastructure. That's a key way to do this. And they're completely interdependent. I mean, Lucy, I don't have to tell you that. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So Nathan, coming back to you, again, it's always helpful to draw on specific examples. I know the NDC partnership is a neutral organization, so, but I'm just interested, are there examples that you could help explain how climate and biodiversity can align in this sort of planning phase of NDCs and MBSAPs? What sort of things need to happen? What things do you see happening? Are there any good examples out there at the moment?
Thanks a lot. And I mean, for this, I'll refer to the NBSAP Day that was organized by the NBSAP Accelerator Partnership, in which we had a whole discussion about this. And the takeaways are available, I think, on the IASD news brief, where we had countries come up and say, well, we've merged these ministries. We have a commission now that looks at climate and biodiversity issues before approving any projects. So these are really concrete examples, and it's actually also the first time I hear really countries coming up with innovative solutions, not just we need to do more, etc. From our side specifically, the first thing again is I think this timing now for NDCs and NBSAPs. We have countries that have requested things like, what's the impact on biodiversity of implementing this NDC? Like quite frankly, of course, what I was saying earlier, what solutions exist as well to mitigate or to reduce adaptation risks. But there's really, I think, this understanding by some of these countries that the NDC will have an impact on biodiversity, but it's also really a great opportunity. We have joint planning frameworks for forestry and land use that are being thought about. So these are the kinds of requests specifically that we get from countries. We have countries, for example, SIDS or countries with large coast and marine areas, for which climate action and biodiversity action will be essentially a marine question, really. And as we all know, the marine issues are, I think, a bit late to the party in our sphere, and have only come up in the climate discussions maybe 5 years ago in Glasgow was the first time where it was really part of the negotiations. But this has unlocked opportunities for countries, but also awareness in countries that, well, they might need to do seagrass mapping and assessments of their mangroves and the state of their coast, of their line, and what it represents for both implement the objectives in the NBSAP, so against the Global Biodiversity Framework, and in the NDCs against the Paris Agreement. And the solution here, not just, of course, the initial question of alignment, is through often conservation solutions, nature-based solutions once again, and I just want to react to one point you said about making the case. I think this is also one of the requests we're getting a lot. So it's country realizing that there will be a cost of inaction, both for climate and for biodiversity. And these are financial questions, right? This is about really making sure you understand the risk of just not doing anything, really, or doing it poorly, or maladaptating, or I don't know if you say this in English, but in French we say it's maladaptation. And it could have a high cost. And we are getting countries asking us for cost-benefit analysis, costing of specific measure. This is also a call from the UNFCCC, from the Executive Secretary as well now, to have, yes, strong statements of ambition, but ambition needs to be backed by sometimes numbers and studies. And so for NDCs to be implementable and taken seriously by the finance sector as well, national actors need to come up with these numbers. And yeah, I'll stop here.
Okay, well, it's encouraging, I think, to hear those kinds of examples. So Diego, again, from your perspective on the biodiversity side, are there specific examples of types of activity that are helping the alignment between climate and biodiversity? Are there specific examples that you can provide, from your side?
Yeah, I have a great example from Colombia. The government put together the carbon tax now. So they are now having this tax, and this tax is financing the stop of deforestation in the Amazon. So we can see from the financial perspective, one of these links that help climate, how climate agenda can, inform and help the biodiversity agenda. I think this is a great example of how we can start thinking how a financial instrument, taxes instrument, can facilitate the financing of the biodiversity agenda. I think this is a good example. The second example is about the development of new value chains in the economic sectors. So we are discussing now with Chile, for instance, about having a restoration value chain. So incorporate into the economy the way to create a market for restoration, from greenhouses, for instance, for growing plants at the community level, but then companies that need to offset, a macro level to buy those. So I think this is a great opportunity to link restoration, which is a nature-based solution for climate, but also for NBSAPs. So I think there are links that we can start thinking how we can improve that, how we can create new ways from the economic sectors to support, in this case, restoration, but others. We are also discussing with the small islands, for instance, these instruments of taxes as well, derivated from the tourism. How tourism payments can support the conservation of marine protected areas or things like that. So we just need to start thinking on those small instruments that can link climate and nature at technical level and at subnational level again, and see how these can start thinking. So restoration is one of them, conservation, of course, taxes, financial flows, and of course, the incorporation of nature-based solutions of indigenous peoples. All these discussions about the OMEX is in Spanish or is in English? I don't remember. Other effective conservation measures, which is one of these new instruments that are not protected areas, but are, the protection or the conservation is based on other things, just like tourism, for instance. So we are starting to discuss how these kind of instruments can incorporate not just into the NBSAPs, but also to inform and to accomplish NDC's goals as well.
Great, thank you. I was at a session, I think, a couple of days ago on investable NDCs and NBSAPs, and the examples you're giving are, sort of good examples where there's potential for the private sector to engage as well in those areas. And I know WWF has released a roadmap this week on the nature positive economy that brings out some of those cases that are really interesting to see. So thank you. I see that our taxi issue, we were sympathizing with you, Maria. We've all been there this week. So welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. Come up and take a seat on stage. So we're delighted to have Maria Neto, the Executive Director of the Institute for Climate and Society in Brazil. So while you were, coming through the traffic, while you were waiting, we've been discussing, obviously, the alignment between climate and biodiversity that needs to happen in the run-up to COP30. You've obviously got a very distinct perspective on this. I imagine you're a lot in demand this week. What is your view around COP30 and what needs to happen to help the climate and biodiversity kind of goals come to life for COP30?
Okay, simple question. Well, I think we had a lot of discussions here from what I heard already about the implementation. I think the implementation is important, and because at the end, what COP30 is about is the next 10 years of ambition in the Climate Convention. And we need to understand and reinforce how much nature-based solutions is a huge part of it. So talking about the climate change negotiations in the last 2-3 years, this has been a topic that in the Climate Convention was kind of mind. So we had conventions happening in countries that were oil producers. A lot of the focus has been around the phase out of oil and transition away, just transition, always talking more about energy, and the whole discussion about, the land use, agriculture, conservation, huge need for scaling removals. The message from IPCC is clear, actually, on that. IPCC say the most cost-effective, urgent way to reduce emissions to achieve the 1.5 degrees is at 30% nature-based solutions at least. If you talk to Thelma Krug in Brazil, she will say that, okay? The question is, this has been hugely undermined. I mean, you don't see major conversation in the Climate Convention in terms of outcomes. Last year, Dubai has a mention to zero deforestation, but doesn't talk about other things, like, there is a mention to food systems, but I can say as civil society, I recall being in Dubai, the day that the release came with the first draft of the Sheikh, and then a couple of people working on agriculture called an urgent meeting, FAO and others, to say, well, how do we put inside this text back some reference to food system, nature-based solutions, and so on. And so we ended up having something there, but it's not something that's truly recognized. So I think the big thing Kali is already doing is this recognition of the need to push this up, because this is part of the solution and needs to be seen more seriously towards a kind of achievement for COP30. Also because for a lot of the countries, particularly our countries here in Latin America, this is the huge part of our commitment, and the way we'll get there and the incentives and the finance needs to be discussed. So I think this is already a natural thing that I think just by talking about implementation having to be aligned, again, if you look from the positions, I was just now in a panel on the Latin American Finance Day that they're organizing, the Green Zone, that's why it's so far away. But the conversation there was a lot about, for example, Colombia emissions are mainly from agriculture and land use, so are the Brazilians. But also the opportunities we have to not only reduce emissions, but also do a lot in terms of, resolving for the world, also being solution-based on climate changes around there. But this is also about the biodiversity and nature from the point of view of what are we doing that is aligned at scale that benefits the two conventions. And more there is this conversation that was happening before. How much can you really keep looking at them as separately? You do need to have a national planning for restoration and scale, looking at both issues, and you can't do that just separately. So the nature-based solutions and bioeconomy conversations that are happening is an opportunity for both conventions, so on and so forth. So I think this, Kali, is important. The signals that will come out from Kali on finance and COP29 on finance are going to be either good or bad news for COP30 on the other hand. No? So we are seeing difficult conversations on finance here that probably will be similar in COP29, and that could mean that the package around the, what is going to be the incentives and the consideration of many countries coming together will be around that. Now, Brazil has this Tropical Forest Forever proposal, which is not necessarily something tabled at UNFCCC, but clearly is presented as a solution for forest standing. I'm not sure how it will go or not, but ideas like that and things like that, again, assuming also that the conventions are dealing only with a very small part of the finance actually really needed for shifting the economies, I think also what's going to happen outside the COPs in terms of creating trust, be the TFFF or other kind of proposals that are running around, if they are able to move and have some kind of signals, they may become even more important than COP29 itself. No? So that's another thing I would say. So I'll maybe stop here. We can talk more.
So I just want to pick up on the COP29 kind of issue around the role of nature at COP29 is obviously not going to be as prominent as we all hope at COP30. What are there things that non-state actors can do between now and COP29 and then COP29 and beyond to keep that momentum going so that nature, the nature agenda is delivered, I guess, at COP30?
Well, definitively yes. We saw in many COPs as well that were more or less successful. I guess nobody's going to say a COP was not successful, but for Copenhagen and some others, I'm old enough to have seen also the Dutch failure sometime in the past. But basically, I think the action agenda is extremely important precisely when governments are not able to agree, also because of geopolitics sometimes. So in case of this COP29, we have elections in US, and might be very difficult for US to come with any commitment. But if they don't come with any commitment, things are stumbled, right? So, so I think there will be a lot of things that are becoming also completely dependent on other geopolitics issues that we can't just take out of the table. So I think in this sense, the action agenda, the pressure to still make sure that these things are put in the text and recognized. I think the carbon markets conversation on Article 6 is relevant, more for a question of principle. I'm not sure the Article 6 is going to run and make a huge impact, but the messaging around questioning constantly the permanence, for example, or the restoration potential, and how to handle this issue of environmental integrity on the one hand, which is important, but on the other, recognizing the need to move in terms of allowing some kind of push for starting working on restoration and being able to do the, reforestation, afforestation, and so on. If this keeps being stumbled, also it creates a negative impact in terms of incentives. No, I think yes, the state and non-state actors probably currently are important, more important often. I mean, if you see also here as well, indigenous peoples, traditional peoples that see that as a big important part for them of what is the commitments that are to come out of there. Is certainly an important part of the conversation to give some space for this kind of dialogues.
Thank you. So I think we've had some discussions with Monique as well around the need to close the finance gap. So that, like you say, the finance conversation is the most important one we're having both at Cali and Baku. And so, Monique, back over to you really in terms of, we had a little discussion about the Brazilian bioeconomy. How can something like the conversation around the Brazilian bioeconomy help close how can it sort of model, I guess, a way of thinking about climate and nature goals being achieved at the same time? And then maybe it's a different question, but related, one of the issues we face is how on earth do you get nature onto the agenda of finance ministries where it's currently absent? Do you have any thoughts on how we might move forward on that?
Better? Yeah, okay. So, like I said, Brazil introduced the initiative on the bioeconomy this year in its G20 presidency. South Africa has confirmed that it wishes to take the initiative forward in its incoming presidency, which it will commence on the 1st of December. And South Africa has actually had a bioeconomy strategy for more than a decade, has been looking at this from various angles. Like I said, there's incredible range in the bioeconomy. So from what we would call biodiversity economy, which has traditionally been around ecotourism, that's evolving slightly, but also across more advanced technology chains. So we're looking from how do you actually take biomass and develop supply chains that can cross borders, that lead to very complicated bio, pharma, and nutraceutical developments that cut across supply chains. We're also looking at alternatives to packaging, to construction, to waste management that is less carbon intensive, that relies on environmental and bioresources. We're also thinking about things like environmental remediation. So I think it's helpful to give real examples. So for example, in terms of what do we mean by environmental remediation, I'll give a really practical example in South Africa that's actually attracting quite a lot of investment because it's a problem that needs to be solved, which is South Africa is a water scarce country. One of our largest dams is being choked by an invasive species. And there's a company using nanotechnology to remove the species, which has been completely resistant to all other types of treatment. And that technology is attracting investment. The government, the local government, and the investors who are investing in the company don't necessarily see that as an investment in nature. They're seeing that as an investment as a solution to a problem and to something that can be applied to other sectors, including mining, like tailings management, etc., how we treat water. So I think the bioeconomy is helpful because there are already business cases, there are already enterprises that are developing along the supply chain. We're seeing incredible innovation across sectors. It's already cross-cutting. So it's already relevant to, for example, a trade industry and ministry. It's already relevant to the environment ministry, but also because there's real GDP relevance and for South Africa, FDI relevance, if you can export some of these products that develop through the biotech processes, then there's a real business case for a sovereign to really consider, and then that it can interest the finance ministry, for example. Yeah.
And so, Maria, just before we open up to questions on the bioeconomy from a Brazilian perspective, it's almost like you can't go to a meeting or a session without hearing Brazil and the bioeconomy in the same sentence. What's your viewpoint on, how important is this? Is it going to be a game changer? What should we expect to see on that topic next year?
Well, first of all, you're talking about finance ministers, and I was just, again, in another event with the Vice Minister of Finance of Colombia, and she was saying they did an assessment of how reliant the economy of Colombia was on ecosystems, and they were saying it was about 40% of the GDP. So that's as important as nature-based solutions is for Colombia. And Brazil didn't do the same assessment, but certainly is going to be even higher. I think bioeconomy at the end, and we have Simon here, we work very closely with Nature Finance and others, and the government of Brazil. Brazil had this initiative on bioeconomy in the G20, which is great because at least it got the G20 to accept that we need to develop these principles around bioeconomy, understanding that bioeconomy can be a very broad kind of concept that can go to very sophisticated science to also traditional and cultural different kind of understanding and knowledge. No? So with this kind of a spectrum, it is a huge opportunity, but it's a huge opportunity that needs to be scalable, and to scale has still a lot of challenges. And on the finance side, there are quite a few because we still have most of this business being either business that don't have the externalities priced and valuated, so the monetization is not always there clearly, or because of the risks also, or the opportunities are not only misunderstood, but also not really yet treated by the financial system as it should be. So Brazil has, of course, a lot of opportunities, as actually I would say most of the Latin American countries, in terms of just, for example, land restoration. Brazil has 40 million hectares of land to be restored, not talking about the Amazon. If you top up with the Amazon, it's about another 20 million hectares of restoration. And then if you talk about bioeconomy, it's not, if we talk about bioeconomy, you have this opportunity of scale, but you also have the opportunity for local people in the Amazon, for example, not only because it is obviously good for the forest to be keeping it standing, but it's also about these people staying where they are, having some quality of life, instead of going to move to do other jobs somewhere else, unfortunately, often also in criminal businesses. Okay, so it's a lot also about the social development and the quality of life and the options you are giving economically to these people. And so I think there is a lot of different ways to look at as a real new ecological development pattern, okay? And I think this is what is sinking in, is that when we talk about climate and biodiversity, it's not anymore just about the environmental benefit, it's about how this is about a new way to look at development and the economic costs of neglecting this and looking at that as an integrated manner. So bioeconomy is nothing but the economy that values the nature, right? So given that we, particularly economies like Brazil or Colombia, are so dependent on nature, we cannot just not look at that. At the same time, we're extremely vulnerable because our economies depend on nature. So it's even more because of that we need to value it.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to open up to questions. So if you would like to ask a question of any of our panelists, please raise your hand. We'll give you a mic. If you could say your name and where you're from and the question, that would be great. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. Johnny Hazel from the Royal Society in the UK. A question that builds on your comments about silos, Sally. Lucy, I'm so sorry. Jet lag kicking in. Discussion of the bioeconomy without talking about energy applications feels like looking at only the opportunities and not the risks. And I wondered if the panel could talk about some of the ways that things being done in the name of net zero might have risks for the environment, particularly in terms of land use and water use.
Take that one. Is it a sort of spatial planning question you're asking, really, in that way? I don't know whether do you have any thoughts on that?
Of course. I'd let her start and I can follow.
Yeah, I think it's a good question because previously this has been a very controversial topic within the bioeconomy. In South African and African countries, there's a red line around using food products as energy, so that it has to be food waste. And the high-level principles clearly state that the bioeconomy needs to be nature positive, and it has to reduce, not increase emissions. So I think the principles are a really helpful guideline to thinking about what a nature positive and equitable bioeconomy actually looks like and making the right kinds of investments. The other thing about energy is that this is a rapidly evolving technological space. We're seeing innovations move at lightning speed. And some of this is, so quite loud. Some of this is taking what has been used for a very long time and making it more efficient. Others are getting more creative in how we actually just distribute the actual electricity and power. So I hear your concern. I think it's valid. I think it's real. I think it's being acknowledged in the bioeconomy initiative. And I'm looking at Simon, who has been very engaged, as Maria said, but I'm sure Maria will also come in.
Simon, do you have any views, or Maria?
No, just to say that I think also the conversations, for example, in Brazil about biofuels, of course, are important conversations, and I think we need to also be careful about what are the conditions of different countries, right? So the push and pull on food and fuel is very differently in Brazil than it is in other countries where there is less degraded lands, for example. Okay, so For instance, in Brazil, some of the discussions on biofuels is about restoration with native species that could in turn be used for producing sustainable aviation fuels. On the other hand, for example, in countries like Brazil, after agriculture and deforestation, transportation with diesel is the largest emission. It's not realistic to think about railways in Brazil being constructed in the short run, and they could have a lot of negative impacts as well. So we can't just say we'll not have biofuels. So that conversation, I think, is very different from a geography to another, but needs to be qualified. And when we talk about nature positive, I think that's the point, is when we talk about bioeconomy, it's not just about the biofuels. That's, I think, is very important. It's about the other aggregated values. But you are right. You have to consider also what are the limits. And when we talk about nature, it has to be nature positive.
Thank you. Other questions I saw? Yep.
I guess this question is for Nathan and Diego. So we've heard a lot about, as Lucy said, in every event so far at COP16, we've heard a lot about Brazil and a lot about the bioeconomy. I'm curious about the countries you've been engaging with your programs. How many of them are up to speed, or is there still that siloed between the languages that governments are using and the languages, other than the great work that G20 has done, or the languages that we're using in the biodiversity space on this topic?
Thanks for the question. Not so much, I would say. This is my frank answer. This has really been a topic in our climate sphere for a few years, a couple years, literally 2 as a couple. And it's partly because we didn't have a lot of existing high-level references also in the conventions to each other. We are starting to get some. It's recognized in the global stocktake, which is the main outcome of last year's COP, the climate COP. It is recognized in the joint statement, which we helped develop with the COP presidencies, including Brazil and Colombia, that references the need to treat this as a similar issue, but also for the support that our platforms and our partners deliver. That said, we are still doing a lot of work to make sure that countries that we work with through ministries of environment, which are usually climate change divisions and climate change focal points, but also ministries of finance, are aware, first of all, that they can request support from us. I think there's still a lot of work we can do internally as international initiatives, but also as partners, to include this in our lingo, in our narrative when we engage with countries and guide them and provide them with the alternatives. We are not seeing very clear references, for instance, when countries request support for NDC revision. We're not seeing clear references, well, firstly, to the Global Biodiversity Framework and NBSAPs, but definitely not about specific targets, even though under the Global Biodiversity Framework, you have targets that mention explicitly climate change, the impact on biodiversity, but also the need to combine financial flows, the subsidies piece that are very much linked to the work we're doing, and of course the land use and the land planning and restoration targets, which are maybe the most visible one in the GBF. But it is improving. I mean, it's taking time, but it is there. We are seeing some progress. I'm very positive about it, and part of the work is working together to approach countries.
Thank you. Diego, do you want to come in?
Yeah, in the case of the MBSAPs, when you see we had the capacity building forum last week with the CVD parties gathered together to to discuss several of the things. One of them is precisely that it's a silo-based work within the governments. So everything related to biodiversity and nature is included in the Ministry of Environment, and not necessarily the people from the Ministry of Environment is talking to the climate people in the same Ministry of Environment. So this is the lack of capacity that I was mentioning earlier. So we need to work together in trying to have a more vertical approach on that. We are going to have the Finance Day on Monday. So this is the first time I think we are going to have a high-level representative from the finance world. We are going to have bankers. We are going to have Ministry of Finance. We are going to have other big players in the investment world. So we are, improving in that. But definitely one of the main issues is the political will of fighting against these silos. We need to be more proactive in the way that voters decide who is in charge, and these politicians need to be more proactive in the way that they understand in a holistic approach the topic of climate and nature. I think this is pretty important to advance. Not too much politicians understand the importance of nature. Nature is still birds and plants and this romantic view about conservation and not a fundamental, support of life. So we just need to be more proactive in that. And I think for instance, the Nathan mentioning the joint statement of nature and climate, we are showing more and more those relationships, and societies need to understand that intrinsic relationship between climate and nature, as nature is, I would say, the solution for the climate crisis.
Great, thank you. We're going to take two more questions. So Simon in the front, and then this lady here.
Thanks very much. Great. Simon Zadek, Nature Finance. Great session. Thank you. So yesterday, Nathan, where you were sitting on a session, a member of the Brazilian government said, in response to what should we be doing, he said, maybe when we get to Belém, it'll be in flames. Yeah, and obviously he wasn't predicting. He was just pointing out we need a phase shift. We don't just need to get nature into Belém. We need something else to happen as well. And so I think my question is, yeah, we need to get nature into Belém, but what do we need to do? What needs to be delivered into Belém that really pushes us to another level in the way we're dealing with the relationship between the two? It's one thing getting statements and NDCs and MBSAPs and so on. I get all that. But somehow we've got to do more than more. We've got to start thinking differently about how we need to function as we head to Belém. So I think my question is, what would be a high ambition deliverable in Belém at the nexus between nature and climate? Thank you.
I had a question for Maria. You were talking about how bioeconomy is also indigenous knowledge, and how can we use this knowledge but not in an extractive way, and what can we learn from carbon markets, for example. So this knowledge, for example, from medicine or how we build or nature-based solutions are not harmful for the communities, and what safeguards, I think that is the word, what safeguards should we have in the negotiations so that we prevent companies and other organizations extracting this knowledge from the communities.
Maybe that both of those questions are coming to me. Sorry.
Both, I don't know.
That first one was very difficult, but if you guys want to come in as well, just...
Maybe to start with the last one, obviously you need safeguards. And again, when we talk about nature, positive is about that as well. But it's not only about the safeguards. I think it's about a participation and dialogue. So it's also how these communities can have access to the value and be able to promote also the knowledge they have and access markets with their knowledge. The safeguards is not new. I mean, the carbon markets negotiations, I worked in the convention since 95, in climate convention. But in this convention, I did my thesis when I was very, very young about the trade-related intellectual property rights and genetic resources when actually the Biodiversity Convention was being negotiated on the Article 8. So I understand very well this point, but that's the thing that we need also to consider. It's not any longer just about the safeguards. I think we need to think about what is the dialogue where the knowledge, that the transitional knowledge is valued, truly valued, to the people that have the knowledge. And that requires also space, dialogues, and access to finance sometimes as well, and new arrangements of business models as well. So That would be my provocation. In terms of the safeguards, I think this is something that needs to be there and is acknowledged to be there. But the question is not just about the convention, then it's about the implementation. How you make sure that then the safeguards are really applied. And that's a bit more of the role of the non-state actors as well, to be aware on the need of making sure that governments are implementing this. No? On the ambition, Simon, that's a big question. What is the big ask that we would have there? I think there is two senses on that. There is a big ask on reality check that I think is understanding better on the negative side, what is the consequence of not having a much higher ambition with regards to targets relating to reducing emissions and actually including nature in the package? What is the consequence of inaction? A lot of our work has been indeed talking about NDCs and so on. We know aggregatedly, frankly, there will not be the ambition we would have liked or needed to achieve the target. So I think part of the discussion has to be about the cost of inaction indeed. And what does it mean that we are going to a world where there will be trade-offs with 2 degrees, 3 degrees. I was just saying our economies in Latin America are particularly vulnerable. And they are completely dependent on nature-based solutions. We are agriculture-based countries. Brazil depends on fuel, on actually nature-based solutions. And also our energy depends a lot on on nature-based solutions. So I think the realization on the actual economic and social and development impact of these decisions being wrongly done is the question that we need to bring. So a big call would be to really rethink a bit more what that means from our economic pattern. And if we are not doing something ambitious, what is then the flip side? We will have a lot of trade-offs to take. Yesterday or the day before, UNEP, I guess some people here from UNEP presented the GAP report saying we are the trajectory to the 3 degrees. What that means, this huge for our, and we are not talking anymore about 2100, we are talking about 2030, 35. This is the 10 year from now. So I think that the call we have to have is not just about the NDCs, which is very important because it's the implementation of the targets we took back then that we know will not comply, and that's a reality check. But then what is the alternative? So we need a serious conversation about that.
Great, thank you very much. I think that's a kind of reality check for all of us, really, around what needs to happen. Certainly, taking that away from a nature for climate point of view, it's not necessarily just focusing on the positive stories of nature-based solution, but that cost of inaction now is a critical piece of the narrative for next year. So please give our panelists a big round of applause. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much. It's great. And if you've got, I know we couldn't answer all the questions, so if you've got questions, maybe we can spend some time outside if anyone has got some time to talk. But thank you.
Check. See, okay.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Excuse me, everybody. Can you please join the TNC event? If you're not in the TNC event, we would invite you to leave, unfortunately, the pavilion today. So please come in.
Can you hear me? Oh. We have food, so please help yourself if you'd like a snack on the table back there. We're going to get started in like 2 minutes. This is an interactive session, so please try to complete a circle if you can. We can consolidate circles a little bit. Great. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming today to our session. Welcome. If you are standing in the back and you are not participating, we'd like to invite you to join us. This is going to be a fun activity, something different than a panel. So my name's Marissa Balfour. I'm the biodiversity and nature lead on the corporate engagement team at the Nature Conservancy. Really excited to be here talking about this topic of aligning corporate action, monitoring, evaluation, and learning with the GBF and the NBSAPs. This is, I think up until this week, not a topic we've heard a lot about, but lots of discussion here at COP, so that's really exciting. So I want to share that we're kicking off a really great project where we're going to be developing a toolkit that companies can use to support them with this alignment. And so this workshop is the first step in this process of developing a toolkit. So we're going to be collecting some insights at the end of this session that will inform the development of that toolkit. And at the end, we'll have a QR code. You can share your name, email, if you're interested in participating and informing that work. So very briefly, just want to thank Disney, the company Disney, who supported this work stream, this session, this toolkit, our snacks. So thank you to Disney for the support. Thank you to, yes, claps for Disney, right? Great. We all love Disney. And also thank you to Metabolic, who also has contributed time and support for the workshop today and is our partner on this project. So now I'd like to introduce my colleague, Suzanne Osmond. Suzanne is our Senior Policy Advisor for Global Biodiversity and Infrastructure at the Nature Conservancy, and Constanza Torres, who's the Latin America and National Engagement Lead at Business for Nature. So Suzanne and Constanza are going to share some remarks, and then we're going to kick off our activity.
Okay. Thank you so much, Marissa. Hi, everybody. I'm actually really pleased with this turnout because, it's Saturday, so thanks for making the time. This is going to be a great discussion. I realize that there's going to be a mixture of people in the room today, so I wanted to do just a very brief level set without putting anybody to sleep for everybody to have sort of the same understanding coming into this conversation. So the Global Biodiversity Framework has 23 targets. Target 3 on 30 by 30 is probably the most famous. There's also a target on corporate disclosure and transparency, target 15, that looks at integrating nature risk. I invite us today to think about the broad entry points for corporations to contribute to all 23 targets. Move beyond just those and think about how companies can and should be contributing to agricultural sustainability, even looking at their own subsidy profile and understanding their reliance and opportunities to reform subsidies. The broad gamut of targets under the GBF actually offer a lot of opportunities for corporations to take action. There's a discussion going on here at COP16 about how the Global Biodiversity Framework will be measured, monitored, and reviewed. And for everyone's information, countries are providing fundamental roadmaps to implementing the GBF right now through their national strategies, national biodiversity strategies and action plans, NBSAPs. And this is basically how each country is translating the goals of the GBF into their own contributions to solving the biodiversity crisis. They are responsible for providing national reports in 2026, quite soon, and then again in 2030. And so we want to make sure that companies and corporate action doesn't miss that train to help contribute towards our understanding of the collective progress on the Global Biodiversity Framework, if that makes sense. So a lot of discussions around corporate action for biodiversity, I think, are sometimes taking place in isolation from the discussions on the NBSAPs. That's why I think this is such a powerful conversation to have, because we want to really see companies actually contributing to NBSAPs. And there's actually going to be a mechanism for companies to contribute to the national reports. And the more alignment we can see between corporate action and national targets and action, I think the better chances we have of achieving the Global Biodiversity Framework. So that's what I'm hoping we can discuss in this conversation, and that Marissa's project is going to be working on. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Very excited to be here with all of you. My name is Constanza Torres, and as Marisa said, I lead the work at Business for Nature in Latin America. And totally agree with Susan's remarks. And following a little bit on that, I wanted to share with you maybe a couple of examples of corporate action, particularly contributing to the MBSAPs. So I wanted to share a couple of reflections on the work that we have been doing at the national level, particularly in Colombia, South Africa, Malaysia, and Chile. So it can hopefully inspire and trigger some interesting conversations today and beyond. But we supported these countries on how to effectively include the role of business and finance in their MBSAPs for the past couple of years. And it has been a whole journey. We have learned so much. So maybe one thing I'd like to share with you as a key lesson learned, and actually I was discussing this with my colleagues from Colombia right now that implemented the project in Colombia, is that it's key to really like build the trust and create those relationships, because in many countries there is no collaboration mechanism or even like the communication channel between the businesses and the governments. So we need to really like start having these business government dialogues and start the conversation. But this takes time, building the trust and having the right partnerships. So that was like one of the first lessons learned, and that we will continue like strengthening for in working in other countries. Maybe the second one would be having the right partners on the ground, because we realize that there's sometimes it's not even like the same language. For us, it's very obvious to talk about biodiversity, but there are companies that have no idea what's biodiversity like, and they think it's like nothing related to them. So even like doing this bridge between business language and not governance, but nature, biodiversity language is super important. And we found that our partners at the national level were able to do that. So yeah, that was the other lesson that I wanted to share with you. And moving forward, I think something that we've learned of this project is that there's a lot of capacity building to be done in the forthcoming years. But it's very encouraging and very exciting to see that Colombia, Malaysia have already developed a business action plan as part of their MBSAPs. Chile is in the process of doing so, and we're also supporting South Africa in this task. So yeah, I think it's very encouraging to see these results, and I feel that we still have a lot of work to do in the implementation. But yeah, thank you for being here.
Thank you both for being here and sharing all the exciting work. And we're building the momentum on this topic, which is great. So now I'd like to introduce Andrew McHugh, who works on strategic initiatives at Metabolic. And Andrew is going to facilitate this exciting activity that we have for you today. So if you're not already in a group, we take a minute and form a cluster of like at least 4 people, 4 to like 7 people. So just make sure you're partnered with at least a couple folks if you can. And then, yeah, Andrew, take it from here.
Brilliant. Whoa, that was very loud. Thanks so much, Marissa. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We have a few support materials that are going to follow you through this exercise. I've been to a couple of sessions so far on aligning corporate action with the Global Biodiversity Framework, and there's a lot of different forms it can take. There's a lot of different targets to take into account. And then, of course, every country who has published an NBSAP is perhaps doing it in a slightly different way. So we have designed an exercise for you that takes some of the variation out. We're going to hand clipboards to each group. We are going to have half of the group role play as representatives of a fictional company The first page, you get to choose, are you going to be part of Green Mine Materials or Terra Fruit Company? We have given a few details about what these companies are, what they do, how they relate to the country in question, and what they're doing around nature and biodiversity so far. On the flip side, the other half of the group is going to be representing anonymous country A, from whom we have pulled key elements of their NBSAP relating to only two specific targets. Target 2, which is that 30 by 30 goal that we all have heard so much about, and Target 10, which is about sustainable agricultural production. We're going to ask you to think through, in your role as the country representatives or the company representatives, what are the opportunities you see by connecting the NBSAP to your corporate action? Is there something that's going to be good for both parties here? Is there a win-win situation you could see coming out of it? And then we're going to ask you to go one step further. Okay, that's a nice opportunity we want to reach to. What's standing between us and there? What are the barriers? And if we have time, we'll start thinking about then what are we going to do to take down those barriers and move it on from there. So put on your theater school hats or your imagination hats, and we will hand out the clipboards right now. We've still got some empty seats over here, so if you're sitting in the back, standing in the back, and you want to get involved, now's a great time to come forward. And I think we can get started. We'll just, the Mentimeter. While we hand out the clipboards, I invite you to scan this QR code and share with us a little bit what you'd already know about NBSAPs and what your expertise already is. I'll be walking around helping you to move through the exercise. There aren't any wrong answers here. We just want you to be thinking through this in a critical way and coming up with some interesting solutions to connect corporate action and government action on this topic.
We have about 3 minutes left. So if there's anything else that you want to go over, got 3 minutes and then we're going to report out. Okay, everyone, I hate to cut off your very exciting conversations, but we're going to report out. So we're going to go from group to group, and you've got about 1 to 2 minutes. So nominate a representative to share some of what you talked about with the broader group. What did you learn? Reflections. All right. I wish I knew like those like kindergarten, like clap after me, but I don't know those. So anyway, we're gonna start with this group over here who would like to report out just some quick thoughts.
Right, so very quickly summarize what our group has talked about. In terms of corporate opportunities, we've got engagement with the government means easier to reach out to local communities. Water efficiency, we picked the mining company, by the way. And then water efficiency means saving money, reducing risk to biodiversity means reducing reputational risk. But then in terms of barriers, we said that reducing risk to biodiversity, to water impacts, etc., doesn't really mean reducing reputational risk, because if we are realistic, if you think about the existing mining companies in the world, you wouldn't think one of them would be, this is a really sustainable mining company, it's the best company in the world. So if we are realistic, we think it's also a barrier or risk. And then we also think there's cost to restoration work, water sustainability work, and there might be lack of support from the board to actually do sustainability work. And then when it comes to the government, we said the opportunities are, say, if we have a mining act, there will be it will be positive to communities in terms of how money will be flowing in for the communities. But then on the downside, not all the money will go to the community. All the money would be going to the government doing political things, and it doesn't really go to the communities. And then we also said that, say, restoring watersheds, reducing water use would be good for nature, which means it's also good for the government in a way. And then we also say, generally there will be more alignment to the GBF targets if the company is good for nature. But then in terms of the barriers or the risk, we think it's, if it's one sentence to summarize, it's all about the money. So that's it from our group.
Brilliant. very excited to, there you go.
Well, all right. I'll start with. Okay. I'll start from the corporate perspective. We chose the fruit company, and on the opportunity side, what we identified was that changing to agroforestry or agroecology or sustainable farming practices would be an opportunity for us to reduce certain company risks. And also to receive possibly financing from public sources. We also identified opportunities to do research and development, both on the plastic use, which was one of the points that was identified as critical, and on the topic of water stress. And on the barrier side, what we mainly identified was the lack of flexibility that we have in the global supply chain, or the control we have over the global supply chain. So there's only so much we can do as a single company to influence what our suppliers are doing.
Okay, so we were from the government, and we had to focus actually on funding research programs between farmers and the company to improve sustainability of agriculture. This means like working with existing centers of excellence and connecting them with the companies to increase the capacity to actually, of existing institutions. Also for incentivizing corporates to invest more in R&D for nature positive alternatives like almond trees with less water need. We also suggesting the company to talk to the industry chamber about ongoing programs, initiatives that actually support those goals that we have with the GBF. And for plastics, we were thinking about a normative framework to reduce the amount of plastics by the company. And then we had a discussion about the food value chain, paying farmers for ecosystems and biodiversity in terms of a premium. That's from our side.
Very nice. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Julie.
Yeah, hello. Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Julie Dimitrovich. I'm from Fauna and Flora, and I'm here with this great group of people. And we chatted about Targets 2 and Target 10 from the perspective of governments on my left, and then business over here, which is the Terra Fruit Company. So they're a consumer packaged goods company specializing in sourcing, processing, packaging, and distributing dried fruits and nuts. The company sources high-quality produce from various regions worldwide and packages its products primarily in plastic packaging. So then we discussed targets 2 of the GBF and also 10, focused on agriculture, so restoration, and then decreasing the pressures on nature through, I guess, agricultural practices. The main thing that we chatted about in the beginning is we needed clarity on what countries we were working in and sourcing from, and kind of how the national targets would be applicable and what type of landscapes we would be operating in, because the decisions on how to identify opportunities would be vastly different. And then the other thing I guess we discussed as well that would need to be clarified is who are the local community members? Can we identify to the sourcing areas at the site level? Are they smallhold farmer producers and they would be producing and selling, I guess, small quantities of product to a manufacturer? Or is it kind of large-scale industry and there's huge pieces of land owned by single entities? Because those conversations would be very different. We did talk about opportunities, though, in that the Terra Fruit Company has nature positive or like nature ambitions that match the national government. And so there could be co-benefits of trying to raise awareness and capacity building of these targets with your suppliers, and then having those conversations of what are the pressures on the environment, how can they change, what solutions do you want to see? And those could be co-financed to reduce the burden of having these conversations. And also you have a unifying front working together and hopefully working towards, I guess, local community buy-in. And And then we talked about things in potentially changing land management practices, but being very aware that you are changing the livelihoods of people. So maybe they do want to change the crop they're producing if the pressures on the environment no longer make sense, if climate change is an issue and you're in a drought area and there's too much water required, or maybe that's something that's just not on the cards at all, it's not possible. And so you would have to think about changing the practices from a agronomic point of view, so increasing soil quality, introducing a diversification of crops, things like that. Did somebody want to add from the corporate perspective? No. Okay. It was a nice conversation. Thanks.
An organizations that gathers 120 universities of the world. We have been working.
Regime. Thank you, Suzanne. Then not only will it be better for the producer, the company here, but also the farmers, because they will get a better price for each product. So that's how the company and the farmers earn better. We also want to introduce a biodiversity credit market over here, just so that every company, the private sector, has some time in the form of allowances that they buy for themselves to transition. So it's not a complete embargo, it's a gradual phase down so that we go hand in hand. And the challenges we do see in that, so also the farmers get paid for improved payment of ecosystem services, but the challenges we do see there is valuation of biodiversity services and ecosystem services. We also see the need for better traceability of the ecosystem services downstream in the supply chain, like tracing the evaluation down till the farm. And also we would feel like our source of revenue to also pay for some or incentivize some of those practices could be, we didn't come on a consensus on this, but could be to impose taxes or fines on those private farmers who refuse or are non-compliant with the compulsory farm certification scheme that we introduce. And as far as restoration of degraded land is already degraded land is considered, we need to think a little more about it, but we do hope that once we roll out these schemes and farmers see the merit in restoring degraded pastures, they are able to adopt more restoration practices just for receiving better payment for ecosystem services. I think, just in case somebody wants to add. Thank you.
So the last one, Daniele Stripoli from Deloitte. So we had a very interesting discussion. We focus on the target 2 as a country level with our friends of a mining company. We started with being a little bit of enemy, but we come to some conclusion together. So we recognize both that there are barriers in place. And one barrier is the cost of restoring lands, a cost for a private owner of the land, but a cost if the government want to take actions to carry on the activity on his own. So we found a compromise, a win-win opportunity, agreeing that, okay, the mining company is the more responsible on the impact on degraded lands, their legacy asset, if you want, so they will pay the most, okay. But as a government, we would like to create a sort of pilot of cooperation with the involvement of local communities to be the enabler of the restoration and to create some new, let's say, extra incomes for the local communities. And the buy-in from the company is that they will have a social license to operate and increase reputation. So they are happy to, put their money on the table. They also asked, and we agreed that makes sense, to have a sort of long-term perspective that could be also a financing stream through tax, let's say, incentives or similar sort of, let's say, schemes that will facilitate the deployment of the pilot case. Then we explored other areas, how to cascade down this great initiative on the supply chain. And we agreed that it's difficult to define what is the level of the supply chain we need to look, because we are, as a country, we are looking at our target, not the full dependencies of our friends now of the mining company. As a mining company, they should look at all their dependencies. So we agreed that should make the case to work on a framework, but we didn't have the time to find the the win-win. Too short time. We also spoke about the involvement of local communities and the importance to create a monetization system similar to our friends related to ecosystem services. Again, it's a big question mark. Biodiversity credit, ecosystem service valuation. I don't think it's possible to solve in 30 minutes, but the principle was there. So that was our, let's say, outcome. The last one that was not mentioned by the other groups, we spoke a bit about the need of a government to have data to report the progress towards Stagger 2, and the fact that companies that will enable the restoration of land will have the data. But they probably said to us, okay, we send you the data. In which platform? We don't have a platform. That's a barrier, and this is to be solved yet.
Thank you all very much. We had one more comment, I believe.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and I just want to make an observation. So I love what you all said and what is being said at this conference, but I think we're missing the point. The point is that we have to have it done by 2030. We have lots of wonderful ideas. Everyone has its right on its own, but this has nothing to do with the deadline. And this is not a political goal. I can only emphasize this over and over again. This is not a political goal that you can, reach or not reach. These are physical limits. These are tipping points. And I think we should discipline ourselves more. I include myself. This is not about doing things we like to do and things that are nice and going in the right direction. This is about getting it done by 2030, and this is really something else. We are not good at this. I don't think so.
Very good reminder at the end of this that all the great interventions that we might have come up with, we have very limited time to get them set up and scaled to a significant degree to get us to a safe operating space by 2030. It's a monumental task, all the more reason why we need to have solid connections between corporate action for nature and the Global Biodiversity Framework. Marissa, would you like to take us away?
Where you can fill out a form to participate in our development of our toolkit. We're going to be doing some surveys and interviews. So if you found this to be an interesting, that one. If you found this to be an interesting activity and you want to leave us your contact information so that we can reach out and gather some more thoughts, we'd love to hear from you, and we hope you had a great time and learned something, and there's snacks. So please eat the food and enjoy, and thank you.
Hola, hola. Hola, hola, check. Hola, hola, 1, 2. Hola, hola, probando, check. Oh, hola, 1, 2. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, sí, check. Hola, hola. Hola, hola. Hola, 1, 2.
La idea es que hasta en el último punto suene.
Sí. Hola, hola, 1, 2. Probando, check. Sí. Hola, hola, 1, 2. Sí, ok, ok. Check, check, check. Hola, hola. Hola, hola, 1, 2. Sí, ok. 1. Ok, ok. Sí, 1, 2. Ok. Hola, hola. Acá. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, 1, 2. Check, check, check. Sí. Oh. Hola. 2. Sí. Oh. Hola. Oh. Oh. Hola, hola. Hola, 1, 2, sí, check. Hola, 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 1, 2, check, check, check. Sí, 1, probando, 1, 2.
O sea, si me corro, sí, ya está.
Hola.
Es esa. Check.
Hola, hola, hola. 1, 2, sí, check. Oh. Sí. Oh, oh, oh. Sí. 1, 2, 3, hola, check. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, 1, 2, sí, 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 check. 2, hola, hola, probando, check, sí. Hola, hola, 1, 2, sí. Check, check, check. Oh. Hola, hola, sí, 1, 2, sí.
No. Pues. No, pero. Des. A. Check. A. O. A. O. A. O. Check.
Hola, hola, 1, 2. Check, check, check. Sí, ok, ok. Sí. Hola, hola, 1, 2. Sí. Hola, hola. Hola, hola. Sí. Hola. Sí. Check. Sí. Ok. Sí. ¿Qué más? ¿No? Eso.
Buenas tardes a todos y todas. Hola. Buenas tardes. Hello. Bienvenido. Voy a hablar en español un poquito. Sí. Y usted puede escuchar este evento en español si quieres. Es mágico. Look. Yes. ¿Cómo? No. Okay, well, that was supposed to be really cool. We're going to have a really cool session. My name's Eva Zabe. I'm the CEO of Business for Nature. And you can look at a black screen right now if you want. We're also going to be translating this live, which was what I was trying to say in Spanish. Vamos a discutir. ¿Por qué? ¿Cómo? Okay, I'll stop. Yes. So as I kick off this session, I was thinking about why. Why do we act? Why do we take action as human beings? Because sometimes it's good just to take a little step back and think about us as a species. We act because we feel something. We need to do something. We feel a sense of responsibility. We feel a sense of urgency. We care. We act because it's what's expected of us. Social norms or our families or friends expect us to do something. We act because we have to. Maybe it's the law. We act because we want to, because we'll be rewarded. Many different reasons why we would act. And I just thought I'd say that to kick us off because we're going to talk a lot about now why all of you need to act, but more importantly, how and what are you going to do. And the great thing is that to address this urgency to act, we've been able collaboratively to distill the complexity into very tangible pieces of guidance, I could put it that way. And the sector-specific work that the World Economic Forum, WBCC, Business for Nature, and many of you in the room have worked on together is going to help us accelerate. And we're going to hear from many companies on how and what you are all doing. We've built our work together on some high-level business actions for nature. I'm going to say the first one, and I want you to all say the other three, okay? Are you ready? All companies need to assess, AGD, excellent, assess, commit, transform, disclose. It's been fantastic to see that consistency and confidence in the language that we are providing. And let us now, with this, already get into some of the meat of the discussion. And for that, I'm really delighted. I'd like to thank the organizers, and now I'd like to welcome Wenhu, who is the head of Nature and Biodiversity at JP Morgan, who's going to moderate a fantastic discussion for us. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Does this work? Yeah. Thank you. Can I ask my panelists to come up? Is this really loud? We will have another panelist that's gonna come, but he is running late. So I empathize because I have no sense of direction and I've basically spent my time here lost. So Ian Hudson is the head of environment for Anglo-American. If I mispronounce your name, please let me know. Fawn Sharp is the vice president of Kino Tribal Council. Is that correct? Quinaut. Okay, thank you. And as Ava mentioned, we wanted to come and talk about concrete examples that everybody's doing and maybe glean some best practices, because the best way to move things forward and to help scale is to show proof. and this is how we show proof. So Ian, I'm going to first go to you. And Anglo American is a mining company, and I think that is the perfect example of the climate and nature nexus. We know that you have been doing a lot of work on this, especially on biodiversity assessments, management plans, rehabilitating sites. Way back at the start of TNFD, you guys were already involved because we had worked together at my previous life. So nice to see you in person again. And I was wondering if you can talk us through on what you're doing in the metals and mining sector and how that then aligns with the global biodiversity framework.
It's on now. This seems to be the thing that's been happening, doesn't it, in each meeting? Is it on? Is it on with a tap? It's on now. Look, thank you very much. So, before we dive in, thank you for the invitation. It is lovely to see some friendly faces again. It's a shame we have to wait 2 years to see all these friendly faces, but we always have to make the best of it. And thanks for this on a Saturday night as well. Maybe we're stopping the audience getting salsa dancing or something like that. Yeah, there's some at the back waiting.
There you go.
Look, I think as you said, mining and metals as a sector, as you said, nature is not new in that sense. That's fairly obvious in that if you're in that business of metals and mining, you're intrinsically woven into the fabric of the ecosystems in which you work. So that's the water, the land, and probably more important than anything else, the people and the communities around. So if you're not engaged in nature and you're in this space, you're probably not going to be in business very long. But that being said, I think one of the things that the sector's certainly got lots of information that it can share. Mining is a long-term business. It takes 20 years from perhaps finding a resource before you might even actually get a shovel in the ground or a tunnel in the ground. And then some of those mines are in existence for 50 to 100 years. And then you think about what you can do with that mine afterwards and so on and so on. So in that sense, an industry that's got that longevity and has got that distance of time perspective is certainly an industry that can offer something in terms of what that might look like and also what operating at a landscape level looks like. So I'll share a couple of use case examples of some people in the audience who know me well. I would like to use real examples of what's actually being done on the ground in places. We learn through use cases. So I'm going to share a couple of examples of what I think the sector's doing and how the sector's acting, but sort of to set the scene from a sector perspective, sort of rather than diving into what we're doing at Anglo, is, look, you have to have a sector approach to this, which means getting as many organizations as possible to come along for the journey. So you mentioned my work in TNFD. One of the things we've done is produce the mining and metals sector guidance, and then we've been involved with the WEF and Business for Nature and WBCSD, as Ava's just mentioned. I think that report's coming out in January on the nature positive pathways for the mining and metals sector. So we've been trying to keep that dialogue active within the sector. And then also through the work of ICMM is bringing the 24 members of ICMM into that conversation as well. They launched their position statement this year, which many of you have seen. So that's the sector's commitments and actions and targets that they're also setting. So, that landscape's changed a lot just within the last year or so. So, this notion of collective action and gathering momentum, I think it's working. But I think the most important thing is that action around disclosure and Act D is all around putting information into the marketplace, into the sector that you can do something with. So the do something with part for me then is the most important part. One way that really can incubate and can accelerate is data. Had lots of conversations around data, so this won't be a data workshop. I think that's happening across town in the green zone right now, but that strong science-based data is foundational to being able to make smart decisions for nature. The first thing you've got to do is make that information available to others, to other actors. So that could be to other companies, it could be to others that are existing within that catchment that you're in, the watershed, even all the way down to where that material might move from a mine site down to the port. So one of the use cases I wanted to share is work we've been doing on eDNA and how we bring that together with spatial data and data we've collected over time. We've actually mapped that information from the watershed through water stewardship programs, through our direct and indirect operational footprints, all the way down the rail routes, all the way into the port where that material leaves, in this case South Africa, and heads off to wherever it heads off around the world. And by doing that, what we realized was that mining as a sector has the ability to connect into all of those different users within the value chain. We've even got a customer sitting in the front row as well that then takes that material and puts it into his value chain. So I think that's one of the most important things that we can do as a sector is that value chain that mining and metals are in is like a spider's web. And if we can follow as many of those lines out of that web as possible, then in theory we should be able to connect up, many more within that landscape. So the last part of that, though, is probably linked back to GBF. Is the GBF is the countries that have signed up to it to deliver, right? And the businesses that are hosted by those countries have a role to play in helping them deliver it. The only way that can happen is through dialogue. So what are your priorities? What are the GBF targets in your region or in your country that you're looking to deliver? And then how can you create that dialogue with those countries to say, well, I think within my business area or within my area of influence, I have the ability to help you deliver on 5 or 6 of those. So how can we support that? If I'm honest, that conversation is not really as active as it should be right now. And so hopefully that's something that the COP16 will address in these sessions, Will.
Thanks, Ian. So just to introduce to everybody, Bertrand Millot, he is Head of Sustainability at Caisse de dépôt de placement du Québec. Welcome. I'm going to go to Fawn after now. So hold on. What I heard from Ian is disclosure's keeping you honest. The data is going to help you drive your supply chain, understand it, business all the way through from a value chain perspective, and hopefully that'll get to more of a positive impact. And lastly, the importance of policy and how that plays in terms of what the regulations will be able to incentivize for the business community. That is what I heard. But
not so much. I'm not so worried about the incentivize. I think we overuse that word a little bit. I think it's just about creating that dialogue that says, what are the things you're looking to deliver? I don't think there necessarily needs to be an incentive. I know that's tough coming from someone in business, but I think there needs to be an incentive. I think there's enough of an incentive, right? Which is what Ava said at the beginning. We've got to do it. So that should be enough of an incentive.
Okay, understood. So another point on that from a mining point of view, there is a lot of impact and footprint on the ecosystem within the local community and also for the indigenous people. So I'd like to go to Fawn to understand how do we then ensure nature positive transition is just and equitable as we look through all these other metrics.
Excellent question. First of all, I also want to thank all the organizers. I'm so incredibly honored and happy to be here. I want to begin my remarks in response to that question with something that was said in our community and has been said for generations, and that is at some point there's going to be a day of reckoning for this world because we're simply on a path and a trajectory that isn't sustainable. And so when I saw the theme for this year's COP, making peace with nature, I thought this is a global step toward that day of reckoning and coming to terms with the trajectory that we're on. So I'm very happy to be part of that. And by way of introduction, I think I want to provide some perspective for my remarks. I was initially elected as president of my tribal nation back in 2006. And during that time, in the first 2 years of my presidency, I was confronted with the frontline impacts of climate change. We had millions of sockeye salmon return to our ocean from the ocean to the Cronalt River. The year I got elected, we only had 3,000. We had multiple states of emergency, sea level rise, a melting glacier. And so I could not have a conversation, a substantive conversation anywhere domestically. And so my very first conference of parties was COP14 in Poznan, Poland in 2008. So I've been advancing and working these issues internationally since that time. Another important point I want to provide to give some perspective to my remarks, since the formation of the United Nations, 40 million indigenous peoples have been dispossessed of their lands and territories. 12 million indigenous peoples have been murdered, and there's been no sort of fact-finding or investigation for any of that. And in this very moment, there are relatives who are sacrificing their life just to save what we have left. every single day in this moment. In fact, some of my colleagues who are here are risking life and death just to be present. So I think we need to give that some foundation to what I'm about to say. So some of the most important combinations I've seen in the last year, I've really come to terms with there is an intersection with human and civil rights and climate action. And I had an opportunity to witness a celebration between Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and 17 First Nations to protect the Great Bear Sea in my backyard. It was a $335 million investment that's going to be leveraged over the next 20 years for another $700 million. That's a $1 billion investment of global scale public-private finance tied to a national exercise of economic reconciliation for the Canadian government or the discovery of mass graves of children in boarding schools. And so you can see that throughout our whole hemisphere. Just yesterday, President Biden visited the Gila River tribe in Arizona and delivered a national apology for the mass brutality and genocide in the United States. And so as I think about global scale investment to accelerate what we need to do to advance nature, I can't help but see an intersection with human and civil rights, because that brings us to being whole participants, being able to bring our very best and investment from a wide spectrum of sources to really accelerate and bring our knowledge and wisdom to the table. And I heard something quite pointed this morning, that all of humanity is indigenous to planet Earth. And I thought, how incredible is that to think about? Is it only going to be when we go to Mars we're going to realize that we're all indigenous to planet Earth and we have some obligation? I think the world is coming to terms by force of nature to understand we all have a duty to reconcile with our relationships, not only with each other, but with all things living and with the planet. And when we are able to do that, we're going to really see some positive results happen. When people are respectful of each other, of our relationships with the natural world, and from our perspective with our Creator, and there's a whole spiritual dimension to our relationships. So I wanted to make that point. The second point I want to make is when you look at the success of Indigenous peoples, the World Economic Forum issued a report that 5% of the population governs and oversees 80% of the world's biodiversity. I like to flip that to say we're outperforming everyone else by 400% with little to no resources. Imagine what we could do if we were resourced. And imagine what the world could do if they valued nature through our lens and we enlisted all of the resources across the planet. And so I am really excited that in this moment, this day of reckoning, when there's a global effort to make peace with nature, that there's going to be an effort to view nature through our lens. And I also like to use an example of a tribal elder who visited my 8th grade class. They said, someday water's going to be more valuable than oil. And at the time it seemed counterintuitive, but now it's true. And so when you look at valuing things like water, it's based on scarcity, the laws of supply and demand. As the supply shrinks and the demand goes up, the price goes up. So we're pricing nature based on scarcity, as opposed to an indigenous lens of abundance and sustainability. So I personally believe that by force of nature, we're going to see a new finance system, a new economy, a new valuation, just simply to survive. And it's going to be by force of nature. And so I wanted to make that other point. And then in conclusion, I wanted to make a third point about there's a whole commercial business case that Indigenous peoples can make. And I'll go back to my first year in office. We were looking at carbon sequestration, and there was a market in the United States. It's a voluntary system through the Chicago Climate Exchange. There was an exchange in New England, one in California. It was trading at $2 to $3 a metric ton. The global market was trading at $32 a metric ton, but domestic companies in the U.S. could not access those markets because the U.S. was not a signatory to Kyoto. However, a tribal nation could enter those markets and attract foreign investment to the United States for things that otherwise wouldn't even come to the United States. So tribal nations, we are 574. We're represented in every region throughout the United States. And so while there may be political uncertainty about what's happening in the United States, there are indigenous peoples that have tribal councils, that have commercial enterprise boards, and who are ready to partner with global, both public and private partnerships to unlock so much potential to bring new and emerging science, technology, and innovation. I heard yesterday that there's new technology. You can see what the world might look like in 2050. I say, come out to our place and you can see what the world looked like when time began, because it's untouched. And so I just want to say that I'm very happy to be here, partnering with tribal nations and indigenous peoples throughout the world. There's an excellent business case, social case, political case, human rights case, and we can bring a gold standard of investment and accelerate the work that we're already doing with ancient traditional knowledge that goes back to when time began.
Thank you, Fawn. That was really powerful. And it really highlights the importance of having equal voices and equal platforms for all the different stakeholders. And I think the other point that you pulled before I go to Fawn is the valuation of these natural resources, not like from an economics point of view, and not just as a public good. So Bertrand, going to you as the other finance person here, and I'm glad I'm not in your place. Although I'm happy you're here because I was going to have to speak to it after. The impacts and dependencies, risks, and opportunities of financial institutions on nature depend directly on companies that they engage with. And in turn, real economy companies require investment to accelerate implementation of nature-related actions. This is a really long sentence. Basically, what we want to know is, as a financial institution, how are you transitioning towards nature positive? What does that mean to you? What are the challenges that you're seeing? What's the scale? How do we scale this so that what Faith has talked about, Fawn has talked about, and what Ian has talked about is something that we can all push together?
Thank you, and sorry for being late. Good thing is I run as a sport, so that came quite handy. The CPQ, the pension fund in Quebec, we managed $450 billion invested sustainability. Sustainability is part of the culture of the organization. We started on questions of nature a few years ago, although questions of deforestation, etc. go quite I would say financial institution today, cut biodiversity. There is, I'm not talking about, we have quite a developed climate practice. There is preserving, which is protecting, which is difficult because there's no financial instrument. So I put that aside today. We'll need financial instruments to be able to do that. There is avoiding the destruction of nature, i.e. deforestation, egregious spills of chemicals and various other things that are just shouldn't happen. And my view is finance should stop financing these companies a long time ago. We certainly have some in the portfolio, and we're very careful when we make investment decisions to ensure that there is some form of stewardship in nature by the companies that we invest in. Often it's not enough, but it's not catastrophic damage. And so when we make investment decisions, we take these things into consideration. If we are backing new infrastructure or new projects, or questions of impact on nature, very, very important. And that it is to be mitigated, because unfortunately sometimes there is, or sometimes one shouldn't do the investment if the damage is great. So that we do already. We have also an allocation to nature-based solutions like agriculture, sustainable agriculture, returning intensively farmed land to more sustainable practice, sustainable forestry. You might say $2 billion is a lot of money. It is, but for us, it is enough of portfolio. I'll explain later why. And the other thing that we need to do as financial institutions is engage companies, engage the miners. the agribusiness companies to improve their practices. This is very important. We are big, but we are very small. When we are a shareholder of companies, 0.5% of the stock. Therefore, our voice only carries so far, which is why it's so important to engage collaboratively. We've joined three initiatives: Spring, which is by PRI, Nature Action 100, and FAIR, which is on the...
Can you move the mic up? I think we can't hear you.
Sorry, and FAIR, which is on the farm animals, and are engaging collaboratively with other investors in these networks, companies, so we amplify our voice, because not only is a number of shareholders talking on behalf of groups, but also we benefit from talking to each other and speaking with one voice. I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of companies if you have each individual shareholder that tells them something and none of it is congruent. You then don't know what to do. So in this case, it's good. It's also very important in the case of biodiversity issues because those are local, complex. We don't have the knowledge, and so collective partnering with other entities, including academia, is important. So you said, what can it be scaled up and what needs to be done more? Yes, it can be scaled up, but it is a difficult business to say. Because we're very big, we tend to take large investments in infrastructure, renewable energy, etc. And I'm talking multi-billion-dollar investment. Well, in this area, it's difficult. The investments are 150, 200 million. So it's a lot of work for each investment. My fear is it will stay that way. We need to find ways to improve it, but it is a fact of life, and we just need to get on the bandwagon and do more. Our strategy has been to go at it step by step, learn, walk before you run. So small allocation today, see how it goes, see what the returns are, etc., and do more later. We also expect a number of things to happen, financial instruments to be designed, such as biodiversity credits, that would help, but we need to make sure that we don't give mistakes of voluntary carbon markets, and regulation, thoughtful regulation. You know, when I just arrived, you were talking about, I don't know what the word we used, but...
He didn't like the word I used of incentivization.
Incentivization. I say governments need to set the stage and up the playing field. You know, say this is what I need as a government to protect nature, and then the mining companies are going to do it. Everybody is going to do it, and then you won't have, you won't get into, because we are in a capitalist system, into discussions like, well, they're not doing it, so I can't do it because my stuff is commodity, and therefore my costs are going to be higher. You just set the bar and make it very clear where the bar should be, so that there's an incentive on wrong word, but there is it's the rules.
It's not a bad word.
It's not a bad word, but it's basically the bar is there and you need to jump over. That's it. Same for agriculture, in a way, because we don't own farmers, and you know, the agriculture and producing food fiber is extremely damaging to nature. We need to improve the practices, and then we need indications of what best practices. We need governments to push farmers gently, but to push them to improve their practices, and the agri-business companies as well.
Thank you, Bertrand. So the main thing I took away from that, and it's also what we're trying to push, is bankability of the projects, because then that guarantees your pipeline. And at the end of the day, if you're talking to financial institutions, then that means performance. But as well as other things, I know I'm trying to get more interaction.
We need to pay pensions. And there is no scenario in which we can say to our pensioners, sorry, we're trying to save the planet, you can't have your pension. That is not happening. We need to earn a return, and that's very, very important.
Thank you. Thank you, Fawn, Ian, Bertrand. I think we heard some really good examples or great nuggets to mull on as we start going through COP16, but we will hear some more case studies. So thank you so much for the panel. A round of applause, please. And next, I'd like to pass it off to Akanksha Khatri. She is head of Nature, World Economic Forum.
Thank you so much. And thanks, Gwen, for moderating that bit. And thank you to each one of you. I'm going to invite the next set of speakers on stage. So Owen Griffiths, Head of Circular Economy and Biodiversity at Volvo Cars. Emilio Tejedo Escobar, Group Head of Environment, Iberdrola. And we are waiting for less than 3 seconds for our third panelist, Hindu Ibrahim, President of the Association for Fulani Women and Indigenous People of Chad. Just a bit more of a context. Our original plan was actually to break all of you into different groups so we could have more interaction. But I'm not sure if the noise level in this room will allow for it. So we do hope that you will stay afterwards, skip the salsa a little bit, and interact with each other and learn together. The previous panel was really looking at the financing space, really understanding the bankability of projects, as Gwen was talking about. We want to move from the side of finance and the bankability of the projects to what it actually means when the corporates are working in value chains. So I'm super delighted to be having Owen and Emilio actually bring that perspective from their industries into the work on nature. So maybe I'll start with you, Owen, and I think thank you for also the great collaboration that you with Volvo Cars have been bringing into this joint project that the forum WBCSD and Business for Nature have is how do you break down that global goal of nature positive by 2030 into what does it mean for the industry? What does it mean for the company? So if we look at the automotive sector, your experience with Volvo Cars, what are certain examples of being able to assess your impacts and dependencies that your journey has taught you and you believe that you could help others maybe to fast track and not go through the same pains that you did?
Okay, there you go. Thanks very much for the opportunity to be here. And I think one of the starting points here is that we're really keen to engage because actually as a sort of a sustainability, a company with sustainability at the core of our principles, being able to be on a stage here or being able to engage with you, big sort of voiced organizations is really at our core because we're actually only a 1% organization in the automotive industry. So we have a role to play in making ripples beyond our walls. So that's really why we act on this. I think it's really important to understand why a car company like us is talking about biodiversity. It's not in our daily life because we're not at the mine. We don't see it hands-on every single day. Yes, we see it around our factories. But where this all started really was the fact that we wanted to change the way that we were building vehicles. We wanted to make vehicles more sustainable, more circular. And what we realized was many of the initiatives that we wanted to get across the line could not be financed simply with a carbon price of 100 euros per tonne. And so I maybe naively said several years ago, why don't we create a price, an internal price for biodiversity, so that we can balance our decision making, so that we can actually take into consideration the externality benefits of circular business and sustainable material selection beyond carbon, but also take into other planetary boundaries and externalities. So that's where it all started. And what we had to do then really was to understand what our footprint is. And so what we started embarking on was to understand how could a car company with 100,000 suppliers in our value chain get a grip of what our priorities are, what our impacts are, where our dependencies are, and where we might have opportunities. And it's really difficult because, like Ian's highlighted, there are many, many players between us and the mine with data. Some have good data, some have bad data, some we don't know, some we do know. And we have to build this sort of narrative of sort of what data can we pull together to make an assessment of our footprint. And this has been a journey that we've been on now for well over 18 months, gathering data using systems that are already in companies that create carbon footprints. And so for us, it was a bit of a win. So unlike an organization that can see the ground and they can measure the number of trees and the waterways and all this, we don't have that luxury. So we have to make an assessment on this ton of material is likely to go through this journey to get to us. And if you're producing products like us, you'll have the same sort of complexity. And so for using the tools that are already in place to do LCAs, life cycle assessments, those practitioners can also do the same sort of assessment we've done and provide that sort of snapshot of likely impacts. Is it perfect? No, definitely not. There is a long way to go to improve that data set, but it's a good indication of where the hotspots are and where we're going to need to go in and now investigate. One of the key findings is that we see that mines use a lot of material. So we can go and speak to a mine and say, is this true? Do you use this material? Do you really throw it down a river or whatever? No, you don't. Okay, well, let's update the data in our databases. So we've done all this sort of investigation and we've identified some hotspots. And what I think is really important to say at the outset here is the biggest biodiversity impact that all automotives are going to have is from combustion engine vehicles. Without a doubt. So take that away with you. Moving to electric vehicles is the biggest shift we can do for biodiversity. That's the first thing. The second thing is we need to find ways to improve the sort of the steel and the aluminium value chains. Yes, batteries are important as well, but batteries are slightly different because their value chains are quite new. So we're actually able to get quite a lot more data on value chains and we're able to get a bit more visibility. So unlike traditional commodity materials where it's a really complex, multifaceted value chain, batteries are going to be a lot more visible, especially with battery passports. So steel and aluminium become big topics, and then we get into sort of critical raw materials and electronics. So we've sort of identified these big hotspots, but I really want to go back to the point that if we don't get infrastructure for moving to electric vehicles, we are not going to solve the biodiversity problem for anything. It's still there, it's constantly happening. I'm really lucky, I live in Sweden, and the air quality in Sweden is really good. But you can see it, you can feel it. I don't know where you're coming from, but the quality of the air where there's polluting vehicles is different. You can feel it. It reminds me of when I was younger and I could smell that sort of petroleum in the air all the time. We need to stop everyone smelling that, right? So that's the first thing we have to do. After that, we need to start going into the value chains and improving the processes. And what we've also found is that the biggest ticket item that we can change when it comes to materials is moving to recycled materials. Recycled materials have lower water footprint, they have lower pollution footprint, they have lower energy use. In most cases, they are the best scenario. There are some anomalies to that, like in polymers occasionally, but ultimately, those are the big ticket items if we want to make a big shift here. Move to electrification, increase recycled content. What we've done with you is to work on this paper to outline some of these high priorities, and we are also working to deliver a methodology paper that we can share with others so that we can create that ripple beyond our walls to say, you company that doesn't see all the way through your value chain but wants to create an idea of where your big impacts are, these are the ways in which you can start doing that with the tools that you already have. And we expect to release that before Davos. So that's where we are, that's where we're coming from, and there's some big ticket items.
Wow, thank you so much, Owen. That was really helpful. I think you did make the point which I should have made earlier, is we often think biodiversity is only related to primary industries, but biodiversity is connected to all industries. So Business for Nature, WBCSD and the World Economic Forum released sectoral guidance for 12 industries last September. And over this year, we've been working on additional sectors. So we'll be releasing 4 guidance in Davos. So this would be automotive, metal and mining, offshore wind, and port infrastructure, including additional sector on pharmaceutical led by WBCSD will be going forward this next year as well. So I think that's just very crucial to remember, is that biodiversity has impacts, dependencies and a relevance for all sectors. But the second important point is how do we start thinking about not just one sector, but the value chain approach. And that's what increasingly we've been hearing from a lot of players, particularly on the footprint on materials, resources. So I think that may be, I'd love to bring you in, Emilio. As a clean energy company, you also do have a stronger engagement with how do you source materials and minerals. What are you seeing while you are contributing to the net zero? How are you then also balancing the contribution to the nature positive?
Thank you. Well, for those of you that don't know us, we are an energy company, a global energy company, pretty much focused on renewables and networks, fully committed with the energy transition. So when we start thinking about nature positive, we as an energy company, we've been traditionally very concerned about emissions and reducing carbon emissions. But when you talk about nature, you have to look beyond that. And we wanted to extend our assessment to not only climate, but also biodiversity and circularity. So the way we channeled these, right. So what we did was we set up 3 strategic plans that would cover climate, of course, biodiversity and circular economy. And those are already set. And those address all the activity for the company. In particular, for our biodiversity plan, we set an objective that by 2030 we will be positive on biodiversity. And to make things clear, it's not that in 2030 all our new projects will be positive on biodiversity. By 2030, all our assets will be positive on biodiversity, which is quite challenging. Even next year, any project that we start construction will have to comply with our plan and be positive. And 20% of all our generation assets, that's like 150 wind farms, summarized, will have to comply with this objective. So that's the first thing. We need to tackle our direct impacts on nature, because we do have a direct. But then if we want to switch to the supply chain, which was your question, well, that's a completely different challenge, and it is a challenge. You were mentioning lack of data and the problem. Well, for a company like Iberdrola, the main impacts in biodiversity are coming from our hardware suppliers, like the wind turbines, the big transformers, the overhead cables, cables for the overhead lines, metallic structures, solar panels, all of that. That's where the main impacts into nature come from. So what we are doing is we are engaging with our suppliers, because, I mean, we are facing big companies. It's not like SMEs. So it's like conversation between equals. They have similar requirements, similar objectives than what we have as a big utility company. So it's setting these conversations where Iberdrola as a buyer needs to stand and say, I'm interested in this performance in terms of nature and environment. We have to signal our suppliers that Iberdrola is interested in understanding what their impacts are, not only in terms of carbon emissions, but how about raw materials, how circular are your products, how are they engaging and interfacing with nature. And we have to set this wheel in motion so they engage with their own suppliers. And just because it's impossible that we go down the line. Sorry, I'll speed up. We cannot go down the line until the mine. It's a sector problem, sector issue. They need to understand we cannot go to Vestas and ask for them and then Enel will go and ask the same. No, it's this whole sector that needs to sort this, and we have to help them. But beyond that, we have intervene, or we are intervening in our supply chain as well, because we are trying to move and evolve it to solve problems. We have an issue with wind turbine blades. What do we do with them once the wind farms? So we have created a company to develop that value chain that was not there. We are getting into the hard to abate sectors and talked about steel and aluminum. We are developing technology to develop green steel, green ammonia, green methanol. All of those sectors need to change and become greener, because all of that will reduce demand from raw materials back into nature. And we are participating in that as an industry, creating new companies and new technologies to develop those activities, not to mention green hydrogen, which is, So I'll leave it. Sorry,
Great. Thank you so much. I think I'd just love to bring Hindu in as well, because when we are talking about materials value chains work on the ground, as Fawn said in the previous panel, indigenous people have the best track record of actually investing in nature and coming up with responses. What's been your experience working with companies when it comes to value chain engagement, materials engagement, and what needs to change?
Yes, I can say like my first with private sector is like I'm feeling like I'm in Davos here. It's too cold, so it's compared to outside. So this really like the first experience. If they can take it a little bit down, because we are in Colombia, that will be really nice and we can save energy. So coming to what you said, I mean, and hearing also from the fantastic private sectors as shifting from whatever business to the sustainable one. From the indigenous peoples, when we talk about the critical minerals, we are talking about our home. We are not talking about the business. We are talking about the minerals who are in the high spot biodiversity. And we need the high spot biodiversity to protect the peoples in the nature. We need to protect these places. And most of the critical minerals are actually into the place of the isolated community by voluntary isolations. And this is another threat that we are really fear about it. Of course, we have to shift from all the fossil fuel to the renewable energy. We all totally agree. We are not opposed to this new system of economy and of development, but we are worried about how it is going fast to just be the time on when we discover oil. Remember when we discover oil, we said like, oh, we get the clean energy because we are moving from the coal to the oil. And here where we are with the climate change. And now when we have the critical minerals, we say like, yes, we get the solutions. Then we are going to reduce all the emissions and then get the people on the right track. But we are not working in the most important. How are we going to protect the biodiversity? Which kind of limit that we are making and putting in the critical mineral extractions? How are we going to develop the recycling of those materials to do not be harmful for our biodiversity, for our human health? We need a right legislation that can guide the humanity, that can guide the business. We cannot always talking about we get the solution and then we are going to make the money out of this solution, and this is, yes, is good, it is a solution for biodiversity. So what indigenous peoples are asking for is simple. How all the businesses can respect the nature by respecting the land, the water, the species of the ecosystems. And respecting them is building the solution that is sustainable for the peoples. This solution that can respect the free, prior, and informed consent of the communities. Those who are in isolations, who have those critical minerals, they self-isolate themselves. So why we have to go there? I have one of the funny examples that a colleague taught me. It is in Indonesia. They say the business people want to test critical minerals in the land. They say how we can make a first contact. We are like, no, you cannot make a first contact. They don't want to have it. They're like, maybe we can put the tables there and put the food, and when they come and grabbing the food, we can talk to them. Like, no, don't do that. They are good on where they are. They are eating what they have. Just like you don't need to do this first contact. You don't need to extract those minerals. You need to protect them and protect this biodiversity in order to protect yourself. So don't make the mistake if they say like, no, it is no. When they say yes, sit down and discuss and negotiate. What will be the access and benefit sharing? What will be the right way of the extractions? What will be the reparation? Because into the critical minerals, one thing that is missing is transparency and accountability. So we need to put transparency, that means sitting together, discussing and agreeing into the process on how that works. And secondly, accountability is like how you can repair what you are extracting. You need to give back to the nature, you need to repair that. And those funding need to go to the communities that are working on it, absolutely. So we work in Geneva in a protocol and principles of indigenous peoples that we are going to put that through all the languages. To do not say like, oh, it is not in my language or whatever. So to share it with all the private sectors, with the government, with all those are negotiating, to go to the just transitions and to see what is the just for whom. And my final point is, when we talk about that, and I really appreciate about the vehicle and battery or whatever, I'm not against, I'm really 100% for it. But the question is that going to be to the indigenous communities or to the country like mine in Chad when we do not have even a clean water to drink? We do not have even access to the light. I'm not talking about the vehicle. So we are building this solution again to the developed world to create an equity or a division between global south and the global north. We don't want to have this name anymore, global north and global south. We wanted to thrive together. And in order to thrive together, invest better in the nature. Invest to the best solution that can give the right agriculture, the right food, the access to the water, the access to the electricity, just like the light. Then let us move to the next step together, what we can do to thrive in the electric vehicle or flying vehicle that we are hearing that people are talking about it, to really elevate the justice and equity. So that's what indigenous peoples are asking. Justice for us as peoples, recognition for us, respecting our rights, free, prior, informed consent, access and benefit sharing, then also for the rest of the humanity. Because for us, the justice is not only on one side, it is for all the humanity into the equal way. Then we can talk about the nature positive.
Thank you so much. I think in the previous panel, Fawn, you had said that we forget that we are all indigenous to this planet and we need to talk about just transition for all. So I just want to say a big thank you to the entire panel. I know we're running a little behind time. The phone's not broken yet. But thank you so much. A big round of applause to everybody, please. And with that, I'd love to invite the last two speakers. Maybe first I would invite Astrid Schumacher, the Executive Secretary for the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, to share some of her remarks. And thank you so much for making time. It's been quite difficult to... Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. At this time of the day, it's good to be sitting. So I just fell into this chair. So, yeah, I have to admit we had slightly different plans. I think I was trying to sort of do a bit of a scene setter, how we see the role of business in the convention, and that's, of course, I think we've now discussed what the role of business in the convention is. So I thought I'd better just cut my remarks short by basically saying thank you to all of you being here. I think when you come together in a big conference like that, it's very inspiring. It's very energizing. We're together, you know, a group of people wanting to do better, recognizing that business as usual is not an option, recognizing that fundamental change is necessary. And that has been really the subject across the board. Today there was a big nature and culture summit, and the whole thing was biodiversity protection. Yes, protected areas, yes, but we must go so much further. And this we must go so much further is, of course, the key theme also of the global biodiversity framework, which goes way beyond the 30 by 30 target, which is the emblematic target, which is the target that's quite well funded, but which really goes through a whole panoply of business operations, of sectoral actions, and says everything has to be done through a different lens, with lens of biodiversity. And that means for businesses quite a number of things. So first of all, of course, when these global ambitions are translated into proper action on the ground, that goes via national biodiversity strategies and action plans, a term only the UN could have invented. Anyway, a very complicated word, but it means in practice that countries have to make very concrete plans how they intend to put these lofty ambitions into practice. And the complexity of that is simply from the fact that the global biodiversity framework is so clear that from changing consumption and production models to cutting pollution to doing agriculture differently to looking at invasive alien species, looking at the finance sector, getting rid of harmful subsidies, this whole panoply of actions has to be addressed in these national plans. That means that the ministries in charge of those plans, the environment ministries, have to get all ministries to the table and have to convince all these ministries that they have to take action. And that's a hell of a difficult job across the world, not just in the global south, everywhere. So in that discussion, of course, it's all of government, but it's also all of society. So businesses also have to be at the table. And those businesses that get it, and I think here we're in a group of those that have already got it, they need to be amongst those at the table that say to environment ministries, be bold, move further, set targets, put regulations in place, make sure that there are no free riders, make sure there is clarity for business, and also a clear investment perspective going forward. So I think that is one of these roles that we see businesses having. The second is, of course, very clearly described in the Global Biodiversity Framework itself, and it talks about disclosure. But as we always say, disclosure not for the sake of disclosure because we're curious and interested, but in order to effectuate change. First of all, within the business, to look at impacts and dependencies and make corrections. Secondly, from the perspective of the finance sector, to maybe change a little bit what they want to fund and what they not want to fund, looking at the long-term sustainability of the business models. And thirdly, of course, in terms of identifying investment opportunities in doing business differently, in staying in business, but staying in business with a smaller environmental and biodiversity footprint. And that is, again, very, very complex. And I think you've had discussions throughout the day. There were discussions yesterday that it is this complexity, in addition to the fact that we have all sorts of other issues to take care of, that we have a social crisis, that we have employment crisis, wage crisis, whatever crisis, now come on the climate crisis, and now come people and say, please also care about biodiversity. And that's really a tall order. But I think from the perspective of businesses, we really look forward to this understanding that climate change and biodiversity need to be addressed together. And ignoring biodiversity, we really do at our peril. And the thing is always, if you ignore nature, nature doesn't take it lying down. Nature sort of waves at you and says, there's something wrong. And that's when you start having all these abundance of natural disasters coming harder, faster, stronger, and of course, as always, hitting the poorest first. So business needs to be at the forefront of action. And in this complexity, and that's really what I want to close on, we need to find ways of making it simple. We need to recognize that businesses already have sometimes huge sustainability departments where a whole department sits there just trying to figure out how to do business differently. So we need to basically develop tools that we can have for business. And that's where the theme of today, having the sector approach, I think is so useful. Because especially when it comes to nature impacts, they're always local. Along the supply chain, they're incredibly complex to understand and measure, but they really are vastly, vastly different depending on what business, on what chain of business you're in, what sector you're operating in. And in order to help, having this sector approach, I think is just the right thing. And I'm really only here to say that for us in the CBD Secretariat, that's an enormous opportunity to move forward. We have as yet not been engaging very much with the business sector. We are a bit more in the traditional conservation space because that's what biodiversity used to be like, protect areas. But now we all understand protecting areas is fantastic. Even if we reach our target by 2030, it's going to be 30%. We still have 70% that are not protected, and where how we act really matters. And that means working in partnership with all stakeholders, but first and foremost, from my perspective, with business and the finance sector, with working with you to develop models, how you can understand better what impacts, dependencies, opportunities there are, and how you can make the most of them. And we are enormously grateful for this group of people that you're spending your Saturday here. There are many great things to do in Cali, outside, I can tell you. Yet you're here, so that's wonderful. And I hope you had good discussions. We look forward to translating those into action. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Astrid, for also joining us. And last but not the least, I'm so delighted to welcome Peter Barker, President and CEO of World Business Council for Sustainable Development.
Thank you. Well, I'll go sit next to Astrid. So super, thanks for being here. You were here last night as well. The rule for anybody who is in this room, do not sit on row 1 and 2 because you'll freeze. So go back, but thanks for being here. I think you shouldn't be worried about business being worried that biodiversity is another thing to put on the agenda. Because I've been going around Cali this week saying climate and nature are one. And if we're not careful, they are beginning to spin negatively and accelerate the climate impacts to nature loss, the climate impacts to nature loss. And we need to reverse that cycle. Johan Rockström, another brilliant Swede, has made it perfectly clear now. Climate change will not be stopped by decarbonization alone. We need to restore nature. It's one agenda, one topic, needs to be integrated by business. And everything, and that's why it's great to have the indigenous people in this room, everything needs to be people-centered. And that's why you've made such a brilliant choice by having Colombia as the host, as the presidency this year, because they're really putting the people at the center, even in their own biodiversity plan. So fabulous. I think the thing that is always difficult with sessions like this, you put really smart people in panels who seem to have it all worked out. And the reality is, most businesses do not know what to do about nature. And that's why, the work that is being presented here, led by Eva, led by Akanksha, led by my team in WBCSD, there are now 12 sector guides on how in your sector, and these QR codes behind us will wake you all up. But there's 12 sector guides already made. What are the dependencies and the impacts per sector? Like Akanksha said, there's another 5 coming out in the next few weeks, a month. So 17 sectors are now being mapped. You can go really dive in there. Eva, on top of that, has published the Nature Strategy Handbook, which is basically checklist with what are the 10 questions you need to ask yourself for Act D for each step. So really tangible support items to make this real. The last thing I'll say is there's a lot of talk about we need data, we need metrics, we need all that stuff, which we do, because if we can't measure it, we can't manage it. But what we really need is we need to change the economic system. We cannot see nature anymore as a free resource that we can plunder. We need to put nature on the balance sheet. We need to really integrate it into our economic thinking, into the value that we see, into the investment cases that we make to the financial world. If we do that, then we'll unlock the incentives, which apparently is a word we can't use anymore, but we need incentives for people to change, and we do that by seeing nature as an asset. So thanks all for coming out. Have a wonderful salsa evening, or whatever else you're doing. And Astrid, thanks so much for being here. Thank you.
yo te suplico, vida mía, que al decirme que soy el dueño de tu dulce corazón, lo pienses bien porque si no puedes.
Hola, hola, check, 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 check. Hola, hola, hola. Sí, 1, 2. Hola, sí. Oh, oh. Check, check, check. Hola, hola, 1, 2. Hola, hola, sí. Oh, hola. Hola. Hola, 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 hola. Sí, 1, 2. Check, check, check. Hola, hola. 1, 2, 3, check. Sí, 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 sí. Check, check, check. Check. Hola, hola, hola. Sí, 1, 2, 3, hola. Sí, ey. Check, sí, ey. Check, sí. Sí, hola. Ey, ey, ey. Check. Sí, 1. Ey, ey. Sí. Sí, hola. Hola. Sí. Check. Sí, 1, 2. Check, check, check. Ey, ey, ey. Hola, hola. Sí. Sí, 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 sí. Hola, hola, 1. Check, 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 check. Hola, hola. 1, probando. Sí, check. Sí, sí. Hola. Sí. Check. Sí. Oh. Oh. Sí. Ey. 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 Sí. Ey, ey, ey. Sí, 1, 2. Sí, sí. Ey, sí. Sí. Ey. 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 Sí. Check. Sí. Ey. Ey, hola, hola, hola. Check, check, check.
vida mía que al decirme que soy el dueño de tu dulce corazón, lo pienses bien porque si no puedes herirme y hasta matarme de dolor una traición. No ves que tengo el corazón ya destrozado, porque querer siempre lo hice con el alma. Anda, ilumina, dime ahora si has pensado que si me tienes tu misión es darme calma. Yo te suplico, vida mía, que al decirme que soy el dueño de tu dulce corazón, lo pienses bien porque si no puedes herirme y hasta matarme de dolor una traición. No ves que tengo el corazón ya destrozado, porque querer siempre lo hice con el alma. Anda, ilumina, dime ahora.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome everybody. Welcome. We are so glad to have you here. And I just wanted to let you know that we are starting with a welcome drink. And then the program will start at 7:15 p.m. So feel free to mingle while we wait to start. So feel free to go to the back and get a drink.
lo sabías, no es cosa mía, es algo que mi gente puso en el ambiente para vacilar. Si tú no lo sabías, no es cosa mía, es algo que mi gente puso en el ambiente para vacilar. Apúntate una mi compay, el pilongo lo llevo hasta el final.
Apúntate una mi compay, que el pilongo lo llevo hasta el final.
Apúntate una mi compay, el pilongo lo llevo hasta el final.
Cuando llegue la hora de bailar, vamos a reír, vamos a cantar.
Apúntate una
canción que el pilongo no sirve para negocio.
Apúntate una mi compay, el pilongo lo llevo hasta el final. Apúntate una mi compay, el pilongo lo llevo hasta el final.
Hello, please take your seats. We are starting in a few minutes. Welcome everyone, welcome.
Apúntate una mi compay, que el pilongo lo llevo hasta el final.
Si yo estaba tocando y tú estabas allí, ¿cómo es posible que no te...
Apúntate una mi compay, que el pilongo lo llevo hasta el final.
Yo quiero que sepas rosa y...
Take your seats, please. If you can't find a seat in this room, we are live streaming in the next room as well. Hello, hello, hello. We are starting soon. Please take a seat.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Hello. Two minutes, and we start. If you don't have a seat in 2 minutes,
Que encontraremos sitio en el mundo donde estemos solo tú y yo, solo tú y yo.
I'm gonna call you. No more serving.
Solo tú y yo. Solo tú y yo. Tú
She's here. All right. We are starting now because my guest of honor, the wonderful Sandra Valenzuela, is here. Welcome, everybody. Buenos dias. Is it hola or is it buenos dias? I don't know. Ocha. Buenos noches. Buenos noches. All right, welcome everybody. We are so pleased to have you here to celebrate this evening reception with Monsieur Perrine. Now, have you seen Monsieur Perrine yet? You wait. And the Worldwide Fund for Nature, we are celebrating two things here. We're celebrating community-led conservation. And yes, it cannot be more exciting to celebrate community-led conservation here as we are talking about the global biodiversity framework. Do you know that 17 out of 23 targets of the GBF call for full and effective participation of indigenous people, local communities, youth, and women in the implementation of the GBF? So we're very excited here. We will be talking about community-led conservation already happening in many places, especially in the coastal area. And then we'll also be sharing about a new project that we are launching at WWF called Accelerating Implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework through Community-Led Conservation. And why do we care? We know that almost 32% of land is managed by indigenous people. And we know that in those places where it is managed by indigenous people, it is managed better than where we have established protected areas. So it means that they are very important in the work that we do. And therefore, we have to celebrate indigenous people and local communities. So without much further ado, I want to welcome the amazing and the wonderful Sandra Valenzuela, the CEO of WWF Colombia, who is our host here where we are, to welcome us and to put this in perspective for what it means for Colombia. Sandra.
I'm in front of you. Good night. So tonight is a very special night because we are accelerating, for me, the majority of the targets, but more than the targets is a way of doing, is a culture of doing it. Is a feeling in how to do it. So we cannot even think without local communities to work in a conservation or to have a living planet. So that's a fact. So it should be a culture. And I'm glad that today we are celebrating to accelerate that culture, that way of doing things, that principles. And is also an ethical way of working all together with the whole society approach. Colombia is really moving towards bringing and mainstreaming biodiversity into the different sectors. And that is what our NBSAP is all about. With mining, with agriculture, with infrastructure, with the economy sector, and so on and so forth. And that is the big added value to mainstream biodiversity into the sectors. But also to bring the different voices. So we develop a whole roadmap to include business, to include financial sector, to include the cities, the states, and to include by heart Afro-descendant communities, indigenous voices, women voices, youth voices, girls and boys voices, and NGOs, society voices. So that is the beauty of our MBSAP. Maybe we're not perfect with all the indicators and so on, but the principles are part of. And in the coastal areas, both in the Caribbean and in the Pacific, and you have to remember one figure. Colombia is 50% terrestrial and 50% marine, without counting for today the areas beyond national jurisdiction until the treaty is approved. So that means a lot for the social inclusion and the development of the country. And the local communities in both Caribbean and Pacific are very vulnerable, not only because of the climate change conditions and the extreme events that we are already suffering and living, but also because of livelihood issues and the opportunities of social development. But the third, and not the least, because of the conflict. Because all the legal activities are moving in the coast areas to go to the north, to go to the south, or to go to Europe, Asia, Africa, and so on. So these three main things makes us challenging, but also opportunities to bring communities a voice and enabling the conditions to really promote a local economy, legal economy, nature-based, and provide different ways of doing. Colombia has been one of the countries for the accelerator for our own NBSAP. And today we are as well part of this possibility to accelerate our work in the mangrove areas in both coasts. Because, as I said, it's the way of doing, and is the way of doing peace with nature and really reconvert our relation with the nature and with the people and with all of us. So more than welcome to Colombia, more than welcome from our biodiversity, our cultural biodiversity, and I'm so glad that we can really celebrate today as a way of doing things more ethical and as a way of feeling that we have a hope and we have an opportunity to really change the way that we are losing the biodiversity at the moment. So thank you very much to be part of this.
Thank you. Muchos gracias, Sandra. Thank you very much for welcoming us and for telling the story about Colombia and for Colombia leading the way. So it is my pleasure to invite Daudi Sumba, who is the Chief Conservation Officer at WWF International. We have heard from Colombia. Now we're going to hear from our global WWF International about what this means to us. Thank you, Daudi.
Good evening. Good evening. Okay, thank you for coming. I know you haven't come because there was wine, but you have come because you wanted to be a part of this great event. Thank you very much for showing up. I just want to recognize a few of our great friends who are here. We have the Secretary General of the Ramsar Convention, Dr. Musonda Mumba here. We have some representation. The focal point of Tunisia is here. Thank you very much, sir. And we have and all of you are important, very important. and thank you for coming. Okay, I just want to say something about the Living Planet report in framing what I want to say here. I don't know how many of you have read the Living Planet report for 2024. Now, the LPR for 2024 paints a very interesting picture about the state of biodiversity in the world. Basically, it is titled A System in Stress. Okay? That the system is on fire, it is burning. Why? There has been a 73% decline in average size of monitored populations in the last 50 years. 73%. That's not a good figure. Although there are differences, regional differences in this figure, but this is the average. This is sad news for us. And there are a lot of things driving this change or driving this loss. You know, there's pollution, there's land, how we use land. There is diseases, overconsumption. All of these are driving this loss. But what is even more worrying is that we are moving closer to dangerous tipping points with this law, moving much closer to dangerous tipping points, which means we must act quick and we must act boldly to address this particular issue. The other sad fact is that the world is not acting faster to address these issues. The action that the world is putting forth is not commensurate with the challenge and the urgency with which we need to address this challenge. We are falling behind on all global targets without exception. This is not good. Now, what do we need to address this situation? We need 4 key transformations. The first transformation is in how we conduct conservation. We cannot achieve what we are seeking to achieve here with the same model of conservation. We have to transform how we do conservation. And that is why this particular project is important as a demonstration for us. The second transformation that needs to happen is in climate and energy systems. We need green, we need just, and we need faster transitions. The other transformation that we need is in the food system, because the food system drives a lot of the biodiversity loss. And actually, 86% of the biodiversity loss is through food-related problems. So we need to address the food system. We lastly need to address the financial system, because the financial system is supporting perverse activities that continue to drain or to drive biodiversity loss. So those are the 4 major transformations that we need to support urgently to forestall the crisis for biodiversity loss that we are facing. Today, we are going to look at 2 examples from our transformative work in WWF. The first one, we will be talking about the work to accelerate implementation of the GBF through community-led conservation. And here we will showcase some models, and Alice will be coming to talk about this much later, to showcase some models that we've been working on to demonstrate how you can land GBF on the ground with local communities. I think the most important thing I want to say here about the transformation that we are seeing at WWF, especially with conservation, is that we are slowly moving away from the traditional way in which you see conservation to embrace locally led, inclusive conservation. Because we think that's where the rubber will meet the road, and that's the type of conservation we need to drive the change that we are looking for. So Alice will be talking about this and launching this project together, which will seek to demonstrate how GBF can be supported to land on the ground with local communities and indigenous peoples in pursuit of Target 22 of the GBF. And this project works basically in 5 countries where we are testing and piloting these models. So Alice will talk about that. The second piece that we will present today is an impact report, a global impact report in 29 countries of the work that we have been doing with coastal communities and fisheries, basically focusing at the impact with artisanal fisheries, small-scale fisheries, indigenous fisheries, name them. And we want to show you some of the examples of the impact that we have achieved in those particular areas and how we can scale that impact as a contribution to implementation of GBF at the local level. So these two examples, I hope, will give you some understanding of the direction that we are taking within WWF with transforming conservation so that conservation can begin to address the drivers of biodiversity loss and help us to contribute to GBF and other targets by 2030. So thank you very much for coming. I can promise you there will be wine. You know, we are the World Wildlife Fund. Now today we can say we are the World Wildlife Fund. The wine will flow, food will flow later on, and I'll pay for the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daudi. Indeed, the bar is closed only temporarily. Only temporarily. The moment we finish this part, we will go back to that. And don't forget, Monsieur Perrine is here. We're going to be dancing salsa. So get your dancing shoes ready. As Daudi has said, we are doing two things today. We are launching the new project, but we are also sharing examples from our coastal community conservation project, which my colleague here, Maria Honig, is going to come up and talk about now. Good.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, is that better? Okay. Everyone standing at the back with hopefully their first glasses of wine, want to come and sit down? Good. Okay. I just want to remind you all that if you want to follow, we've got translations. So if you want to scan that, we've got some speakers who are speaking in Spanish today. You might need that, so just perhaps scan that before we get started. Give you all a second to do that. Great. Okay, I'll move along. All right. My name is Maria Honig. I lead the Coastal Communities Initiative for WWF. And as Alice was saying, we're going to be sharing about the efforts of coastal community-led conservation around the world. And I just want to start by saying that coastal communities, indigenous people, and small-scale fishers have long, for thousands of years, been custodians of coastal territories around the world. They know when the sea is abundant, and they know when it's suffering. They know when seasons are changing its waters. And it's for this reason that WWF and its many partners have been working alongside coastal communities around the world. And as you can see here, that's the extent of the work with indigenous and small-scale fishers for this relationship and this partnership to happen on the ground. So we've been working with these coastal communities to scale community-led conservation, and I'll unpack that in a little bit, in 29 countries, 128 sites, in 6 regions around the world. And for the first time ever, we've been able to understand the impact of those efforts in a report that I'm launching here today called Scaling Towards a Healthy Ocean. And this impact report is also advertised over there. There are hard copies of the report at the back. There's also a QR code for you to download. But I think it's really important, we're here at COP, it's a people's COP, and we need to recognize that people-centered conservation is what's really going to drive major change for people, nature, and climate around the world. And can you imagine the scale of work that can be done with hundreds of millions of people living alongside the coast who really care about the difference that that's going to make for themselves, not just for the sake of nature, but for food security, for their livelihoods, for their cultural importance in all of these places. And many of these sites that you see reflected here are well over 60 years old. We've been working with coastal communities in some sites here for up to 60 years. So the relationships are solid, trusted partnerships. And I think it's a bit of a proud moment because here we are able to demonstrate that impact in a global impact report, recognizing, protecting, and fulfilling the rights of coastal communities in all of these places. So scaling. We all talk about scaling. We need to do it now because the solutions exist. We've made incremental progress in so many places, but we need to act faster and we need to really, put the car into gear now and take massive action at scale. And the initiative is adopting a scaling by design approach that comes from agricultural and health sectors and has been adopted into conservation. And scaling here for us happens in 3 directions. We scale up by ensuring that community rights are embedded in national policy, rights to manage their natural resources, rights to be able to manage their natural resources within marine protected areas and outside of protected areas, which is really important, and strengthening the community networks that are trying to advocate for those rights. And we've got a speaker here today who's representing a network in Chile, and it's those networks we need to get behind. So that's scaling up. Scaling out is replication, taking the best practices, best models, and replicating them in each of the sites. I realize the contexts are quite different, but some of the issues are a lot the same. So traditional methods of protecting areas are the kinds of things we need to replicate around the world. And then scaling deep is this idea of knowledge sharing, but between places of learning. So taking those community networks that are holding the knowledge to take action in all of those places and making sure that they're talking to each other and sharing that knowledge around the world. And that we call scaling deep. And all of us have a role to play in scaling deep. So the initiative has been able to track the impact, measurable impact at scale around the world. And this is the result of that effort aggregated at the global level. So here you can see over 1,000 communities have been able to bring under collaborative management 87 million hectares of coastal waters. Can you imagine if we scaled that up between all the partners that are already working with coastal communities around the world? There's already benefits being delivered, and not just benefits, but also shared responsibility with coastal communities that involves 1.5 million people as a result of coastal community-led conservation. We even understand how many women are being brought into decision-making roles and ensuring that inclusive conservation benefits women and both men in all of these environments. And this is the effort of trying to measure that impact aggregated at the global level and can show our contribution to GBF. So now I'd like to invite a panel, which I'm really excited about. So I invite onto stage the panel. You could take your seats, Zoila, Alfred, and Claire, to join me on a couple of questions to really identify what those local initiatives look like and how we can scale them through the visions that they have for those places. Zoila, Alfred, and Claire, please come and join me. Maybe, yeah. Do you want to come sit there? Sorry, we're rearranging the furniture. Great. Okay, super. So I welcome onto stage with me Alfred Relifo from WWF, who is the Asia Pacific policy lead and has been working with coastal communities on advocacy in several countries in the Asia Pacific area. I also welcome Claire Oira from the Pacific Biodiversity Coordinator for the Pacific Islands Roundtable for Nature Conservation, and is also with the Secretariat for Pacific Regional Environment Program. Thank you very much for joining us. And Zoila Bustamante Cardenas, who is the president of the National Confederation of Artisanal Fisherwomen and Men of Chile, called CONAPAC, and the director of the National Association of Artisanal Fisherwomen, Mujeres Tejiendo Redes, in Chile. So thank you very much, the three of you, for joining me. And I have two questions for both of our panelists today. And I'll start with Zoila, if that's all right. And I'm going to try my best to do this in Spanish for Zoila's purposes. Okay, Zoila, question for you. ¿De qué está más orgulloso en términos de resultados tangibles de CONAPAC? Which means, what are you most proud of in terms of tangible results of the initiatives you've been involved in Chile?
Bueno, buenas tardes, buenas noches ya. Como bien dijo nuestra oradora, mi nombre es Zoila Bustamante Cárdenas, soy pescador artesanal, soy asistente de buzo mariscador, soy de Chile, soy también presidenta de la Unión Latinoamericana de Pescadores Artesanales, de pequeña escala, que abarca 13 países de Latinoamérica y Centroamérica. De hecho, me acompaña mi compañero Gabino Acevedo, que es de Panamá. Por favor, compañero, parece para que lo conozcan. Me acompaña también mi compañero Flavio Lontro, que es de Brasil. Por favor, compañero. Y me acompañan los compañeros que siempre nos apoyan, que es de Brasil, por favor, del CIAPA, y la profesora que es de la Universidad del Magdalena, que también aquí, y nuestra compañera de Sweet Bayo, que está ahí escondida. Bueno, nosotros vinimos aquí, ya, un grupo de 27 pescadores de Latinoamérica, de Centroamérica y un compañero de Tailandia. Vinimos aquí a marcar la diferencia como pescadores artesanales. ¿Por qué marcar la diferencia? Porque nunca estuvimos dentro de esta COP. Y hicimos la diferencia porque trajimos a la pesca artesanal a esta COP. ¿Ya? Si bien es cierto, se habla de diversidad, y aquí le voy a responder su pregunta, se habla de diversidad donde los pescadores no están. No están en estas tomas de decisiones, pero en nuestras tierras sí estamos, y estamos haciendo muchas cosas. Y una de esas cosas es conservar. Nosotros conservamos para las nuevas generaciones. Trabajamos dentro del borde costero para que hayan alimentos para las nuevas generaciones. Y estamos en los espacios que muchas veces quieren conservar, desplazándonos a los pescadores artesanales. Entonces, hablarle a ustedes hoy día, yo pescador en castellano, donde todas las intervenciones han sido en inglés, para mí no es fácil. Ya, espero que me entiendan, voy a tratar de hablar lo más lento posible, que no es mi capacidad, porque generalmente hablo muy rápido. Pero quiero contarles que nosotros en Latinoamérica ya estamos trabajando muy directamente con todo lo que tiene que ver con la pesca ilegal, con los subsidios ya que le entregan a las flotas fantasmas, que le llamamos nosotros, que son estas grandes flotas que se meten en nuestro espacio de mar y depredan todo lo que encuentran, y más encima lo subsidian con combustible para que hagan este daño a nuestras comunidades. Estamos trabajando también con áreas protegidas de la pesca artesanal, que se llaman áreas de manejo, donde se conservan los recursos bentónicos, donde hacemos acuicultura a pequeña escala de especies nativas, no de especies introducidas, porque si bien es cierto, en Chile sobre todo, las especies introducidas nos tienen el borde costero hecho polvo generalmente, sobre todo en el sur de Chile. Entonces hay cosas que estamos haciendo y que estamos trabajando. Pero yo creo que, yo escuché las dos intervenciones, una más que la otra, porque ahí logramos conectarnos a la traducción. Pero yo creo que nosotros necesitamos la palabra es, para decirla bien y no decir una grosería, nosotros necesitamos que nos respeten de verdad como pescadores artesanales, ¿ya? Porque el respeto no existe.
Sí.
En estos espacios hablan de nosotros como si nos conocieran. En estos espacios hablan de nosotros como si supieran el entorno en el que vivimos. Pero no tienen idea de cómo nosotros hacemos la conservación real, no la de papel. Entonces yo creo que el respeto va por ahí primero. Respetar a las comunidades primero antes de la conservación. La conservación es buena para nosotros, siempre y cuando a nosotros nos respeten primero. Muchas gracias.
Sí, gracias. Gracias, muchas gracias. I appreciate that, Zoila. Emphatic plea on behalf of people who are already doing the work out there. It's really important that we recognize that and we back them. Thank you, Zoila. Okay, to Alfred, the same question. What are you most proud of in terms of tangible results of the initiatives that you're involved in the Asia Pacific?
Thank you. So, Noai Maori, Bulvinaka, and Buenos Nacho. I have been working in the WWF Pacific for quite a long time, and I have had the pleasure of actually working with communities on the ground. But at the same time, I've also had the pleasure to actually be engaged in the policy space and to contribute towards the Pacific Island countries' negotiations at the global level on oceans, climate, biodiversity. And for more than 10 years of being involved in the negotiation space, I found that there was a huge gap between the work that communities are doing on the ground and also the amount of people, of community representatives who are actually involved in the advocacy space. So a few years ago, we decided to launch in the WWF Oceania region an Oceania First Voices program. And this was a program which we developed and designed together with the communities that we work with to try and address the gap that exists between communities' work on the ground and the advocacy that needs to happen. Because the best people to do the advocacy for the communities are the community champions and the leaders themselves. So we established this Oceania First Voices program between 5 countries. The communities that we work with in Fiji, Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, and also with Australia, in Australia and also in New Zealand, the indigenous people and local communities, as Marie has actually demonstrated on the map. And we work with them to empower them to be very strategic and to have the right skills and the knowledge and the know-how on how to try and influence and be active participants in sharing their stories and also contributing effectively to national, regional, and global policies. And for the last 3 years, I've seen a huge movement in not a lot of community participants or community advocates from the communities that we work with involved in global space to be able to have a lot of communities actually involved and organized in terms of sharing their stories, learning from one another, and actually contributing effectively towards policy at the national, regional, and the global level. We then decided to establish a sub-regional symposium where we have hosted 2 symposiums where all these indigenous communities and the leaders come together from across many countries in the Pacific to share their stories. But we also work very, very closely with some of our partners at the national level, the GEF Small Grants Program in Fiji, together with Sea Change, and the Ministry of Itoke Affairs, which is the Indigenous Affairs, the ministry in Fiji that is responsible for indigenous people and local communities. to establish a national platform where communities come together and they are put on the stage, and all the government officials, the other NGOs and civil societies and other stakeholders sit in the audience and listen to the communities talk about their stories, their challenges, and what they want for their future. So we then have decided to develop a roadmap. We will call it an ocean voyage to 2026. And that is our goal. We developed a roadmap and identified all the various platforms at the national, regional, and at the global level where the communities can come together and through our collective efforts and collective sharing and learning from one another to identify key priorities to try and shape and influence policies, processes in spaces and places that they have never been to before. And we have seen such huge positive outcomes in the last climate COP, and we are looking forward for them continuing in this upcoming climate COP. But at the same time, we want to use the model of scaling up, scaling wide, and scaling deep to try and connect all other communities and bring them on this ocean journey or ocean voyage to try and get and see how they can shape and influence global outcomes and global decision processes by 2026. But 2026 is just one of those timelines that we hope to continue beyond that up till 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. It's an excellent example of scaling up, but at the regional level in the Pacific. And now we go to Claire Oida from SHREP. If you wouldn't mind telling us, what are you most proud of in terms of tangible results in the initiatives that you're involved in, also in the Pacific?
Thank you, Maria, and good evening, everyone. So, those of you who have the opportunity to work in the Pacific Islands, you all would know that Pacific Islands are scattered all over our large ocean. And SPREP, as an intergovernmental organization, we've been supporting the Pacific Island countries for the last 31 years. So recently, SPREP has been recognized as the Oceania Center for Technical and Scientific Cooperation. And also within SPREP, we have this Pacific Island Roundtable for Nature Conservation. So this roundtable, or we call it PERD for short, it consists of 16 member countries, apart from the government members of SPREP itself. And with that 16 members, WWF is also a member of the roundtable. So the roundtable has a framework which is the Pacific primary regional policy on biodiversity, and it provides guidance to government and partner organizations as well as stakeholders. So PERD has a mandated role to lead implementation and monitoring of this framework. And in terms of implementation, we have these working groups in which they address issues in different key areas. I wouldn't go into detail on those working groups, but if you are interested to know about those working groups, you can always go to our Pacific Island Roundtable website and read about it. And for those working groups, each year we hosted annual meeting in which those working groups reported back on the work that they've been doing for the framework. And this year's annual meeting will be hosted by WWF in Suva, Fiji. So yeah, thank you. In terms of monitoring, we recently launched a Pacific Conservation Database. And this database presents the programs and projects in which our member countries are working on to address the objective of our framework. Lastly, we are excited also to work with 6 Pacific Island countries, young people who are interested to launch the Pacific chapter of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Claire. Appreciate that. It's great to see the youth are so heavily involved in the Pacific and that you're representing the network. Okay, on that, we might have to close this panel because I'm acutely aware that we're running out of time. So I have to thank our panelists, Zoila, Alfred, and Claire, very much for their emphatic pleas to continue on this effort to scale community-led conservation on the coast, in the Pacific and Chile, and appreciate very much these answers. And please take the time to meet these panelists as we socialize and dance a little bit later. So handing back to Alice. Thank you, Alice. And thank you to the panelists.
Thank you very much. I think what we've determined is that inclusive conservation works, that community-led conservation works. So the moment we have been waiting for to introduce the new project, and because Daudi has gone through and told you what it's about, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to go ahead and play the video. And this video will take us to the 5 countries where this project is working. And you will hear people talking about what community-led conservation means for them in their own words. So, play the video, please.
Let me tell you a story.
It's a story about listening to the ones who have always been here, living amongst the land, protecting their ecosystems, and building sustainable, regenerative farming practices that allow nature and species to flourish. Their way of life has always been closely connected to land and sea. But outsiders with development plans are threatening this. From cutting trees to developing palm oil, these new initiatives are devastating local areas. But these communities are resilient, coming together to find solutions to protect their home and rebuild their ecosystems, one small plant at a time.
Đây là câu chuyện về một cộng đồng có mối quan hệ lâu đời với thiên nhiên, sống gần những khu rừng nhiệt đới ở vùng nông thôn miền núi Việt Nam. Cộng đồng nơi đây đã phát triển mối quan hệ gần gũi với các loài động vật hoang dã, trong đó có loài vọc chà vá chân xám. Nhưng khi một nhóm săn trộm đe dọa các loài động vật hoang dã của địa phương và phá hủy môi trường sống của chúng, cộng đồng đã cùng nhau cố gắng và ngăn chặn điều đó. Họ đã hiến tặng một phần đất rừng sản xuất để giữ gìn sinh cảnh cho đàn vọc và thành lập nhóm tiên phong bảo tồn vọc chà vá chân xám. Cộng đồng cùng nhau ngăn chặn các hành vi bất hợp pháp, khôi phục môi trường sống cho muôn loài, cả con người và các loài hoang dã.
تدور أحداث تونس على الساحل في غار الملح. إنها قصة عن صبي يتعلم طرق التعامل مع الماء من والده، ويكبر وهو يطبق هذه الدروس لكسب لقمة العيش من البحر. يلاحظ أن شيئا ما قد تغير، ارتفاع درجات الحرارة وتطوير ميناء جديد يعني أن هناك عددا أقل من الأسماك في المياه. أجبر العديد من الصيادين على ترك مجتمعاتهم وبناء حياة جديدة في مكان آخر حتى يتمكن أطفاله من تعلم طرق المياه أيضا. المشهد الأخير هو الصياد لا يزال على الماء يلقي بشبكته، ولكن هذه المرة في الليل مع فانوس تقلب الصفحات وتنتقل إلى المشهد التالي.
Ni hadithi inayohusu kundi la wanawake. Licha ya kukabiliwa na vikwazo vitokanavyo na mila na desturi, nuru imeangaza kwao kwa msaada wa mazingira yao ya asili na vile vilivyomo ndani yake. Wanawake hawa, huku wanakoishi, suala la serikali na hata matumizi ya mtandao ni mithili ya hadithi ya kusadikika. Kilimo kwao ndio nguzo ya ustawi wa maisha yao, wakitegemea mifumo ya kiikolojia, mathalan misitu, kujihakikishia mlo wao wa siku na familia zao. Hata hivyo, uvamizi wa wafugaji na wanyama kama tembo umekuwa ni shubiri katika ustawi wa jamii yao kutokana na kuharibiwa kwa mazao. Lakini hilo halijawakatisha tamaa. Wanakusanyika pamoja, kuhamasishana namna ya kuboresha hali zao, wakiwa na uongozi wa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya usimamizi wa maliasili katika mitaa yao, kusaka suluhu ya changamoto zao. Waswahili husema elimu ilipokuwa haijulikani, mvi zilihesabika kama alama ya hekima. Hapa wanajifunza kutoka vizazi vilivyopita ili kuhakikisha ardhi yao inabaki na rutuba kwa ajili yao na kizazi kijacho.
C'est l'histoire d'une communauté de peuples autochtones qui a toujours vécu isolée dans la forêt du bassin du Congo. Une communauté tellement attachée à la nature qu'elle trouve dans cette forêt ce dont elle a besoin pour son bien-être. Isolée des villes, cette communauté prospère grâce au concept de réciprocité et de savoir ancestral transmis de génération en génération. Mais aujourd'hui, cette communauté fait face à des menaces existentielles. L'empiètement sur les terres, la chasse illégale et la destruction des forêts. Face à ces défis, cette communauté s'engage à travailler avec des partenaires pour bâtir ses propres systèmes tout en transférant leurs savoirs ancestraux à ses enfants pour maintenir durablement leur cadre de vie en harmonie avec la nature.
These stories are not unique to the 5 we have shared, but WWF's new community-led conservation project seeks to respond to these contexts. Across these 5 mega biodiverse regions, we are working to scale localized conservation efforts guided by the wisdom of those often unseen who are working in defense of nature. The focus isn't just on building something new. It's about scaling the efforts that are driving impact on the ground, channeling funds and equipping these custodians to respond to growing threats facing nature and people. People always find a way, but they win when they work with nature.
Chapters to 60 chapters where young people are empowered to be able to create solutions in their own communities. And we made sure that in the post 2020 in the Kumin Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the 6 priorities that young people wanted, which were created from the bottom-up process, all the priorities that young people wanted and demanded for are now in the policy text. So it is a huge win for us to show how much we were able to do in the last 10 years.
Thank you.
But I have to tell you the last part. The thing is, we've done a lot of great work. We've been able to mobilize many, many communities and many, many young people. But right now, we cannot do more. Young people right now are burning out. They are exhausted. They are not able to hold the space. We are getting so many young people to join the movement, but the people holding this movement are very few. And we need all of you to support us. It's not just giving us a high five and saying, you're doing a great job, youth. You guys have the future. No, you guys need to be with us. You need to hold our hand and support us with funding, you support us with right partnerships, and just being there with us to fight this battle.
Okay.
We cannot do it alone. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Seta. The passion. Stephen, tell us, Stephen, what are the challenges? I mean, Sweta has talked about this. Tell us quickly, what are the challenges that you face as a youth in engaging with the Global Biodiversity Framework?
The greatest challenge that young people face is less engagement or inclusion and participation in the process. That is the very huge challenge that we're facing right now. But there is some challenges that trigger the main challenge, and it is more of a technical capacity and somehow financial capacity. So I think those 3 are major challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephen, for being quick. I know Sweta also talks about being burnt out. Doreen, you are taking it home. What should we do to solve these issues?
Well, I love the fact that everyone here first acknowledges the importance of youth. And just to say it, everyone knows what we're supposed to do, but I'll be the voice of that. So first of all is to create dedicated youth funds. Stephen already highlighted, like, young people, we need fund. And Sweta also touched on that. So there's a lot of bureaucracy and processes when it comes to young people accessing fund. It's no longer about what young people need to do, but now we take it back to you and ask you, how are you restructuring your system to be accessible and easily reachable for young people to be able to tap into these funds? Another thing is to truly championing intergenerational collaboration. The solution have been in front of us, and I love the fact that WWF brought the solution that are very clear and very simple. It's not just about young people, but how are we collaborating? Because young people are we have both feet in the digital and developed stage, but also we have that aspect of we are trying to learn and improve indigenous knowledge and bringing it into the solution that we introduce to our communities. So now, how are you being flexible enough to accept surprises, to accept solutions that young people bring into these spaces? And another thing is to promote language inclusivity, because young people are trying to understand. I work with coastal communities, women in Tanzania. There is that language barrier. How are these women being taught the correct conservation efforts and the method in a language that they can understand? There's a lot of these tough UN words when it comes to these way of structuring the efforts. We do not understand them. We want them simple. Can we use storytelling as a bridge? Can we use technology as a bridge? That is what these are the type of solution that we want to see. And in the spirit of intergenerational collaboration, that is something that We Are Family Foundation has been championing very well. There's one quote that I want to leave you with that is part of our WAF global study. Young people view their emotion as strength and not weakness. And this is simply saying that we carry fear, we carry anxiety, but we are not willing to separate these two when it comes to our work. And these are what fuel us moving forward.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you see how vibrant they are? I just don't have enough time, but please engage with them when we finish here, because they have vibrant ideas, they need to be supported. All right, I will finish with, last but not least, the wonderful, the amazing sister of mine, Musonda Mumba, the Secretary General of the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, to summarize. Let me see how you do this, my friend. I know you can do it. to give us words of wisdom. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you, Sveta. Thank you, Doreen. I know we didn't have enough time, but you guys have wonderful ideas. Sonda.
Thank you, Alice. Wow, this has been amazing. Look, I'm the one who's going to be between you and your wine and their amazing music that's just about to happen. Listening to the conversation this evening, I really come to this space with humility, because one of the things I learned in conservation, I am a former WWF staff for many years, is that a lot of times, even as scientists, we come to this space with some level of arrogance. That we have created some words and some big frameworks and all these big discussions, but communities know what they're doing. They live there every day. And this last group, youth is a phase, I have to tell you, it's a phase of life. And very soon you'll be past it and you'll be sitting at the decision-making table in a 1.5 to 2 to 3 degree world. It's changed very dramatically. I was so glad to listen and hearing about the cyclical nature of our work, but the intergenerational nature of our conversation and the power of memory. What we remember from the knowledge systems that we have inherited over time, passing it on, but passing it on in a space that has changed very dramatically. We saw those videos where we saw the complexity of development in Vietnam, in Tanzania, and all those different places. And congratulations on this brilliant initiative. But lastly, I want to finish from agreement to action. Colleagues, I was a former UN diplomat, and I can tell you Article 1.234, Section 4 brackets here and there. That does not mean anything when people are not involved. You matter. Everybody here matters. Everybody. And so I just want to close and say, nature needs us. Nature needs us. We need to up our game. We need to be the change that the world needs to see. Really, we have to change these spaces. And well done on this initiative. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you so much, Musonda. That's wonderful. There you have it. We're about to move to the fun part of the program. But before I do that, I want to thank you, the speakers, thank you, the youth, thank you, the community, conservation communities, for being here and for sharing your stories. We have at the back, we have the impact report from Maria's project. We have the flyer of our project at the back there with my contact information and my colleagues, so that you can, and if they're finished, I can add more on these. And now the moment is here. I will call Sandra, Sandra Valenzuela from Colombia, to introduce Monsieur Perrin, and then he will take us through music, and we'll have drinks and food at the back. So don't go away.
So I'm going to call Monsieur Perinet and Maria Isabel now. I think they are in the back because of their condition for them. María Alejandra, ¿me ayudas a llamar a María Isabel? ¿A Maisa? So I will like to wait for them to come. Ta-na-na-na, 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 ta-na-na-na. So this is a very special moment for us. Monsieur Perinet has been working for coastal communities. And I will introduce Maria Isabel, Maisa. Mai. We have a few nicknames for her. She's a very important team member of WWF Colombia, leading not only our strategy with Team Panda, is our influencers, but also make cultural part of our agenda, and music as part of connecting us to biodiversity and valuing nature and valuing our coastal communities. So please, you can introduce our friends.
Thank you, Chief. Dear friends of Nature Positive, for me, it is a pleasure to introduce two Colombian artists whom I admire, of course, and whom I have the pleasure to call friends. Members of Team Pamda, like Sandra said, who give their voice in favor of nature conservation. They composed Jardín del Paraíso, Garden of Eden or Garden of Paradise, the song for the COP, the song that speaks out of our love for coastal ecosystems, and in particular about the kings, the mangroves. I love the mangroves, sorry. True guardians of the earth, Kata and Santi from Monsieur Perinia. Please welcome them.
Hola. Buenas noches. And welcome to our city, Cali. I was born and raised here. So I feel very proud and honored to have the chance to not just to speak, but to connect. Because we think that as humans, it's urgent to start to feel, not just to talk about it, but to feel it, to respect all the knowledge that we have in our emotions related to Earth. Because these events are full of words and conversations, but I think we all agree that we feel fear to lose the chance to live in a better place, in a better world. We fear nature, but we also love it because we are nature. So making peace with nature is making peace with ourselves. Going to nature to feel the benefits for our health is going to ourselves. We cannot make that difference anymore. So we found in music this powerful energy that reminds us, that permits us to go back to our home inside of us, where nature flourishes, or die also, if we forget. And I wrote this song as a homage to this beautiful part of the earth where I was born and raised, and where I had the chance to travel by car, by bike, walking in a canoa or en un barco through the ocean, flying also to Tumaco, going to the south of our Pacific coast, and also to the north, where is Bahía Solano, Bahía Cupica, Ensenada de Utría, Nuquí, of course Buenaventura, and around, because I was born here in Cali, but I feel also from the Pacific, it's so important what our culture, so strong, so present in our daily life. We feel it through the music since we're little. All the time dancing salsa, feeling it day by day on the streets. The way that we talk has music also. It's different and a different accent. And that is because this is a Afro-rooted territory. And we have a lot of communities living, caring, depending from ecosystems as the mangroves that are in a high risk of disappearing if we don't hear nature inside of us. So I hope this song can bring this energy, this spirit to anyone who listens anywhere in the world, because we are part of it. We're going to remind. We don't need to understand the words, just embrace the feeling.
Bajo el cielo al occidente baja el río cristalino y rompiendo la corriente canta un corazón perdido que llora y llora porque es testigo de la vida que se agota en el olvido y con su llanto va recordando el camino a su bohío. El jardín del paraíso, sucursal del cielo mío. Desde el valle hasta los cerros siempre estás cuando suspiro. Y aunque me vaya, no dejaré que se marchite tu albedrío. Cunita de oro, donde se besa el mangle con el mar bravío. Vuelve a florecer con tu amor la primavera, dulce libertad fue crecer en esta tierra de gente que te quiere con el alma, que no pierde la esperanza de volverte a conocer. Y aunque fuimos hijos de la guerra, aprendimos poco a poco que la paz vuelve a nacer. Oh, 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 Sing it, please. Strong. Fuerte. De tu cielo quiero ser.
Que la corriente me lleve.
Ay, para verte florecer.
Que la corriente me lleve.
En mi potrillo voy bogando.
Que la corriente me lleve.
Con mi chinchorro y mi canasto.
Que la corriente me lleve.
Ay, a la concha yo le canto.
Que la corriente me lleve.
Si hay subienda me levanto.
Que la corriente me lleve.
Para mi gente hay cununeo.
Que la corriente me lleve.
Hay marimbiada y saboreo. Hoy, 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 oh, oh,
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. We have been making music since, I don't know, maybe more than 15 years. And nature has been always present in our music, not just because all the instruments are made from nature, like our traditional music here in Colombia represent also our territory. Gaitas, tambores, marimba, they are all made from different trees, the skin of different animals. So it has a super powerful energy that we love to feel present in our music, but also we write for nature. We love to sing to the rivers, to the ocean, to the mountains. It's inspiring, most inspiring than being famous just for likes or for numbers. It's beautiful to have the chance to bring the energy of our territory to the people that is far away. You know, we musicians are like nomads going to a place and another, and every time that we are on stage, there are thousands or hundreds in front of us missing the place where they belong. And this song, it's about that. And it's called Encanto Tropical. Cascabeles al viento van girando al compás del sutil movimiento de la brisa al cantar estos versos celosos de la lluvia y el mar que cubrieron el tiempo de encanto tropical. Equipaje puedo andar por ahí y llegar a lugares y contar lo que soy. Soy montaña, soy valle y del río mi voz. Soy América hermana, Cañamambe y Ambil. Tengo sangre mulata y mi tierra es así. Una voz que no calla, poesía ancestral, orgullosa gitana. Tropical, encanto tropical, tiene el color de la mañana. Encanto tropical, bajo la sombra del palmar. Encanto tropical, dulce misterio que me atrapa. Encanto tropical, entre recuerdos de agua y sal. La piel me vestí, en mi pelo el aroma que dejó el cafetal va perfumando el cielo de mi tierra natal. Soy América hermana, selva, playa y raíz, una voz libertaria que no sabe morir. Y aunque muchos quisieran, no lo puedo ocultar porque llevo en el alma tropical, encanto tropical, tiene el color de la mañana. Encanto tropical, bajo la sombra del palmar. Encanto tropical, dulce misterio que me atrapa. Ay, ay, ay. Encanto tropical, entre recuerdos de agua y sal. Encanto tropical. Otro
Y es así que recuerdo mi paisaje ideal. Y aunque me vaya lejos, no me pienso olvidar de la verde montaña, de la flor y el palmar, porque llevo en el alma encanto tropical. Gracias. I want to thank WWF, Colombia team. They are so special. Mai, Alex, everyone that is part of this. Thank you for making it happen. Y gracias. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your energy.
Thank you very much.
We humans, we built this concept of individuals, of democracies, of frontiers, and everything based by this concept that we manipulate every day. We talk about freedom as something that we own, but we don't know what to do when we are really in freedom, how to respect boundaries of freedom of the others, how to live in freedom but in community. I think that is what we need to learn again, how to live in community and to respect all the visions and to learn how to build our humanity again. So this song for us, it's like a prayer. Maybe you are tired and you wanna go out. It's okay. But this song is about freedom. And more than freedom, it's about to remember how to go back to where I belong. I think every one of us, we are here to shine, to bright, to flourish, and to respect also. Hoy me levanté en otro lugar, siento ansiedad, la necesidad de contar quién soy para no morir, para no olvidar que la vida es un pequeño soplo de libertad. Hoy seré canción, volaré detrás de las coplas del trovador del campo y de la ciudad. Para no morir, para no olvidar que el dolor existe y con amor lo voy a curar. Yo soy una aventurera, una madrugada en soledad. Soy una guitarra que canta canta el viento, una cordillera que llega al mar. Por mis venas corre fuego, mis ojos brillan en la oscuridad y mi voz hambrienta no tiene miedo de cantar por siempre mi libertad. Hoy te llevaré hacia el interior de mis sentimientos, al lado oculto del corazón, para no morir, para no olvidar que somos del tiempo, polvo del viento, suerte fugaz. Yo soy una aventurera, una madrugada en soledad. Soy una guitarra que canta el viento, soy una cordillera que llega al mar. Por mis venas corre fuego, mis ojos brillan en la oscuridad y mi voz hambrienta no tiene miedo de cantar por siempre mi libertad. Y mi voz hambrienta no tiene miedo de cantar por siempre mi libertad. Cultivaré mi mente para no olvidar, no dejaré mi presente en manos de otra voluntad. Iré hacia el frente sin mirar atrás, respirando, 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 respirando. Mi libertad. Yo soy una aventurera, una madrugada en soledad. Soy una guitarra que canta el viento, soy una bandera de libertad. Por mis venas corre fuego, mis ojos brillan en la oscuridad y mi voz hambrienta no tiene miedo de cantar por siempre mi libertad. Y mi voz hambrienta no tiene miedo de cantar por siempre mi libertad. Y mi voz hambrienta no tiene miedo de cantar por siempre mi libertad, mi libertad. Irarayara, irarayara, irarayara. Thank you. Gracias, gracias.
Gracias, gracias.
Play a dancing song for us.